Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Murder in Haste.
Elbert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Elberts and more careful with the $100 bills. And Elbert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah?
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants, and they don't...
Did you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it.
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh!
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5?
Oh!
Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Elbert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Albert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous.
Get away from
Come on,
me.
give me that phone.
Let go of my hand.
Why, you nagging,
Oh.
Mr. Disagreeable.
Albert! Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert! You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you all right.
Oh, Albert!
I'd like to shake you until... I'd like to shake until your teeth fall out. You... There!
Well, Albert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert, she's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. when you see those big new signal billboards that say, "Go farther than ever with new signal gasoline." Remember, it's power that puts more mileage into new signal gasoline. Amazingly increased power that chemists created by actually rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules. You'll notice Signal's power first in the way your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter. You'll notice Signal's power again in the way your car steps ahead in traffic with pickup that makes you proud. And you'll notice it in the knock-free purr of your motor on hills, steep ones that you'll breeze up in high. Yes, new Signal gasoline is packed with the kind of performance that makes even old cars feel young again. But while you're enjoying this performance, don't forget the amazing power in new Signal gasoline that makes this performance possible also makes new Signal, more than ever, the Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's the Whistler. 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami. Yes, Albert, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hound, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone. No more jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was now. You said final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, down in a chair by the sergeant's desk, later, you've decided on the only course of action can start to tell him the whole impossible. You leave her in her thing.
And then I wandered around
Bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your
around the streets all night.
arguments and probably have paid no
I thought about running away again. And
attention.
then it all seemed so useless.
2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
of the Limited Express bound for Jackson.
Aren't you going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour after
And points north.
you did it.
I see. You may
Nice night.
as well know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr.
I didn't hear you come up.
Sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yeah.
I saw you running for the train when we
Jameson. She was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's kind of close, all right.
You say she was shaking you down, huh?
You been in Miami long?
No,
What'd she have on you?
my assistant. No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see.
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you,
Name's Ricketts.
Glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard
had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
the assistant. Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
Yes,
Now, tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the
That's right. Well, I
police? Okay,
I guess I'll be getting
but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff.
inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know her.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the Whistler lately?
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, Last Request.
The group around Dr. Rourke's bed moved away as he beckoned with his last remaining strength, indicating that he wanted to be alone with his son. It was all right, the nurse decided, because his boy, James Rourke, was a doctor himself. He directed the others out, moved silently after them, and closed the door. James sat on the edge of the bed, listened at what his father had to say. It was an amazing story, something a dying man had to clear up. It wasn't really his own story, but that of one Tony Delgano, former public enemy number one. It was late, the steamer dock almost deserted, when the big car pulled up near the gangplank. And Tony Delgano stepped out and turned to the driver.
Salidi. Yeah, Tony? Not Tony, you fool. I'll be picked up before this tub even sails. Okay, not Tony. What you got on your passport? Tony Delgano is no more. Now, David Delmas. Delmas? Kind of close, ain't it? It's got to be close so I don't slip. Now, you see that you don't. You do any singing, Salidi. Even one little bit.
Why you always think I'm going to be the opera star? I don't sing to nobody.
You see that you don't.
Hey, you better go aboard, huh? And a nice trip, Mr. Delmas.
Yeah, sure.
You got everything?
Everything. I'll make it. If you behave.
I always have. Well, so long, Chief. Don't take any lead slugs.
So long. And you be careful.
You watch from the rail as the lights from the Golden Gate fade into the distance. And you feel safe, secure, don't you, Tony? It's like the beginning of a new life. One that's free of the police. A new life under another name. David Delmas. You enjoy it even more only a few hours later at a cocktail party on board, when you manage a meeting with a very exciting girl, Sharon Phillips. You feel a sense of amusement inside as you introduce yourself in the ship's lounge.
Delmas. David Delmas.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Delmas.
Oh, thank you. You know, they say shipboard friendships sometimes lead to all kinds of things, so may I get you another cocktail?
If you like. A Manhattan, please.
Sure.
Oh, just a minute. I want you to meet someone, an old friend.
Huh?
Doctor? Oh, Dr. Rourke.
Dr. Rourke?
Over here, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Sharon. So you decided to take the trip after all.
Dr. Rourke, Mr. Delmas.
Happy to
How
know
do
you.
you do?
I'll get the drink for you, Sharon.
Oh, hurry back, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
It's a shock, isn't it, Tony, seeing Dr. Rourke? And you know that it surprised him, too. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And you know that you must talk to him alone and soon. He's gone when you return with Sharon Phillips' drink. But later, out on the deck, you see him standing by the aft rail, quietly smoking his pipe. You saunter over.
Well, we meet again, Dr. Rourke.
Oh, yes. I wondered when you'd be cornering me alone, Mr. Delgano.
Delmas. David Delmas.
I don't suppose I have to ask you why you're traveling under an assumed name. The police again.
The police again. But, Doc,
Yes?
you're going to keep my secret. Not say anything.
Am I?
Haven't said anything yet, have you?
No. No, I haven't.
Yeah, you're wise, Doc. You're very wise. I could mess up your life, too, you know.
In what way?
In what? Come on now, Doc. Where's your memory? The time you fixed up my shoulder after that hunting accident.
I remember.
Why, sure. And you remember that it wasn't a hunting accident at all.
I learned that later, Tony.
Make that day, will you?
Don't tell me what to make it. I'll say what I please, when and to whom. You can't threaten me, Delgado.
No, Doc, of course not. Your son, he's a doctor, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Wonder how his associates would feel if they heard that his old man, Dr. Rourke Sr., that once helped a criminal, never said anything about it.
My son, you wouldn't...
I wouldn't? I would. You just forget about Tony Delgado. Or your son, young Dr. Rourke, would have his life messed up because of something his father did.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
You're running away, I suppose.
Yeah, you suppose good, Doc. And what are you doing here? One of your own prescriptions, huh? Little sea voyage?
I'm doing a favor for a friend.
Oh? He on board?
Yes.
Well, don't go getting any ideas you can tell him about me. I don't want anyone to know, Doc, till I'm free and clear. Then, of course, doesn't make any difference.
I understand.
You just skip mentioning anything to your friend. You understand that, too?
It would scarcely matter if I did.
Huh?
My friend is making a last voyage.
Oh?
His body is in a casket in the hold.
Oh.
I'm escorting him to his final resting place. His last request.
Well, okay, Doc. I guess you won't do any talking. So, I'll see you around.
Not if I can avoid it.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, old man, huh? You forget about that, see? I'll call on you any time for anything. And you'll do whatever Tony Delgado says. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my new name, Delmas, David Delmas. He speaks a little differently from Delgado. Delmas is going to be a real gent. But he's the same guy, Doc. The same guy.
Before continuing with Whistler's strange tale, here's a word from the people who are bringing it to you.
All of us are proud of our hometowns, and rightly so. In this brief moment before we continue with our program, we'd like to offer a salute to one of our hometowns in America, Cleveland, Ohio. The 7th largest city in the United States. Cleveland was founded in 1796 by General Moses Cleveland, chief surveyor for a land company. His employers bought 3 million acres in what is now northern Ohio, paying 40 cents an acre. Just by way of comparison, an acre in downtown Cleveland today would bring some $2 million. It is an important Great Lakes shipping point and the site of iron and steel manufacturing. Other Cleveland products include paints, varnishes, electrical appliances, chemicals, and automobile and airplane parts. It is well known for its cultural developments also. The city owns and operates its own dramatic theater, and the Cleveland Symphony Orchestra is widely acclaimed. In the Cleveland Cultural Gardens, a mile-long strip of park area, more than 30 nationality groups represented in Cleveland's population are creating gardens as memorials to peace. 120 years is a short time in the world's history, but during that time, Cleveland has taken its honored place in the building of America.
Now, back to the Whistler.
It's clear sailing again, isn't it, Tony? As David Delmas, you're safe on the ship. Not a worry. Dr. Rourke will say nothing, because he's afraid that his son, a young doctor with a bright future, will be hurt by the knowledge that his father once helped a criminal. He took a bullet out of your shoulder, didn't he, Tony, after a bank job. He said nothing then, and it's the same now after all these years. He'd be safe. You think very little about it the next few days. You're too busy with that girl, Sharon Phillips. She's exciting, isn't she, Tony? And seemingly very interested in you.
There it is.
Oh, you what again, David? I'm afraid I'm no shuffleboard player.
David, I like you to call me that, Sharon.
Do you?
I'm no shuffleboard player either. Let's get away from here, huh? That's better.
David,
Hmm?
what do you do? Your work, I mean.
Why do you ask?
No reason, except that, well, we have been seeing a good deal of one another. I asked Dr. Rourke if he knew anything
What
about
did he say?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Nothing at all. That's why I asked you.
Uh-huh. Well, Sharon, I'm just a guy moving around. Seeking.
Seeking?
Yeah. Something. Someone like you.
David, the steward's coming. I don't think...
Oh, that fool. Yeah, what is it, steward?
Mr. Delmas, might I see you alone, sir?
Sure, we'll dance, huh? Twice around the main floor. What do you want?
Later then, sir. Alone.
Look, what is this?
Oh, I don't mind, David. I'll join you later. In the salon.
Oh, not much later. About 10 minutes, Sharon. All right, now, boy.
Easy, Tony. I might not like that.
Tony, where'd you get
I've
that?
seen your picture.
So?
This, Delgano, this radiogram for Mr. David Delmas from San Francisco.
Give it here. Salidi's singing received well here. Anticipate big reception for you in Australia. Double-crossing little squealer.
Tipped off the police, eh?
If ever I get my hands...
Save your breath, Mr. Delgano. You could still lick him from here. You've got a Sunday punch.
I have?
Yes, your friend, Dr. Rourke.
What about Rourke?
He's escorting us stiff, ain't he?
So?
Lord love a duck, what's to prevent us from disposing of his quiet friend? You take his place in the casket, go ashore as nice as you please, and nobody's the wiser.
Huh. You're a bright boy. What's your end of it?
Just give me a bit of help, that's all.
Give you a bit of help?
Yes, sir. Maybe you could get a little package ashore for me.
What's in the package?
$1 million in diamonds, Mr. Delgado. You just take it with you. I'll pick it up after you're safely ashore. What do you say?
I'll think it over. I'll get in touch with you.
All right, sir. But remember, it's your only chance.
It's a way out, isn't it, Tony? But you're not certain you want to take it. You tell yourself there must be another way you can escape the police, who will be waiting for you when your boat docks at Sydney. In the days that follow, you search for the answer. Find yourself thinking more and more of the steward's plan. And then one evening, as you stroll along the half-deserted deck...
Good evening, Mr. Delmas. Beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes, it is, steward. Oh, do you happen to have a light?
Righto. Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a pleasant voyage, wouldn't you say, sir? Too bad it'll all be over soon. Dock the day after tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, Mr. Delmas, Miss Phillips has been inquiring about you.
What?
Asked if I'd seen you. She's in the lounge.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Nice young lady, that Miss Phillips. Seems quite taken by you. If I may say so, sir.
Is that so?
I have eyes, you know, yes. Very attractive woman. Lots of money, too, I hear. Too bad if anything happened to spoil your beautiful friendship. Like the police. Mr. Delmas?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be too bad.
You been thinking any more about my proposition?
I'm sure I've been thinking about it.
It's a deal?
Yeah, it's a deal. Bring the package to my stateroom in 10 minutes.
Here's the package, sir. All wrapped up nice and proper like.
Yeah. Not a very big one, is it?
Not very. It's worth $1 million.
Hey, what's your cut on this?
20,000 on delivery.
All right, beat it. I'll take care of things from now on.
Is Dr. Rourke in on it?
Not yet, but I can handle him.
You understand, sir. That pot's between you and the doc.
Yeah, sure.
Well, gotta get topside.
Hey, just a minute. Come here.
Yes.
How am I supposed to get this package to you after I'm ashore?
Don't worry, Tony. I'll be close by. All the time.
After he's left your cabin, your gaze wanders back to the small package lying on the desk. You stare at it for a moment, then quickly you walk over to it, rip it open. You're examining the contents of the package when quickly you close the box, slip it into the desk drawer.
All right, come in. Oh.
I was beginning to wonder where you disappeared to.
Oh, I was just on my way up to the lounge.
The Fenways have asked a few people to their stateroom. Want to go along?
Have I been invited?
Have you? Mrs. Fenway won't take no for an answer.
Oh? Well, what's the occasion?
Nothing special. Just some drinks. And cards, I suppose. Mrs. Fenway has suddenly discovered the game of blackjack. She's crazy about it.
Oh. Well, she starts losing.
Come on, David. Fenways are waiting.
Yeah, so am I. Look, I got to go up on deck for a minute, Sharon, so why don't you run along and I'll join you later, huh?
All right, but...
Yeah, you go on. It's important I take care of this matter right away. Very important. Steward.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Delmas, I didn't see you. It's rather dark here.
Yeah, it's nice and dark.
For a bit of a stroll?
Yeah, I am. Join me.
Well,
Come on. It's business. You'd like to make 10 grand easily, wouldn't you, Steward?
10 grand, sir?
10 grand. When I left the States, there was a reward out on me. 10 grand.
Is that so, sir?
Yeah, that's so. Of course, you knew about that, didn't you?
Why, no. No, I didn't, sir.
Figured you'd kind of like to collect that, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
wanted to hide me out where the cops couldn't find me, and then you would lead them to me, huh? How am I doing so far?
Well, that's crazy, sir. Why will I turn you in for 10 grand when you're holding a package for me that's worth 20?
I opened it, Buster.
You open it?
Yes. All I found was a handful of glass.
No,
How about that?
Now, hold on, wait a minute. You got me all wrong,
I don't think so.
No, what are you going to do, sir?
You're a smart little punk.
No, sir, no, sir.
Let's see if you ever learned how to swim.
The steward won't bother you anymore. Sharon and the rest of the passengers will think he's fallen overboard. When you retire for the night, you're confident you're in the clear, that your plan can't fail. Then the following morning, there's a knock on your stateroom door.
Come in.
breakfast, sir.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, you can set it down over there if you want.
Yes, sir.
Hey, aren't you new here? Where's the regular steward I had?
Well, it's rather odd, sir. He's disappeared.
What?
Ship's been searched. He isn't aboard.
You sure?
Yes, sir. One of the passengers on the deck last night thought he heard a splash.
You mean the steward might have fallen overboard?
That's exactly what might have happened, Mr. Delmas.
Morning, Dr. Rourke.
Good morning.
That'll be all, steward.
I guess so. Thank you very much, sir.
Too bad about the steward falling overboard, wasn't it?
Yeah, tough. But then accidents will happen.
I don't think it was an accident.
Yeah. Oh, join me, Doctor?
Thanks. I've already had breakfast.
Eggs sure look good. You sure you won't?
No.
Rather just pace up and down, huh? Okay. You were saying, Doctor?
It wasn't an accident, was it?
Accident? Oh, you mean the steward?
How did it feel to be a murderer? I've often wondered.
Have some coffee, Doctor.
He knew too much about you, didn't he? I noticed from the first day. When he saw us talking together, he was rather inquisitive in a guarded sort of way. Probably recognized you.
Well, he was a smart little operator, Doc. But not smart enough. I tell you, I kind of hated to do it. Especially after he'd given me that bright idea.
What bright idea?
Yeah, how do they keep the toast warm all the way to the cabin?
What idea?
Oh, a way of getting off the boat. See, Doctor, police are going to be waiting for me when the boat docks in Sydney.
What?
Yeah. Doc, will you sit down? You're making me nervous. That's better. Now, it's going to be tough, you know, for both of us if they grab me. And kind of tough on your son, too.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's a way I can slip past him. If you'll help. And I'm pretty certain that you will, Doc.
How can I help?
Well, you told me you're accompanying an old friend to his final resting place. Huh?
Yes, that's right.
And that's how I'm going to slip off of this boat. They'd never think of looking there for me.
Oh, you're not suggesting
You're
that...
right again, Doc. We're going to make a switch.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You know something more? You're going to keep your mouth shut. Or you know what happens to your son, Now beat it, will you, while
Listen
I eat?
to me.
We're going to be docking tomorrow night. I'll let you know in plenty of time.
You watch Dr. Rourke as he backs out of your stateroom. A stunned, horrified look on his face. You're not worried, are you, Tony? You know he'll go through with it, for his son's sake. You spend the rest of the day with Sharon, enjoying the deck game, chatting pleasantly with the other passengers. And then early that evening, when you've finished dressing for dinner, you pour yourself a drink. A knock on your stateroom door interrupts your first sip. One of the ship's officers steps into the room.
Yeah, what is it?
I shall have to ask you to come with me, sir.
Oh?
Captain wants to see you.
Well, what about?
Look, if you'll come quietly, Mr. Delgado.
Delgado?
Yes. We've just received a radiogram from the San Francisco police.
Oh, yeah, I see. You don't mind if I finish my drink, do you? Oh, would you care for one?
If you'll just come with me, sir.
Oh, come on. Have a drink.
An instant after you throw the drink in his face, your fist connects with his chin, and he slumps to the floor. Quickly, you close the door, stand for a moment with your back to it, your mind spinning wildly. They've discovered you now, haven't they, Tony? And you've got to move fast. Leaving the unconscious officer sprawled out on the floor, you hurry to Dr. Rourke's stateroom.
That's what I said now. It's got to be now.
But we don't dock until tomorrow.
But as soon as that officer wakes up, they're going to be tearing this boat inside out looking for me.
Please, Delgado, don't ask me to.
I haven't got
do
time
this.
to argue. Get going. I'm going to wait right here for you.
minutes drag by, and you wait for Dr. Rourke to return, pace his stateroom floor, stopping occasionally to pour yourself a drink from the decanter on the nightstand. An hour goes by, and then finally...
Oh, hey, look, where you been?
I had to be careful.
All right, is everything all set?
Yes, I just had a talk with the captain.
Will you double
No, wait. I told him I thought I saw you trying to hide in one of the lifeboats. Saw you lose your footing.
Oh, I see.
The ship is circling the area now.
Well, that's smart of you, Doc. That's pretty smart. Hey, that calls for a drink.
I could use one.
Yes, sir.
I see you helped yourself.
Oh, sure I had a few. Make me feel better while I'm resting in that box down below.
Tony, there's something I've got to tell you.
I know all I need to know. Now, come on, you finish your drink, see? Then we're going to go down to the hold, and you can make me nice and comfortable.
But, Tony,
I said, come on, I don't want to talk about it no more.
Very well. You seem to be giving the orders.
Before continuing with the Whistler's strange story, here's something everybody's for.
We're for the UN, we're for the United Nations. We want war to cease. We're for the UN, cause the UN stands for permanent peace.
And now for the Whistler's ending to his story for tonight.
In stunned silence, young Dr. Rourke sat on the edge of his father's bed, listening to the dying man as he told his story in a voice that had now faded to a bare whisper. The end was near for old Dr. Rourke, and as his son James leaned forward to catch the last few remaining words, an expression of pain crossed his face.
Dad, you let Tony Delgado get away? No, son. He didn't get away.
But you let him take another man's place in the casket. Your friend.
Yes, he took my friend's place in the casket. The body I was accompanying to its final resting place. But, you see, there was something Tony Delgado didn't know.
What's that, Dad?
That my friend had chosen as his final resting place a burial at sea.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, with Lawrence Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Gene Tatum, Jack Moyles, and Paul Dubois. The Whistler, directed by Sterling Tracy, with music by Wilbur Hatch, is produced by Joel Malone and transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This evening's story was by Brian Thorne. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarities of names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Whistler, whose strange story you have just heard, will be back next week with another tale from his never-ending file. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Design for Murder.
The trio in the big car, weaving its way through the evening traffic, seemed typical of almost any group on the way to a railroad station. Charles Gilbert at the wheel was responding patiently to the nervous admonitions of his wife, Edna. From the rear seat, his wife's close friend, Myrene Walker, chatted ceaselessly. Charles Gilbert, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought or patient resignation, all very typical as they pulled up at the railroad station and stepped out of the car.
Charles, let me run on ahead for you. Check Edna's ticket.
Would you, Myrene? I'll get someone to take the suitcases.
Oh, it's all such a bother. I wish I was staying home.
Well, you're not, so forget it. We'll meet you inside, Myrene, the cocktail bar.
Right.
You heard how she wished she were going?
She likes to travel. I don't, Charles. You know that.
Well, never mind now. It's all arranged. You need the rest. A red cap.
Yes, sir?
These 3 bags.
Oh, yes, sir.
The limited car 79, space B. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, come along, Edna. We'll drop in here, have a drink while we're waiting. Now, let's just relax, huh? And wait for Mark.
I wish you weren't so anxious to have me out of town, Charles, at a time when the business needs me so.
Oh, nonsense. Over here, Myrene.
Here, darling. Everything's in order with your tickets.
It's too bad.
How do you like that, Myrene? She doesn't want to go. Thinks the jewelry business will go to pot. Thinks her husband plans a rendezvous with another woman.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Buy her a drink, Charles. You can buy me one, too. Waiter, if you don't mind, we're dying of thirst here.
2 scotch and sodas here. Myrene?
Fine, anything. Just bring it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we'll all feel better.
I'd feel better if I knew why you can't go along, Charles.
I told you, Edna, I'll be busy. Also, I want you to go alone. You'll rest more. And you do need it. Look at her, Myrene. Not able to keep her hand still.
Doodling on the menu.
She's always doodling on something.
Give me that pencil, Edna.
Sorry. It's a design I was thinking of for a piece of costume jewelry.
Well, stop thinking of anything like that. And since it's going to bother you, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing, dear. It was to be a surprise.
A surprise?
We talked about a beach house, remember? On Little Rock Point?
I remember talking about it.
Mm-hmm. And I've bought one.
Oh.
A beautiful place. Completely surrounded by trees, a good half-mile from the main road, and a quarter of a mile from the nearest neighbor.
Hidden away like that, I don't see how you find your way out there.
Oh, it's easy to get there. Here, I'll draw you a diagram to show you exactly where it is. Once you know where it is, you can find it blindfolded, if you follow these directions.
Yes, you can, can't you?
I'm having it remodeled inside, just for Edna.
Oh, Charles, you aren't.
I am. Well, don't be too grateful. It's mostly your money.
Oh, I don't care. It's the thought. Oh, Charles, I feel much better about the trip now.
You do? Then give me a handkerchief. Look at it, Myrene.
Torn to shreds. Edna.
When she's not doodling, she's tearing up a handkerchief. She's got to be doing something every minute. And she wonders why I want her to rest.
A drink, sir.
Oh, good. And get working on 3 more, please. My dear, you're going to relax, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll try. Now we'd better get to the train.
Well, Charles, Edna's gone, and after Myrene leaves you, you hurry back to the cocktail lounge. And inside, you go directly to a corner booth. Slip in beside someone who's been waiting for you, not too patiently.
I'm sorry, Helen.
Darling, I am too. Sorry that we have to practice this deception. Charles, kiss me.
That was nice, dear. But we ought to be more careful in public. We really shouldn't be here, you know.
Oh, stop worrying. Here, I ordered you a drink.
Oh, and I can use it. Well, at least we'll have some time together, uninterrupted.
You're sure Edna will be staying away for a while?
She's gone for a month.
It wasn't fun watching you kiss her goodbye.
I know. Someday.
Oh, I hope it's soon, Charles.
Look, I want you to see the new place I bought at Little Rock Point. I'll pick you up and drive you down there tomorrow. Or, maybe it would be better if you came in your car and met me there.
Little Rock Point. That sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. You'll love it. I've been using quite a few of your ideas in redecorating the place. Can you make it by 2?
Yes, dear.
I'll tell you exactly how to get there.
Helen's an exciting girl, isn't she, Charles? And when you reach your apartment building, you have difficulty getting around to saying goodnight to her. And only the thought of seeing her again the next day at the beach house at Little Rock Point finally makes it possible. It's quite late when you finally arrive at your own home and let yourself into the house. You're scarcely inside when...
Son, who could that be? Myrene.
Yes, little Myrene. I'd like to come in, Charles. I want to talk to you.
Well, of course.
We'll come straight to the point.
About what?
About you and Edna and that little number you met in the cocktail lounge. It wasn't a very pretty sight, Charles. Seeing you kiss her right after bidding Edna goodbye.
Oh, why,
Go on. Make it good.
That girl, Helen.
An old friend.
That's right.
Someone you knew before you ever met Edna.
Why, that's it exactly.
Uh-huh. And she just won't leave you alone.
Myrene, you're positively...
I'm not psychic. You're not nearly as slick as you think you are, Charles. No wonder Edna's a bundle of nerves.
You're not going to say anything to Edna about this?
Depends on you. I don't suppose you made any dates for the future with this, Helen.
Oh, certainly not.
You know, Charles, you weren't kidding when you made that remark about Edna's money. You've had it pretty easy since becoming her business manager and now her husband.
Well, it's been a pleasant arrangement, if that's what you mean. Well, naturally, I love Edna.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, Myrene, this girl means nothing, I swear it. I'll not see her again. Look, in a few days, you and Arthur drop down to the place at Little Rock Point. You'll see all that I'm doing for Edna. I'll take you around the place. We can relax, go for a swim.
I don't swim, Charles. And when my best friend's husband starts two-timing her, I don't feel like relaxing either.
Myrene, I've told you...
I heard you, and I've told you, Charles. Stay away from that girl.
You know, friends, in addition to being summer, this is also the time of year when more and more drivers switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Vacation-minded folks just naturally go for Signal's good mileage. But mileage, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. Just you talk with a few Signal customers, and you'll find they're equally enthusiastic about Signal's performance. After all, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal gasoline has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, Naturally, you also enjoy quick starting, proud pickup, and smooth, purring power, the things that make driving a real pleasure. So to get the most out of your vacation travel dollars, make the friendly signal stations you'll find throughout the Pacific Coast states your headquarters for happy mileage. And even if you're not planning a vacation trip, well, any time is a good time to power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's going badly, isn't it, Charles? Myrene knows about your girlfriend, Helen. Knows that it was more than husbandly concern that prompted you to encourage your wife, Edna, to leave town on a vacation, a rest cure for her nervousness. Myrene has always been Edna's best friend, and she'll tell her the truth if you don't do something to reassure her that you don't intend to see Helen again. You wish you hadn't made the date with Helen for the following afternoon at the beach house at Little Rock Point. And after she arrives, you're very nervous all the time that she's there with you.
What is it, Charles? You haven't heard anything I've said.
Oh, yes, I have, Helen. It's just, well, I'm a little jumpy.
Oh, I thought with your wife out of town.
Helen, we've got to talk about that. It isn't as perfect as it seems.
Oh?
A friend of Edna's, Myrene Walker. She knows about us.
Knows what about us?
Well, not everything, of course. She thinks it's a casual thing that we're old friends, happen to run into one another. And...
Oh, if she continues to see us together.
That's right. She'll go to Edna. Helen, we've got to forget about it for a while.
Forget about it?
Well, you know, I really don't mean that exactly.
I should hope not. You promised me you were going to talk to Edna, ask for a divorce.
I know, and I intend to, but it can't be right away, Helen. I have my reasons. Right now, it's important that you leave, that we're not seen together.
All right, Charles. I won't need a second invitation.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've waited long enough as it is. Quite long enough. Goodbye, Charles.
But, Helen,
Goodbye, Charles.
She's gone, isn't she, Charles? And only a few moments later, you hear her car start up, roar away, and you're alone. Alone in the house that you were supposed to be remodeling for your wife, Edna. And as the rest of the afternoon drags by, you find yourself hating the place. And you'll always hate it, unless somehow soon the house can be yours and Helen's. Just how you're going to bring that about isn't quite clear to you yet, is it? How you'll get rid of your wife, Edna. That evening, as you're sitting alone, wishing you returned to town, you're still thinking about it when suddenly you're aware of a noise outside.
Maureen. Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Charles.
Snooping around, were you?
All right. Call it that if you want.
You're wasting your time, really. I'm quite alone.
Are you?
Of course. Come on in, Maureen. I'd like to show you around the place.
Like a child caught at the cookie jar, Myrene follows you inside. She's nervous, ill at ease, avoids your gaze as you show her about the house. And then finally, the two of you end up at the boat landing.
Well, what do you think of it?
It's very nice, Charles.
Think I don't like it?
No, I don't. This isn't the sort of house Edna would like at all. It just doesn't suit her personality, let's say.
Really?
I'm sure there isn't a thing here that would interest her. Outside of that unusual painting in the living room.
Rather nice, isn't it? Impressionistic, I believe they call that sort of thing.
To me, it looked like a dragon about to devour something.
Well, it is a painting of a dragon. But Edna likes offbeat things like dragons. I bought it especially for her. A surprise.
Oh, really, Charles?
And just what does that mean?
May I be blunt?
Feel free.
You didn't buy this house for Edna. When does Helen move in?
Now, see here, Myrene.
You see here. It's a glamorous place, Charles. Exciting. Should just match her baby blue eyes.
Myrene,
You're not fooling me for 1 minute. And you won't fool Edna either. She's going to know all about this.
You're not going to tell her about Helen.
Edna's my best friend.
Myrene, I think I've had just about enough of your meddling.
Charles, Wait.
Just about enough.
Stay away from me.
I ought to wring your neck, you little snoop.
Charles! Charles!
You reached out to grab Myrene as she tripped, but you're too late, and she plunged off the end of the boat landing.
Charles! Help me! Help me! I can't swim! Charles!
You stand there, staring down at her, struggling in the water. She can't swim, Charles. She'll drown if you don't help her. And you don't help her, do you, Charles? You're glad the house is isolated, aren't you, Charles? Yes. You're certain no one except the late Myrene Walker knows you've been here. But you decide to hurry back to your home in town, establish a reasonable alibi. 2 hours later, you're back in your house in town, where you nervously await the phone call you're certain you'll receive.
Hello?
Mr. Gilbert?
Yes?
This is Frank Stanley over on the East Shore. One of your neighbors at Little Rock Point.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mrs. Stanley.
Would have called you sooner, except I had the devil's own time getting hold of your phone number up there in town.
What is it? Something wrong?
Well, yeah. A woman drowned off the island a few hours ago.
What's that?
Yep. Thought you probably know her. Police found her purse on your boat landing. Identified her as Myrene Walker.
Myrene Good Lord.
Oh, you do know her?
Well, yes. She's a very dear friend of my wife.
Gee, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gilbert.
This probably wouldn't have happened if I'd been out there. I'd planned to, but business kept me here in town. Myrene must have come out to visit us, wandered around in the dark, and...
Yeah, that's sort of the way I figured it, too.
Well, thank you for calling, Mr. Stanley. I'll get in touch with my wife right away.
You smile, don't you, Charles, as you hang up the receiver. It's all over now. Myrene is dead. You could have saved her, but you didn't. And you couldn't have Myrene telling your wife about Helen, could you? Later that day, you send a wire to Edna at the resort. Inform her that you have some bad news. Ask her to return immediately. And that evening, you decide to go back to the house on Little Rock Point. Perhaps take a walk along the beach. See if you can learn news of the local reaction to Myrene's drowning. As you hurry up the path, you're startled to see a light burning in the living room. Helen, yes. She's probably paid you a surprise visit.
Good evening, Charles.
Edna.
Found the key under the mat, so I came on in. I've been waiting hours for you.
But I don't understand. I sent the telegram only a few hours ago.
Telegram? Well, it must have missed me. I left Yuma this morning.
But why?
Yes. Perhaps this letter will explain. Myrene sent it to me.
Myrene?
Yes. Her letter told me all about your little friend, Helen. Read it. See for yourself.
Oh, now, Edna, surely you don't...
Myrene wouldn't lie.
But, Edna,
You needn't bother to deny it.
Well, you've got to let me explain.
Let's drop the matter here and now. You see, Charles, I've thought it over very carefully. I've decided to forgive you.
Forgive me?
Yes. I'm really much more to blame for Helen than you are.
I don't understand.
Well, perhaps I drove you to her. I haven't been a very good wife, Charles. More than a little neglectful. Thinking too much about business and not enough about us, our home, our marriage.
Well, we haven't been as close in the past few years as we used to be, Edna.
Yes, I know. I know, and it's all my fault. I'm willing to forget all this, Charles, but of course you must forget Helen.
Of course.
Fix me a drink, will you? I could use one.
All right. I could use one myself.
Charles.
Yes?
You said something about a telegram.
Oh, yes.
Well?
Bad news, I'm afraid. It's about Myrene.
What's happened?
Well, apparently she came out here last night while I was in town, and while she was wandering around outside in the dark, she fell off the boat landing.
She what?
Yes, she drowned, Edna. Police recovered her body this morning.
Myrene drowned?
Oh, easy now, darling. It's a terrible shock, I know. Here, this'll help.
Charles, the poor dear.
Well, if I'd been here, I don't suppose it would have happened. At least the lights on the boat landing would have been on.
Wait a moment. You said you were in town.
Yes, at the house all evening.
But you weren't.
What?
You weren't at the house in town. I know, because I called you from the resort half a dozen times. There was no answer.
But I tell you, Edna.
Where were were you last night, Charles? Where were you when Myrene had her accident? Answer me.
Listen, Edna.
You were here when Myrene came. She knew about Helen. You were afraid she'd tell me. You didn't know she already sent me this letter, did you? Well, did you?
All right, so I was here.
And Myrene's death wasn't so accidental.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
To the sheriff's office.
Edna, now listen.
Let go of me.
I didn't have
Charles.
anything to do with Myrene's death. You've got to believe me, it was an accident.
We'll let the police decide. Now, you let go of me, I say.
No, Edna. You're not going to the police.
Charles, don't look at me like that. What are you...
Edna.
She's fainted, hasn't she, Charles? Fainted and crumpled to the floor at your feet. And you know as you stare down at her that you had murder in mind in your heart as you stared at her. And it isn't over, is it? No. You can't let her go to the police with her story, Charles. And looking down at Edna lying unconscious before you, a thought suddenly occurs to you. It's a way out, isn't it? A way out for you and Helen. Quickly, you pick up the folded sheet of paper, the letter Myrene wrote to Edna, stuff it into your pocket. Then you carry Edna outside, place her in the car she drove down, and drive it into the garage, and close the garage doors, leaving the motor running, and wait. An hour later, and it's all over. Later, you drive Edna's body back to town in her car, put the car in your garage, again leave the motor running as you close the garage doors. Now all you need to do is return to the beach house and wait for Edna's body to be found in the garage. Knowing Edna as you do, you're certain she told no one of her return from Yuma. And you're sure no one saw her at the house at Little Rock Point. But you know you must get back there before her body is discovered. You take a bus back to the beach house. Next morning, walk the half-mile to the home of your nearest neighbor, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gilbert.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Sure.
Ours hasn't been installed yet.
Well, come on in. Sure was too bad about the little lady that drowned, wasn't it?
Yes, it's going to be a terrible shock for my wife. I'm almost afraid to tell her. They were very close.
Oh, you mean she doesn't know yet?
Well, my wife is vacationing at a desert resort. I sent her a wire yesterday after you called me asking her to come home, but I haven't heard a word from her. I'm rather worried.
Sure you are. There's a phone over there. Help yourself.
Thank you. Hello, operator. I'm calling the Shadow Hills Ranch, Yuma, Arizona. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to barge in on you like this, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, it's all right. Quite all right.
It's just that I'm so concerned about my wife, Edna. I can't understand why she hasn't arrived or even answered my wire. It isn't like it. Hello? Yes? Oh,
The number is 929.
Oh, I'm calling from Harbor 929, operator. Yes. Hello? Shadow Hills Ranch? Is Mrs. Charles Gilbert there? This is Mr. Gilbert. What? Oh. Yeah, yes, I see. Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gilbert?
They said she left the ranch yesterday morning. She was on her way back to town. Can't understand it. Where is she?
No, Mr. Gilbert. No need to get all worried. She'll turn up.
Well, something is wrong. I know it. I'd better call the police.
Well, sure, if it make you feel any better.
If anything's happened to my wife, Mr. Stanley, I don't know what I'd do. I just don't know.
Here's some hot weather mathematics for motorists. Take the temperature of the day, add 2,800 degrees, the temperature inside the cylinder head of the average motor. That adds up to a lot of heat. Good reason why your motor needs the protection of Signal's wonderful new heavy-duty type oil that's engineered to stand up under heat. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. Because it controls harmful engine deposits such as carbon, gum, and varnish, new Signal Premium keeps your engine clean, keeps hydraulic valve lifters from sticking, keeps oil rings free to seal in power and prevent oil consumption. And in addition, new Signal Premium stops acid corrosion. So you can now stop worrying about all these causes of costly repair jobs. Best of all, you get all this extra protection at no increase in price at Signal service stations. So if you want to keep maintenance costs down and your car's performance up, make your next oil change a change to this remarkable Signal motor oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. Change to new Signal Premium Motor Oil.
You've carried it off very well, haven't you, Charles? The role of the worried husband, concerned over his wife's whereabouts. And your phone call to the police brings quick results. An hour later, the sheriff calls on you at the house on Little Rock Point, quietly informs you of your wife's death, carbon monoxide, in the garage of your home in town. You continue to play the part now of the grief-stricken husband, and inwardly you're pleased, certain your performance has more than convinced the sheriff. Then, as he's about to leave you...
Oh, Mr. Gilbert, you said you were alone here last night?
Yes, that's right. I waited all night for my wife to show up.
You sure she didn't?
Of course not. She'd never set foot in this house. I bought it only a few days ago, shortly before she went on her vacation.
Oh, I see.
Why? Why do you ask?
I was just looking at the painting of that dragon. Impressionistic stuff, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
I understand your wife was always drawing. Quite a doodler.
Yes, she doodled constantly. That's just a nervous habit, though.
I was sort of wondering about that dragon picture. Looks very familiar.
It's an original. I had it sent out from New York.
Yeah? That sure is different.
It was a present for my wife. She never got to see it.
She wasn't with you when you bought it?
No. She didn't even know it existed.
Maybe you'd better look at this.
Letter?
An empty envelope. Addressed to your wife at Yuma. From Myrene Walker. Found it in your wife's purse. From the postmark, she must have gotten it the same day she left Yuma.
Well, what about it?
Turn it over.
All right, but...
You say your wife didn't even know of the existence of that dragon painting, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes,
You
but...
also said she wasn't here at Little Rock Point yesterday.
Yes, I did.
And you've got a lot of explaining to do, Mr. Gilbert. The doodling on this envelope your wife had is an excellent copy of that dragon painting. I think we can prove it's your wife's doodling, Mr. Gilbert.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. And before you start your vacation trip, be sure to ask your Signal dealer for a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns. And a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Bill Johnstone, Mary Lansing, Joe Gilbert, Michael Ann Barrett, Herbert Litton, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Heidt Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Hit and Run.
It was a quiet night for San Francisco, almost too quiet. The fog, drifting in from the Pacific, had hung lazily over the city's streets at first, then settled down heavily, thicker and thicker, blotting out everything. There was something ominous about it, even to an old San Franciscan like Hilary Gaines. And although he wouldn't admit it even to himself, he was wavering. Mildred's nervousness when he'd stopped by to pick her up made it worse. Here it was, he kept telling himself, the moment they'd both been waiting for, planning for, anticipating for so many months. The moment when she'd make the break with her husband once and for all, pack her bag and go away with Hilary. Yet something felt wrong somewhere. Maybe it was the fog, the stillness.
All right, Hilary. I guess we're ready.
Now, put your bags in the back, dear. Did you leave a note?
Yes, he ought to be home any minute.
Oh, probably in a bar somewhere. Come on, let's go. Well, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mildred.
I have the strangest feeling. Somehow, I'm afraid, Hilary.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Afraid of what?
That's just it. I don't know.
Well, neither do I. Come on, get in. Darling, it's just nerves. You're excited.
I don't know. I keep feeling something's going to happen.
Well, something has happened. You've left that no-good husband of yours. You've played nursemaid for 6 years, and now it's over.
Yes, it's over. And what a way to end it. Sneaking off like this, leaving a note on the dining room table.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I might have been more above board.
Oh, forget it, Mildred. You don't owe him a thing.
No, I guess I don't.
Ah.
But maybe I should have had it out with him. Told him I was leaving and wanted a divorce.
Oh.
Hilary, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Oh, for the love of Mike. Mildred, we've had this out a dozen times. Now, I don't want to go over it all again.
I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry. I just didn't know I was going to feel like this.
You're still not sure, huh?
No.
Okay. If you're not sure you want to go through with it, if you want to go back to that no-good heel, I'll take you back.
No, Hilary, I don't want to.
Well, then what do you want?
Well, can't we do it some other way?
As long as you don't know what you want,
You're going back?
Yeah, I'm going to take you back. And if there ever is a next time, make sure you know what you want. Oh, this blasted fog. I can't see.
Slow down, Hilary.
What time is it?
5 to 7.
What time's your husband get home?
7, usually.
All right, we might make it. Now that you're going back, I'd just as soon he didn't see that note.
He's probably home by now. I know it. Oh, Hilary, look out, that man. You hit him.
Here he is, over here. Mildred. Mildred, it's your husband.
Tommy. Oh, Tommy. We've got to get into a hospital.
Wait a minute. Oh, it's too late for that. He's dead.
I told you there was something wrong. Oh, it's my fault, Hilary. It's my fault.
Mildred.
We should never have done this. Ow!
quiet. Listen, Mildred, there's nothing we can do for him now. We've got to get out of here.
What?
People know about us, Mildred. They'll never believe it was an accident. They'll say we killed him on purpose. Come on, I'm going to take you home.
Last Monday, on New Year's Day, practically all cars aged a whole year. Yep, even those shiny 1950s are now last year's models. But the important thing is not a car's age, but how well it runs. Why, many of you who own vintage models are today enjoying better performance than you did a year or 5 years ago. You are if you're powering your cars with Signal Ethyl, the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. After all, Signal Ethyl is engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. And when I say best, I mean best starting, trigger quick on cold mornings. I mean best pickup that apologizes to no one when the traffic signal says go. And I mean best power that rockets you over our king-size western hills in high without balking or pinging. Who worries what year a car was made when you're enjoying driving like that? And you can enjoy it if you just head for a Signal station. See if your car doesn't feel younger, much younger, when you treat it to a tank full of Signal Ethyl.
So you made a decision, didn't you, Hillary? You had a choice and you made it. You figure it's far safer to take a chance on getting caught on a hit-and-run charge than it would be to face the police and the prying neighbors and try to explain that it was pure coincidence that caused you to run down Tommy Hardwick a few blocks from his home. Pure coincidence that you happened to be riding with his wife, Mildred, at the time. Yes, it flashes through your mind during the few seconds you and she stand there in the fog, looking down at him. And you think it over carefully as you drive her back to her home.
You better sit down a minute, Mildred.
Oh. Did it really happen, Hillary?
Huh?
Did we do it? Is he dead?
Now, take it easy, dear. It's going to be all right.
Doesn't seem real. The fog, the silence, looking down at him lying in the street. Oh, Hillary.
Mildred.
Hillary, I can't help it. What have we done?
Now, listen to me, Mildred. We've got to talk.
I can't. I can't think about it anymore.
I said listen to me.
Please, Hillary. Please don't.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. But, darling, you may as well face it. There's only one way out.
Somebody may have seen me.
No one saw us. Now, listen. We've got to play it straight.
What?
Here's what you've got to do.
Hello? Robinson Finance Company, please. Hello? I'd like to speak to Mr. Hardwick, please. This is his wife. He's gone? Well, when did he leave? But that's 2 hours ago. I don't understand. All right, thank you. But you see, I thought Mr. Hardwick might have stopped off at the club on his way home. He's over an hour late now, and he hasn't telephoned. When did you last see him, Ed? But he's never been this late before. Well, I've had dinner ready for an hour. Well, maybe I better, Ed. I'm worried sick.
Mrs. Hardwick?
Yes?
Nolan, police headquarters.
Oh, is something wrong?
Mind if I come in?
No, no. Please, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
What is it, Mr. Nolan?
I've got a tough job, Mrs. Hardwick. Sometimes I think I ought to be in the haberdashery business or something.
Did you come here to tell me that?
No, I came to tell you that...
It's Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something's happened to him.
Can you take it?
Tell me.
He was killed tonight by a hit-and-run driver.
Killed?
Yeah, a man and a woman.
What?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hardwick. Believe me, I'm not going to rest until we hook those two and throw the book at them.
Did you say A man and a woman?
Yeah, in a club coupe, we think. Happened about 8 blocks from here. They ran into him in the fog, stopped, got out and looked him over, and then got back in the car and drove away.
Someone saw them?
Yeah, 2 people saw them. A lady in the apartment on the corner heard the crash and saw them out of her window. Couldn't tell much in the fog, but she gave us something to go on anyway.
What about the other one?
That's what makes us think there's something haywire somewhere. The lady in the corner apartment saw the car that hit your husband pull up alongside a parked car. 2 people got out, ran back, checked the body, and then drove off. 10 seconds later, the lights in the parked car go on, and it drives off, too.
Oh.
Yeah, it surprised me, too. Our prize witness was still sitting in that parked car all the time, and he hasn't showed up yet. Now, but don't worry, Mrs. Hardwick. There isn't much we can do about your husband, but we're sure going to nail that guy and his girlfriend. Well, we'll make the inquest business as easy as possible for you. I'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll.
Okay, I know how you feel. If I were you, I'd call up a friend or something. It's a bum time to be alone.
Thanks.
Good night, Mrs. Hardwick.
Good night. Hillary. Hillary!
I heard it all.
What are we going to do?
The street was wet. They probably got tire
I'm
tracks.
sure they know everything.
Now, wait a minute. That woman in the apartment, she couldn't have seen much in the fog.
What about the...
Yeah, I know. The guy in the parked car.
How will we ever find him?
Don't worry about that, baby. He's probably going to find us.
Yes, Hillary, the man in the parked car is a problem, isn't he? It's obvious he saw everything. He was close enough to even see your license number in the fog. Close enough to hear what you and Mildred said to each other before you drove off. For the next day or two, you can feel the sword hanging over you. But strangely enough, nothing happens. The inquest goes off without a hitch. The woman in the apartment offers nothing in addition to her original statement. You have the dent in your fender repaired, buy 4 second-hand tires, and dispose of the ones on your car. A few more days pass, and you begin to relax a little. Perhaps the man in the parked car has reasons for keeping out of it, being involved as a material witness. Yes, maybe that's it. Then a week later, you're sitting at your desk at the office when...
Yes?
There's a Mr. Baldwin to see you, Mr. Gaines.
Baldwin? I don't know anyone by that name. What does he want?
He says it's about insurance.
Oh, well, tell him I have plenty of insurance.
I did. He says it's extremely
Confound it, I just told... Wait a minute. What kind of insurance?
Just a moment. Accident insurance, Mr. Gaines.
I see. Send him in.
I apologize for intruding, Mr. Gaines. I realize you're a busy man.
Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
To set you straight, Mr. Baldwin, I'm already insured to the hilt. My lawyer advises me I'm covered for all possible contingencies,
Of
and
course. My card, Mr. Gaines.
Oh?
I've been connected for some years with the Valley Indemnity, most reliable company.
I see.
And in addition to the coverage the company offers, I do a little underwriting on the side. You see, although the insurance business is one of our oldest and most venerable professions, we have yet to devise a policy which covers all risks.
What do you mean by that?
The human factor, Mr. Gaines, is one that no one has ever been able to reduce to statistics, and consequently is a risk no company can afford to underwrite.
Please, be specific.
Well, you are obviously a man under pressure, Mr. Gaines. I dare say you're in need of the type of coverage I'm offering at this very moment. You see, I'll protect you from loss resulting from, shall we say, hasty and unwise decisions.
See here, I've had...
Just a moment, Mr. Gaines. To be specific, the decision you and Mrs. Hardwick made the other night at 15th and Maple Streets. I happened to be there at the time, and I said to myself, now there is a man who needs insurance.
I see. And what about the premium?
I thought you'd understand. Of course, I'll write up our customary public liability policy. That doesn't amount to very much. But the premiums on the other coverage run rather high, Mr.
I expect they do.
Shall we say an even $500 for full coverage?
And how long does the coverage last?
I've been thinking for some time about changing my connections. They tell me there are lots of opportunities in South America.
When are you leaving?
Very soon, I hope.
So do I. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I'll buy you a policy. And I hope you're not kidding about South America. How much do you want this time?
$2,000.
I won't pay it.
You would pay it, however, if you had my assurance that this is the last time.
I expect I would.
Very well, you have my word. I'll drop by this afternoon for the cash. Now, an oil well is one of the most profitable of investments, Mr. Gaines, and I'm sure you'll find this venture a wise one, when you consider the future, of course. Oh, by the way, I expect to be leaving next week. $2,300. Congratulations, Mr. Gaines. You are part owner of the Narcissus mine. It's too bad in a way that I've had to postpone my trip to South America until Friday.
You dirty leech, get out of my office.
Now, wait a moment, Mr. Gaines.
I'll kill you.
I knew you'd come to that eventually, so I've made provision for it. You see, I've written a complete account of your and Mildred Hardwick's unfortunate accident at 15th and Maple Streets, to be opened and read publicly in the event of my death.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
I'm pleased to think so. Now, I think it would be rather unwise for you to make another unfortunate decision, don't you? Especially in view of my projected trip to South America.
You're helpless, aren't you, Hillary? There's no way out now. You change inwardly as things go on. What was anger and outrage have turned into fear. But Mr. Baldwin's periodic visits have made quite a dent in your assets, haven't they, Hillary? The day isn't far off when there'll be nothing left to pay him. If you could only get your hands on the account he's written about the hit-and-run accident, the protection he's provided for himself. Yes. You'd kill him if it weren't for that, wouldn't you, Hillary? Then at last you get a lucky break.
I know where it is, Mildred. I found out where it is.
What?
The account he's written. The thing that's going to be opened if he dies.
Where is it?
In a bank on Market Street. I saw him today and followed him. It's in a safe deposit box. I'm sure of it.
What good does that do us?
All right, now, wait a minute. He keeps the key on him. I was standing in the crowd when he took it from his pocket and went into the gate.
Hillary, you're not going...
Never mind, Mildred. Let me make that decision.
You've made that decision already, haven't you, Hillary? You've known for weeks that there was only one way out. And the moment you saw him walk into the safe deposit department in the bank on Market Street, you decided to take the chance. You follow him home a few days later. Note the garage where he keeps his car. Watch him as he walks the block and a half to his apartment on the other side of the street. That's important, isn't it, Hillary? He lives on the other side of the street from the garage. You were careful to notice he wasn't recognized at sight by the clerk at the bank, and gather that he hasn't been in the city long enough to be known. That fits, too, doesn't it? So it's all planned carefully when he called you a few days later.
First of all, Mr. Gaines, I want to impress on you that I have my reservations. I'm leaving Monday for South America.
Yes, of course.
There are a few matters I'd like to clear up before I leave. I must deliver your insurance policy, of course. And then there's the matter of the radium.
Oh, it's radium this time, huh?
Yes, an exploration company I'm incorporating.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you'll want to invest $1,000 or so, Mr. Gaines. I'll call on you sometime tonight. You'll have the money.
Yeah, I'll have the money, but look, if you don't mind, I'd rather call on you. Will you be home tonight?
I expect to be home later in the evening.
What time?
Oh, about 10 or so. Is there some reason for this, Mr. Gaines?
Oh, yes. A very important one. I'll explain when I arrive.
I see. You will be alone, of course.
Of course I'll be alone. You don't think I want to advertise our little private transactions, do you?
No, I'm sure you don't. Very well, Mr. Gaines. I live at 2201 March Way, apartment 308.
That's fine, Baldwin. I'll be there. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes, Hillary, it's all planned, isn't it? At 9 o'clock, you're sitting in the coffee shop across the street from the garage in which Mr. Baldwin leaves his car. You thank your lucky stars for the weather. The fog is rolled in again, making it difficult to see clearly more than 100 feet. Promptly at 9:45, you see his car roll into the garage entrance. 2 minutes later, you're sitting at the wheel of your car, waiting for him to come out. Suddenly you recognize him as he comes out. The plump figure, the rolling walk. You wait until he gets halfway up the block, about to cross, and then...
There's your payment, Mr. Baldwin. He's dead, all right. Now the keys. His wallet. There we are.
Oh, hey, what's happened here?
Oh, officer, I'm afraid.
Let me see.
Yeah, well, it looks like...
Yeah, he's dead. Good thing you stopped. I'd hate to see you pull a hit and run when it was his fault. Dumb pedestrians.
What's that?
I'll have to take your name, of course. You know who he is?
Why, no, I don't.
Yeah, we'll have to check.
Oh, will I be called?
No, don't worry about it, mister. Saw the whole thing. Guy stepped out from behind a parked car in the middle of the block. We won't have to hold you.
That was unexpected, wasn't it, Hillary? You can't help wondering about the unbelievable stroke of luck that night, as you put Baldwin's driver's license before you and practice his signature over and over again. 10 times, 100, 1,000. Finally, you can forge his signature perfectly. You're ready now for your visit to the safe deposit box tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Pardon me. I'm very sorry. Excuse me, please.
Yes, sir?
George Baldwin, box 1438.
Yes, sir. Sign here, please. Do you have your key?
Oh, yes. There you are.
All right. Oh, Baldwin, 1438. Let me see. I have a note here.
What?
Just a moment, please.
Oh.
Yes, here it is. It's about the rental on the box. 3.5, due on the 15th of last month.
Oh, yes. Well, it must have slipped my mind. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. This way, please.
All right.
You can take it in one of those booths over there.
Thank you. Bonds. Cancel checks. Ring. So it may concern to be opened in the event of my death. Let's see. This is to certify that on the night of May 10th, I witnessed a hit-and-run accident at the intersection of 15th and Maple Streets in which 2 men... Oh, thank heaven I've got it. I'm in the clear. They can't touch us now.
You card players have no doubt been hearing and reading about that exciting new version of Canasta called Hollywood 3-Deck Canasta. Now, a 12-page booklet giving complete rules for this fun-filled new game is waiting for you free at any Signal service station. Naturally, these booklets will go fast when even such a card expert as Robert Lee Johnson, the only Pacific Coast member of the National Canasta Laws Commission, says of the game, "You'll never know how much fun cards can be until you've played Hollywood Canasta. This new 3-deck game has completely replaced 2-deck Canasta with all my friends in Hollywood. No wonder leading department stores in 32 states are now selling this booklet. But you needn't pay a cent. If you'd like a copy for yourself or some card-playing friend, they're yours for the asking if you just stop by a Signal station soon. Tomorrow, sure, or even better, tonight. No purchase required, no obligation. Any Signal dealer will gladly give you free a copy of the 12-page booklet on Hollywood 3-Deck Canasta while his supply lasts.
So things are looking up, aren't they, Hillary? It isn't hard to find answers for the routine questions they asked you at headquarters later that day. You obeyed the law to the letter, didn't you? Stopped immediately, did everything you could for the victim, cooperated with the officer. You're sure now that they can't touch you, now that the letter marked "to whom it may concern" is gone, the wallet and the keys disposed of. Mr. Baldwin has been paid off, hasn't he, Hillary? In the only currency he understood. But a week later, when you drop by to see Mildred, you find her a little skeptical.
Hillary, dear, you shouldn't have come. You know we agreed it was best to stay apart until Mr. Baldwin...
Don't worry about Mr. Baldwin, Mildred. I told you he won't be back.
But how can you be sure? He's a chronic liar. Everything he's told you, everything he promised.
I told you he's through. I had it out with him once and for all.
I don't believe it. He'll be back. He won't stop until you've given him every penny you have.
Mildred, honey, will you please forget Mr. Baldwin?
How can I? He's ruined everything we've ever...
Who's that?
I don't know.
Answer it. I'll be in the bedroom.
Hello, Mrs. Hardwick.
Mr. Nolan.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Gaines, if you don't mind.
Mr. Gaines.
Well, he's here. I saw him come in.
Hillary.
Tell him to take his time. I got all evening.
Hillary.
What's the matter?
Just checking further into the accidental death of Mr. Baldwin the other night.
Mr. Baldwin? What?
I thought you'd be surprised, Mrs. Hardwick. Gaines, we found something in Baldwin's pocket that might interest you. Here. The report said you claimed you didn't know him, Gaines. This policy is made out to you.
Why, I guess I didn't recognize him.
Sure.
Well?
Another funny thing. He puts his car in the public garage, locks it, walks out, gets knocked over half a block away, and his keys are gone. Somebody got to him and took them, huh? Somebody who wanted the key to his safe deposit box.
Now, wait a minute. You have no right to
We
come in
know
here.
it was there because there was a notice in his pocket saying payment on the box was overdue.
What's that got to do with me?
Oh. As a matter of fact, we checked the box and found that according to the timestamp on the bank slip, someone impersonating Baldwin visited the box, forged Baldwin's signature, 16 hours after Baldwin was killed.
Now, look, I still don't know why you think
He
that
was shaking you down, wasn't he? Well, wasn't he?
No. Of course not.
We know Baldwin, Mr. Gaines. Been checking on his record during the past few months. We got a good idea he hit you for the biggest bite of all on the night he got killed.
Hillary.
You can't. It's not true.
You better talk fast to a smart lawyer, because when you add a motive like blackmail to accidental death like Baldwin's, you'll get first-degree murder.
No.
You see, a blackmailer is like a hit-and-run artist. The big bite comes just before he skips, and Baldwin was skipping. He had a ticket in his pocket, Mr. Gaines, a ticket on the next ship to South America.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you again that if you want a free copy of that 12-page booklet on the exciting new 3-deck card game, Hollywood Canasta, you'd better stop by a Signal station soon so as not to be disappointed. No purchase required, no obligation. A copy is yours for the asking while the supply lasts. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Gerald Moore, Lurene Tuttle, Ed Begley, Marvin Miller, and Herb Litton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joseph Cochran, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Trademark.
The car, speeding up the rain-swept mountain road, rounded a final curve, then swung in sharply until its headlights pierced through the night to pick up the cabin set well back from the road. As the car skidded to a stop in front of the cabin, the woman at the wheel leaped out and ran for the shelter of the veranda. There, she paused only a moment to catch her breath before pounding heavily on the door.
Open up! Cecile! Open up! Cecile, I'm not going away. You're going to talk to me. Cecile! Oh, Cecile.
Hello, Martha.
You've got to talk to me. You've got to listen.
Oh? I don't have to, but I suppose I shall. All right, come inside. Sit down if you wish.
No, I'd rather stand. Cecile, you've got to understand about that money from the firm.
I believe I understand only too well, Martha. You've embezzled us.
Cecile, I've been very important to your organization up until now.
Up until now, you certainly have. Your ideas for merchandising and promoting cosmetics by Cecile have been superb, Martha. Simply superb.
Then
your inventiveness, development of perfumes, lipsticks, excellent. I'm sure this new lipstick you've worked out will prove a smashing success, a real innovation. However, you've also been stealing us blind.
Please, Cecile.
Sorry. I'm going to discuss the whole thing with Jason in the morning.
But if you do that,
If I do that, you're through. Yes. He's the backer. The money bags. Why, I'd be a confederate, a fellow conspirator if I failed to tell him of your indiscretion with company funds.
You've always hated me, haven't you? Because you've always hated being just a figurehead, a name Cosmetics by Cecile. My ideas have put you on top, and now it's crowded there.
A little. Yes. They can probably accommodate you at the inn in the village, Martha. I can't permit you to stay here.
So that's the way it's going to be.
I'm being kind. You could go to prison. I'll try to talk Jason out of that. Good night, Martha.
Walking out of the cabin, you want to whirl and tear her to bits, don't you, Martha? Yes, but you don't. You know when you've been defeated. And you know, too, as you drive back toward the inn at the village, that you might as well forget it. Might as well drive on back to Los Angeles in your apartment. But somehow you want to think it through, and you decide to stay on the scene. Besides, there's the storm, the rain, and the inn looks warm and inviting as you run your car into the shed garage, pick up your overnight bag, and go inside. The desk clerk is friendly, and they do have a room.
207, Miss Collins. Just sign here.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, the room is at the back of the building, overlooks the alleyway, but
That's
then...
all right. It's all right. The trip was unexpected. See, you have a bar.
Oh, yes, and still open.
Well, I'm cold from the drive. I think I'll have a nightcap.
Go right in, Miss Collins. I'll have the boy take your bags up to the room. You just take your time.
Thank you.
Boy! Oh, boy!
Your mood is far from the cheerful one of the desk clerk, isn't it, Martha? But as you enter the bar, you catch sight of someone you know. Yes, old Sam, the caretaker of Cecile's cabin. As you move across the bar and come closer to Sam,
Yes,
you realize that he's had more than enough drinks, and he's saying some very interesting things.
No, I'm telling you, Mac, I mean it. I mean every word. Now, if I had the chance, I'd kill that Cecile woman. I'd wring her scrawny neck.
All right, Sam, all right. You better hit the road now. Get home, sleep it off, huh?
No, I want another drink.
No, sorry, Sam. The bar's closed as far as you're concerned.
Okay, Mac. Last time I'll show my face in here.
Yeah. oh, I'm sorry, lady. Sorry. What'll you have?
What? Oh, never mind. I guess I don't want a drink after all.
No, Marta, you don't want a drink after all. Because you want your head clear, perfectly clear. Because of the plan that's half formed in your mind. The inspired idea that suddenly places the key to everything right in your hands. Yes, you may still not have to be counted out after all. First step, Marta. The clerk again.
Sorry to bother you, but my room, is it ready now?
Why, yes, Miss Collins, but I thought you were going to have a nightcap. You said...
I know, but I don't feel very well. Must have been the drive. I don't feel well at all.
Oh, yeah, let me help you, Miss Collins. Well, I'll help you upstairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He helps you to your room, doesn't he, Marta? Very concerned. And then he calls the maid, has her stay with you as you get ready to go to bed. And then, to make it all just right...
Maid.
Yes, sir?
Could you tell me, would it be too much trouble for them to bring me some hot broth or toddy or something?
Oh, not at all, miss. I'll tend to it myself right away. Mr. Hensel's very worried about you.
You watch her go, Marta. Smile to yourself. And then ask the obliging woman to sit with you as you drink the warm broth she brings. Then you're ready for the next step.
Oh, it's so much better. I think I can sleep comfortably now.
Of course you can, and you won't be disturbed, ma'am. Mr. Hensel was so sorry he had to give you a back room, but I think they're much quieter.
Oh, I don't mind, but you will remind him I don't want to be disturbed, won't you?
No, you just leave it to me, ma'am. And if there's a thing you want, just anything at all, will you just call the desk?
I will, yes. Thank you.
Good night, ma'am. Sleep comfortable.
You've arranged your alibi, haven't you, Marta? You watch the maid go, then throw back the covers, quickly put on your clothes, and move quietly out into the hall. You slip down the stairs, set the lock in the back door so you can re-enter, then hurry to your car and drive quickly through the storm to Cecile's cabin. Only this time, you go first to the little shack where the caretaker lives. You find the door open, and old Sam lying across his rumpled bed, still fully dressed, but quite sound asleep, snoring loudly. It's the deep stupor-like sleep of the intoxicated. And then you congratulate yourself on a real stroke of fortune. A rifle, Marta, mounted on pegs on the wall. Quickly, you take a pair of gloves from your coat pocket, put them on, and you take the gun down, slip a cartridge into the chamber, step past old Sam, and hurry to the cabin 100 yards away. It's a long chance, Marta, but luck has been with you so far. You hesitate, summoning your nerve for what's ahead. You light a cigarette, move onto the veranda.
Yes.
You
Yes,
freeze
it's
at the
very
sound of
important
Cecile's
that I
voice,
see you.
stand terror-stricken as you realize who she is talking to.
All right, Jason. I'll be expecting you. 10 o'clock sharp.
You breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Jason Weatherby is not with Cecile, but only talking to her on the telephone. You find yourself praying that she doesn't say anything about you. And then...
I have something to tell you, Jason, about Martha Collins. Something surprising. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Goodbye.
You lift the rifle, lay it on the sill of the open French window. At the slight sound, Cecile turns quickly.
Who's there? Goodbye, Cecile.
Martha.
I suppose we could say you counted me out too soon.
The silence tells you that old Sam slept through the sound of the shot just as you expected. You climb through the French window, enter the room. An electric clock gives you another idea, and you unplug the cord and put the clock into Cecile's limp hand. That's all for her, isn't it? And you've completed all but the very final steps, haven't you, Martha? Yes. Hurrying back to old Sam's shack, you're thankful for the rain which washes out your footprints almost as they're made. It'll do the same for your car, won't it? And as you place the rifle near old Sam, you're certain that you've built a perfect case against him. Just one more step now, Martha. Back at the inn, and luck is still with you. You're certain no one saw you leave or return. You're sure your alibi is perfect. And a few minutes after you're again in your room, you clinch it with a phone call to the desk clerk.
The desk clerk?
Hello, Mr. Henson?
Yes, Miss Collins.
I'm sorry to bother you people again, but my room, it's so cold. I'd been sleeping soundly. I woke up just freezing.
Oh, we can send up an electric blanket for you, Miss Collins.
Oh, that would be fine, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, miss. We want everything to be just right for you.
I'm sure you do. And, well, you've all helped me much more than you know.
When you hear a fanfare, you expect an announcement, something new, something important. Well, tonight, Signal announces something excitingly new, something of major importance to every car owner. A new motor oil, so completely different, so vastly improved, it actually reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. It's true. New Signal Premium Motor Oil is the result of years of research involving new scientific techniques never before available to the petroleum industry. Scientific techniques which are actually able to measure, at the very instant it happens, exactly how much wear takes place under every different driving condition and at all rates of speed. Then engineers set out to develop new compounds, new lubricating qualities, to reduce wear under not just one, not just two, but under all driving conditions and speeds. Now this amazing new product is ready for you at Signal service stations. The new Signal Motor Oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Well, Martha, it's all fallen into place, hasn't it? From the moment when Cecile Dumas thought that she would ruin you by reporting your thefts to the head of the cosmetics firm, until now, when Cecile lies dead in her cabin, a victim of a shot from her caretaker's hunting rifle. You've managed it all with a perfect alibi setup, every sort of proof that you weren't out of your hotel room. And old Sam, Cecile's caretaker, was overheard making threatening reports to the hotel barkeeper. It's going to be a perfect case against him, isn't it? And now all you must do is complete the bluff, Martha. The next day is sunny, and you begin the morning by hurrying down to the village train depot, waiting for Jason Weatherby's train to come chugging into view.
Jace! Oh, Jace, over here!
Well, Martha, my girl, how are you?
I'm just fine, Jace. And you?
Oh, not too lively. Train always tires me out, you know. Nice of you to come down and meet me. You needn't have bothered.
It's a long way to Cecile's cabin. Come along, my car's right over there.
Right. Martha.
Uh-huh?
Tell me, what's this all about? Do you know? I mean, Cecile, what's on her mind?
You don't know?
Haven't been able to pry a thing out of her. I was talking to her last night.
Oh?
Oh, she said it was something important. We had to get together right away. You know, don't you, Martha?
Uh-huh. It's a secret.
How long have you known this secret?
Oh, for days and days.
Well, I've never known any woman who could keep a secret more than 12 hours.
Oh, you...
Come on, let's go straight up to Cecile's cabin.
on, eh? She doesn't answer.
Suppose she's still asleep?
Well, could be. You know how Cecile loves to sleep late. Come on, let's go around to the patio. The French windows might be open. Oh, we're in luck. They are open.
Good. I'll see you, Martha.
Thank you.
What you say we raid the kitchen, eh? I could use some breakfast.
Good idea. Come on, let's...
Martha, what's the matter? What? Oh, good Lord. Cecile. Cecile.
Jace, what happened to her?
Martha, she's dead.
Dead? Oh, Jace.
Now, easy, my girl, easy. Better sit down.
I'll be all right. Jeez, how horrible.
She's been shot.
Shot? An accident?
Well, I don't see the gun around anywhere.
You mean it was...
Well, she must have been standing right here when it happened. You see, when she fell, she knocked those things off the desk. The clock, too, pulled the cord out of the wall plug.
Yes. Stopped a few minutes after 10.
Wait a minute. Must have happened right after I got through talking to her on the phone. I called her at 10.
Oh, was she alone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, what did she say? I mean, was she expecting anyone?
Oh, not that I know of. We just talked about my coming up here and about you and that surprise.
Oh, well, it's only a new lipstick I've perfected, that's all.
Oh, Cecile just went on to complain about things in general. You know, the plant and the place here, Sam, the caretaker,
Jace.
and... What?
Sam, where do you suppose he is? Strange he didn't hear the shot. Let's investigate.
Say, that's right. Come on, let's see if we can find him.
This way, Jace. His cabin's around back.
Uh-huh.
Of course, he might not have been around last night when it happened.
That's possible. According to Cecile, he spent a lot of time in the village, nearly every evening, visiting the bar.
Oh, Jace, look, his cabin door, it's wide open.
So it is. Sam! Oh, Sam! Sam, are you...
Jace, he's not.
No.
Oh.
No, just asleep.
Whew.
Sound asleep.
Look on the floor at the foot of the bed. A gun.
Yes. I wonder...
Jace, what are you going to do?
I've got to wake him up. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Oh, no, wait a minute. He might be dangerous. I think we better call the sheriff.
Yeah, you're right, Martha. Yes, we'd better call the sheriff.
Your little plan is functioning smoothly, isn't it, Martha? Everything falling neatly into place. And with the arrival of the sheriff, the case against Sam begins to take shape. You listen to the questioning. Poor, bewildered Sam, so very vague about his movements last night, remembering very little, admitting he'd been drinking heavily. Finally, it's over, and the sheriff takes him away for further questioning. Late that afternoon, as you sit on the veranda of the inn with Jason, the sheriff joins you.
Were you at Cecile Dumar's cabin last night, Miss Collins?
No, I talked with her on the phone before I left town. When I got here, the weather was so bad I didn't go to the cabin.
Mm-hmm. You came straight to the inn?
Yes. I retired early, about 9 or so.
Yes, we found that out from the desk clerk and the maid. But you were in the bar around 8 o'clock?
Yes, I was.
Sam was there, too, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe he was.
The bartender tells me Sam was in a very ugly mood. Actually threatened to kill Cecile Dumar. In his own words, he was going to wring her neck one of these days.
He said that, Sheriff?
Yes. And the bartender remembered you being there at the bar, too, Miss Collins. Thought you might have overheard Sam make that statement.
Why, no.
Okay. You wouldn't be wanting to protect Sam, would you? Maybe you don't think he did it.
Well, I don't know. We're sending Sam to the gas chamber. It's not going to bring Cecile back. Poor, sweet, dear Cecile.
Now, Martha, easy, easy.
Sorry, Jason, sorry.
Well, I guess the bartender's word will be good enough. Thank you, Miss Collins.
Sheriff, you really think Sam's your man? That he killed Cecile?
Well, Mr. Weatherby, there doesn't seem to be much doubt about it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It was Sam's gun that killed her.
Yeah.
No other fingerprints were on the gun. No, sir, there's no doubt at all.
You spend the rest of the day in the quiet of your room, in seclusion, don't you, Martha? Grieving over the loss of your dear friend, Cecile Dumar. And you're confident that you're in the clear, that Sam, the old caretaker, will be convicted of the murder. Then that evening, shortly before you're to meet Jason for dinner, you stroll into the cocktail lounge, and you're sitting there sipping a martini when someone slides into the booth.
Hello.
Hello.
Mind if I join you? My name's Fuller, Ned Fuller.
Well, I don't seem to remember.
No, we've never met before. Miss Collins?
Oh, you know me.
Do I? Yes, I know you very well. Very, very well.
What does that mean?
Well, it so happens I'm a private detective.
How nice.
And I know a lot of things about you.
Such as?
Oh, you're 28. You've been married and divorced once. You've been with Cecile's Cosmetics for 5 years. Now a partner in the firm. And you've been dipping into the till. Ah, you spilled your drink.
See here, what do you mean
Don't
I've been
look
dipping
so
into the...
shocked. And don't try to deny it. You see, I'm the guy who found out you were copying the company dough.
You?
Uh-huh. Cecile Dumar hired me.
I see.
Don't you think we should continue this discussion elsewhere? In private?
All right. Let's go upstairs. So you see, Mr. Fuller, it was all arranged. I talked it over with Cecile before I left town. She wasn't going to say anything, and I was going to pay back the money, every cent of it.
Well, that was nice of Cecile, wasn't it? Mind if I fix myself another drink?
Oh, no, let me.
No. You just sit right here. I'll manage.
All right, Mr. Fuller.
Make it Ned,
Ned?
That's better. You know, I'm glad we had this little chat.
So am I.
I really saved you a lot of trouble. After all, if I'd told the sheriff about all this, well, he'd been around with a lot of questions. Embarrassing questions.
Yes, I know.
The motive, you know. After all, she could have sent you to prison.
Of course, but as I told you...
Yes. You two girls had it all straightened out.
Yes. Sit down, Ned.
Thanks. You have a cigarette?
On the table right there at your elbow.
No, thanks. This is interesting.
What is?
It's the same brand.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I didn't tell you. You see, I found a cigarette stub on the porch of Cecile's cabin.
Oh?
The way I'd figured it, the killer must have smoked it while waiting there on the veranda by the French windows for Cecile to show up.
I see.
And the brand name on that cigarette is the same as this one.
Well, this happens to be Cecile's brand, too. It might have been her cigarette. She could have tossed it out the window, you know. It's the standard brand. Anyone might have smoked it.
Say, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that figures.
Besides, I wasn't near the cabin last night. I went to bed here about 9 o'clock. The desk clerk and the maid can tell you that.
You know, I'm glad I didn't go to the sheriff.
So am I, Ned. And I won't be unappreciative.
That...
Of course, it'll be a while yet before I'm able to get my hands on some cash.
Sure it will. Time will take care of that, huh? I was worried about money now.
You know, Ned, I think we're going to get along very well. The two of us.
I think you have something there.
Ned. No. Yes, I'm sure we're going to get along very well together.
When I told you that Signal's amazing new motor oil actually cuts in half engine wear due to lubrication, that was only half the story. Here's what half as much engine wear means to your car's performance, to your budget. By reducing engine wear 50%, new Signal Premium Motor Oil will keep that like-new pep and power in your motor twice as long. 50% reduction in engine wear means that if your car is not already an oil eater, new Signal Premium will double the period during which you'll continue to enjoy low oil consumption. 50% reduction in engine wear means that new Signal Premium will keep gasoline mileage up, maintenance costs down. Yet this wonderful new Signal lubricant gives you all these extra benefits at no increase in price.
good reason to get your next oil change at a Signal service station. Change to Signal's amazing new motor oil that reduces engine wear 50%. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
The threat is gone now, isn't it, Marta? With a kiss. Yes, from the moment Ned Fuller, the private detective, took you in his arms, you were certain he wouldn't talk to the sheriff, tell him what he knew about the money you'd stolen from Cecile's cosmetics, or turn over the cigarette stub. Your cigarette, Marta, the one you so carelessly dropped on the porch of Cecile's cabin the night you killed her. You're sure you're in the clear now, aren't you? Yes, you're certain of that. And the following morning, as you pack your bags, there's a knock on the door of your room at the inn.
Good morning, Miss Collins.
Oh, Sheriff, morning.
Mind if I come in?
No, of course not. I'm just getting my things ready. I'm going back to the city this morning.
No, I'm afraid you're not, Miss Collins.
Oh, what?
You were lying when you said you weren't at the cabin the night your friend Cecile Dumas was murdered. You see, a new clue was turned up.
New clue?
Yes, a cigarette stub.
Well,
It was found on the porch of Miss Dumas' cabin.
Well, that means nothing. I smoked several when Jason and I discovered the body.
I know, we found those too. But the one I'm talking about was left before the murder. You see, it was rain-soaked. And it stopped raining at 12 o'clock that night. We believe it's yours.
Oh, now, really, Sheriff. Well, a lot of people smoke my brand of cigarettes. Cecile did, as a matter of fact.
We know that, Miss Collins.
Besides, what possible motive could I have had?
I don't think we'll have too much trouble establishing a motive. You see, we've already talked to a private detective named Fuller.
Ned Fuller? Mm-hmm. Oh, Sheriff, Ned's... Well, let's say that Ned's a friend of mine.
Perhaps, Miss Collins. But he was also in love with Cecile Dumas.
Ned was in love with Cecile?
Yes. They were planning on being married.
Married?
Yes.
But he...
Oh, that kiss, Miss Collins? That's why we're so sure that cigarette stub is yours. You see, we had the lipstick on it analyzed. According to your partner, Mr. Weatherby, you not only invented this lipstick, you're the only person in the world who has it.
Then Ned was...
That's right. The only reason Ned Fuller kissed you was to match up the rare lipstick in the cigarette stub with the lipstick you used. And that trademark of yours, Miss Collins, is going to put you in the gas chamber.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you this about the amazing new Signal Premium Motor Oil, which reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. It's available only at independent Signal service stations from the same friendly dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Betty Lou Gerson, Joe Gilbert, John Stevenson, Bruce Payne, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Man on the Run.
It's night, but the usually quiet countryside near Connorsville is far from quiet. The man on the run could hear the sharp, baying cry of the dogs as he pushed through the marsh waters and darted behind a protective growth, drew back into the shadows, panting and fighting for breath as he peered out, saw the unmistakable glint of moonlight on a sheriff's badge, and knew that only a few feet away from him, calling out orders, was an officer of the law, determined, persistent. You wonder if it's all over, don't you, Corey? If the dogs will somehow catch the scent, even though the marsh water has helped you so far. You'll be caught if the dogs change their course, and let the sheriff and his troopers know how very close they are. You wait, frenzied and afraid, and listen as someone approaches the sheriff.
Right, who's there?
Just me, Sheriff.
Oh.
I got the farmer joining here. Wondered what's up.
Robbery. Ainsford's place up on the hill.
Oh.
The old lady surprised the thief, tried to stop him. But he shot her down with her own gun.
She's dead, old Mrs. Ainsford?
Well, she sure is. We'll get him. Got away into this marsh here.
You've got the dogs covering it?
Uh-huh. Servant there on the place, so I'm run in.
Dogs will have trouble, won't they? All this water.
Well, it's not making it any easier for them. But my men are fanning out, surrounding the swamp.
Poor old Miss Ainsford. Why, I was talking to her only the other day. Never could see why she didn't have her niece or somebody staying with her.
I know. Just the servant and the chauffeur.
The chauffeur was away, too, tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
And the servant, did he get a look at the man, Sheriff? A good look? So that you know who he is?
No, that's one thing against us. We don't know the killer, but we'll get him. I say, those dogs are working fine. This would happen in one of the few really heavy marsh areas in California.
And the woods adjoining. Won't be easy, Sheriff. Sure like to help.
Why, you knew Mrs. Ainsford pretty well?
Sure did. Sold her that house when she moved here. That's why you're facing this marsh problem right now. She liked it. Reminded her of the swamps down south.
Oh? Well, I'll settle for good solid ground, thank you. Especially when I'm conducting a manhunt. Guess I'd better get over there.
I'll go along if you don't mind.
All right, come ahead. Oh, but be careful. This man's desperate. He's dangerous.
Yes, Corey, you are desperate, aren't you? With the only relief you can feel resting in the sheriff's remark that they don't know who the killer is. They will know, won't they? And soon, you're certain of that. Yes. Just as soon as they begin to wonder where the chauffeur is. Search his room. Your room, Corey. They'll find the packed suitcase. Realize that you had to run when old Mrs. Ainsford interrupted your planned theft. They'll be able to put two and two together very quickly. And it will add up to Corey Evans, wanted for murder.
I've got to get away. Got to get away.
The train.
I can only make it.
Yes, Corey, it's a chance, your only chance. And you start off toward the railroad tracks, running, half stumbling through the trees and the brush. And then you break into the clear and hurry alongside of the tracks, praying that it's a freight train, that it's moving slowly enough. And then...
Hey, stop in the name of the law. Put your hands up, you.
I'll put him up all right.
Oh, you don't... All right, come on, get up. Get up, on your feet.
Sure.
Come on.
What's this all about?
Never mind that. You ran out of the marsh, didn't you?
I thought I saw somebody looking for a killer, you know.
Sure are. You.
Now, wait a minute.
I suppose you weren't running. But you didn't try to knock me out. Come on, you might as well tell you're explaining to the sheriff.
Oh, you get away. I tell you, I did see somebody.
Listen, I wasn't born yesterday. You got any identification?
Sure. Oh, wait a minute. This has slipped out of my pocket. Probably around the ground here.
You didn't drop anything, buddy. Come on, let's get going.
You look up at him, Corey. See the glaring light of the approaching southbound train. It is a freight. And the deputy looking toward it momentarily is blinded a little by the light. Quickly, your hand clutches at some sand and gravel, and you hurl it full into his face. The train starts past. You leap for the open door of a boxcar.
I made it. I made it.
Yes, Corey, you've made it. And luckily it's headed south toward Denton, the next town where your girlfriend lives. You're sure she'll help you. You'll have to drop off there anyway, won't you, Corey? Because even the darkness of this boxcar won't mean very much when that deputy gets a report back to the others and they phone ahead about you. You finally lean out, see that you're approaching the outskirts of Denton. You slip off the train, straighten your clothes as best you can, and calmly walk down the main street of the town to a movie theater and approach the ticket window.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
I wanted to talk to Jenny. How come she's not selling tickets?
Oh, Jenny wasn't feeling well. I sent her home.
Oh, I see. Yeah, thanks. Jenny. Jenny.
Yes?
Jenny, it's me. It's Corey.
Corey, what do you want?
Please, Jenny, let me in. I gotta talk to you.
Go away. You shouldn't have come here.
I said now let me in.
I don't want to talk to you. I heard all about it.
What'd you hear?
I heard it all just now on the radio. You killed her tonight. An old woman.
Quiet, will you? You don't understand. Jenny, we've meant a lot to each other. You gotta help me now.
I won't. You always said you'd take that money. Now you've done it. But you've also taken a life. Poor Mrs. Ainsford. She never hurt anybody.
You be quiet, Jenny.
Let go of me. Let go. I'm sick.
I didn't get any money, Jenny. She surprised me. I had to run.
So they said on the radio. You're a fugitive.
I need some money. Where's your purse?
I'm not giving you anything. I won't help a fugitive.
Give me that purse.
No.
Give it to me, I said. Keep quiet or you get worse. Nothing in here, huh?
I told you there's nothing. I'm glad.
All right, listen to me, Jenny. I'm not giving up. You are going to help. You got a telephone here, haven't you?
Yes, it's right over there, but...
Come on. I'm going to call the theater where you work.
Theater?
Get on the phone, Jenny. I'll tell you what to say. You're going to ask a little favor of your boss.
No.
You heard me. Go on, get to that phone, dial that number.
It won't do you any good. It won't, Corey.
Here, dial. Tell him you need some money. A relative or somebody, a doctor bill to meet you. Want an advance on your salary down there. See?
Corey, you're a fool. He'll come here.
Tell him not to. Tell him you'll come after it.
But I'm sick, Corey. I can't. Hello, Mr. McLean? This is Jenny.
Good girl. Go on, put the bite on him.
Well, yes, I'm all right. Just a bad cold. What?
Sick relative. Tell him about the sick relative.
Well, Mr. McLean, I've got to ask a favor of you.
Yeah.
There's a relative of mine, my cousin. He needs some money for medical attention. Quite a bit of money.
That's it.
I was wondering if I could get an advance on my salary. What? Well, I don't know.
$100, tell him.
Well, would $100 be too much to loan me? What? Yes, Mr. McLean. All right, I'll wait.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's just going to check, see how much he has on hand.
Okay. If it has to be less, that's all right, too, Jenny.
This is the last thing I'll ever do for you, Corey.
What do you think? Maybe you might even come along with me when I leave this burg.
You'd have to drag me.
Yeah, I might even arrange that. What's keeping that guy?
I told you. He said he had to look in the safe and check the receipt.
Look, if either of you try to pull anything on
How
me-
can I do it?
I don't know, but I don't... Hang up. Don't answer it.
Jenny? Oh, Jenny? The landlady. Oh, it's no use, Corey. She...
Tell her to go away. Tell her you're sick. Go on!
Hi, I'm sick, Mrs. Jams. What do you want?
There's something wrong with most of the refrigerators, dear. I wondered if I could come in and take a look at yours.
No. Tell her to beat it. Come back in the morning. Tell her.
Could you come back in the morning, Mrs. Jams? I really don't want to get up.
Well, I suppose so. Very well, I'll come in tomorrow.
There's something fishy. Something wrong out there.
Corey, you might as well give up. You won't get away with it with killing somebody.
Come on, open up, young lady, right now. This is the police.
Announcers are always giving you good reasons for buying this or trying that. But tonight I'd like to suggest that you try something just for the fun of it. Try just one tankful of Signal Ethyl, just for the sheer fun it will put into your driving. Experience the fun of seeing how quickly Signal Ethyl makes even cold engines spring to life the instant you touch the starter. Feel the fun of having the back of your seat nudge you forward as Signal Ethyl's peppy pickup steps your car proudly out front. And hear the fun of hushed, obedient power as Signal Ethyl floats you in high over hills that used to call for shifting. Oh, sure, you can get along with less fun than you get from the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. But wouldn't you like to know just how smartly your car will perform on the super fuel that's engineered to get the best out of any car of any age? In short, wouldn't you, just for fun, like to fill up next at a Signal station with Signal Ethyl?
It's a dread, frightening moment, isn't it, Corey? After killing old Mrs. Ainsford, your employer, in an unsuccessful attempt to rob her, now with the police pounding on the door of your girlfriend's room, you wonder if your frenzied flight has been to no avail, if they'll break in, drag you off to jail and certain death. It's been a terrible few hours, hasn't it, Corey? The chase through the swamp near Connorsville, the struggle with the sheriff's deputy, your train ride to Denton, and the argument with Ginny, your girl today. She doesn't want to help, does she? No one does. You're certain that the police are here because the manager of the theater recognized you when you asked for Ginny. After hearing the newscast, he must have informed the police. And now he's stalled Ginny on the telephone, giving the police time to get here. And it all means something else, doesn't it, Corey? Yes. It means that your description and identity are well known by now. Corey Evans, the man wanted for murder. But there's still a chance, isn't there, Corey? The window and the fire escape. Only you can get another start on him.
Open up, lady. We'll break in if you don't.
Stall him, Jenny, please.
You're low and contemptible. I won't help you anymore.
Okay, Jenny, don't help me. But I haven't lost yet, not when there's a fire escape. So long, sweetheart.
You move to the window, raise it higher, and step out. At the second floor level, you stop short. See a police car parked on the other side of the street. You're trapped, aren't you, Corey? Suddenly, you hear a voice coming through the half-open window at your elbow. You look inside the lighted room. It's empty. As you drop inside the bedroom, you can hear the sound of an electric razor close by. Catch a glimpse of a man standing before the bathroom mirror. Close the window. Your eyes wander around the room and finally settle on the wallet lying on the night table.
10, 15, 25, 30, 40 bucks. That'll do just fine.
The phone startles you, doesn't it, Corey? You jump back, step quickly into a closet, and leave the door slightly ajar.
Hello? Oh, yeah, Betty, yeah. Well, I tried to reach you earlier, but... Huh? No, I won't be able to make it tonight, honey. Business. Look, I gotta think of the airline. Okay, so I just got one beat-up C-47 to my name. But to me, it's an airline. Or at least the start of one. Oh, I gotta fly down to San Diego. I'm leaving in another hour. Oh, I can't put it off, Betty. A contract's a contract. Yeah, Benson and Hewitt Company, flying some new equipment for 'em. Well, you know, old man Benson, he wouldn't hold still for... Oh, but... Yeah, but look, baby, I... Hello? Hello? Okay, guess so. What a day.
You can't help smiling, can you, Corey? As you watch him walk back to the bathroom, mumbling to himself. Then, with his wallet safely tucked away in your pocket, you tiptoe across the room, slip out the apartment door, hurry downstairs, step into an empty linen room, wait until you're certain the police have left, and then walk quickly to the bus depot.
When's the next bus due in?
Well, that depends on which way you're heading, mister.
South.
Well, let me see. There's a bus due in 10 minutes. Farmington, Delhaven.
Delhaven, yeah.
Okay. Yep, here you are. That'll be $1.20. Hey, mister.
Never mind. Forget it.
The police car pulling up in front of the bus station starts you on the run again, doesn't it, Corey? You slip out the side door, spring down the darkened street, and finally blocks away, stop long enough to catch your breath. It's not going to be easy getting out of Denton, is it? The police are watching the bus station. They'll be at the train depot, too. You're certain of that. And then an idea hits you. You pull the wallet from your pocket. The wallet you picked up in the apartment earlier. The identification shows that it belonged to Charles Trent. Charlie, who told his girlfriend that he was flying down to San Diego. Yes. You recall that it was for the Benson Hewitt Company. It's a chance, isn't it, Corey? You'll have to use another name, any name. But other than that, it will just take a phone call. Huh?
Charles Trent?
Yeah, that's right.
This is Mr. Cartwright, J.B. Cartwright. I'm with the Benson Hewitt Company.
Oh, yes, Mr.
Cartwright.
Cartwright, yeah.
Just got through talking with Benson. He wants me back in San Diego right away.
Oh, is that so?
Mr. Benson said since you're flying down there tonight, I might...
Come along with me? Well, sure thing, Mr. Cartwright.
Good. Let me see. You're leaving at 11, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, I don't have to leave right on the dot.
Mm-hmm. 10:40 now. How long is it going to take me to get out to the field?
Are you calling from town?
Yeah, the corner of Center and Pringle.
Oh. Well, it shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes or so. Just turn off the main highway 3 miles past Denton at the signal service station.
Yeah, I know. See you at 11, Charlie.
You know the place, don't you, Corey? Yes, Groves Field. A small private airport just a few miles away. Perfect, isn't it? and you're sure the police won't be watching there. You enter a sandwich shop, order, and as you sip your coffee, you can't help overhearing the conversation of the waitress and the truck driver sitting next to you.
Yeah, well, that's what Gus said. I don't know. He ran into a roadblock on the way in, a few miles back at the top of the grade.
That's so? Who are the cops looking for?
Some guy who knocked off an old lady over in Cornersville, but they really got a dragnet up for him. I'd say he ain't got a chance.
Why'd he knock off the old dame? Dough?
What else? Only he almost got grabbed. Had to skip out without getting a dime.
Yeah, I hope they get him.
Oh, don't worry, they will, sooner or later. More coffee?
Yeah, half a cup. I gotta shove off in a few minutes.
Okay.
The cops hold me up for any time at that roadblock, I'm gonna have trouble keeping on schedule.
How about you, mister? More coffee?
No, thanks. I'm in a hurry. I take care of the coffee.
Yeah, it sure does, mister.
A roadblock, Corey. It complicates things, doesn't it? But you've got to get through somehow and reach the airfield. Then a solution hits you. The truck driver. You hurry out to his truck, unfasten the rear canvas, slip inside, and wait. In a minute, the truck is racing south along the highway. And then as it starts up the grade, you know the roadblock is not far ahead. As the truck slows down for the climb, you let yourself off. Start running across the open field to avoid the patrolman. A few minutes before 11, you arrive at the airport. Find a man in coveralls tinkering with one of the engines of a tired-looking C-47.
Hello there.
Oh, howdy.
Charlie Trent around?
Nope. Can I help you? I'm his partner.
My name is Cartwright. I'm with Benson Hewitt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, glad to know you. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Cartwright?
No. See, I'm making the trip, too.
Oh? Charlie didn't say nothing about any passengers.
I told him just a while ago. Mr. Benson suggested it.
Oh, I didn't mean it wasn't okay with me, Mr. Cartwright. Only if I'd known, I'd have fixed up a seat for you. Not much room in there with the cargo we're hauling.
That's all right. I'll manage.
Yeah, not much of a trip down to San Diego anyway. Over before you know it.
Sure.
You been working for Benson Hewitt very long?
No.
We think old Mr. Benson's quite a guy.
Yeah, I think he's fine. Good man to work for.
Yeah, and a good man to do business with. You're a salesman, that it?
Well, I'm more of a field representative.
I guess you do business all over the state of California.
That's right, yeah. What do you do for excitement around here? It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, sure is. Charlie makes out. Kind of a Romeo, he thinks.
Yeah?
Me? I'm getting old. I just listen to the radio.
Oh?
News, mostly. Been too busy loading the plane tonight, though. What's the word today?
Same old stuff. Higher taxes again.
Well, guess I better get up front, warm up the ship. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. You think Charlie will be along soon?
Sure. Any minute now.
You stand by, watch the mechanic as he climbs aboard the plane, warms up the engine. The minutes drag by, and the nervousness within you mounts. You're anxious to get away, aren't you, Corey? Yes. And you keep glancing at your watch. 11:15. 11:20. And no sign of Charlie Trent.
Can't understand what's holding him up, Mr. Cartwright. He's generally right on time.
Maybe if you phoned his apartment.
Nah, he wouldn't be there now. I got a hunch.
Yeah?
Maybe I do know what's keeping him.
Oh?
Dame, his girlfriend.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Charlie had a date with her tonight. I know he was kind of worried about breaking it. Oh, here he comes now.
What?
That convertible coming across the strip. That's Charlie's car.
Oh, at last, huh?
Okay, Mr. Cartwright, let's hop aboard. We'll be airborne before you know it.
Fine. That's just fine.
Assuming that the tires on your car are guaranteed, let me ask you a question. In case of tire failure, where would you have to go to get an adjustment on that guarantee? Would you have to go back to the same store where you bought the tire? or to a limited number of outlets in a limited number of cities, open perhaps only during daytime business hours? Not so if your tires are Lee tires. No, indeed. Regardless of where you buy Lee tires, you can drive into any signal station throughout the 7 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, and they'll cheerfully make good on the Lee guarantee. Or if you're traveling east, you can stop at any of 19,000 Lee tire dealers throughout the entire country, and they'll honor the famous double guarantee on Lee Super Deluxe passenger tires. Guaranteed 15 months against all road hazards, guaranteed for life against defects in workmanship and materials. Well, friends, I don't need to tell you what a satisfaction it is to know your tires are backed by such a generous guarantee that follows you wherever you drive. And this extra satisfaction can be yours at no extra cost if you'll just make sure your next tires are Lee tires, bought from any Lee tire dealer or Signal service station.
You congratulate yourself, don't you, Corey, as you follow the mechanic aboard the plane. Settle yourself as comfortably as you can. In almost no time, you're certain you'll be in San Diego, where you can use the wallet you stole from Charlie Trent to establish a new identification. You can use the money, too, after you've escaped the police dragnet. Suddenly, the plane's engines are turned off. A few moments later, Charlie Trent comes aboard, followed by an officer in uniform.
Hello, Mr. Cartwright.
Hello. You must be Charlie Trent.
That's right. And this is Sergeant Stratton, Highway Patrol. Now, Sergeant, this man fits the description of that killer Corey Evans pretty well, doesn't he?
May I see your identification, Mr. Cartwright?
Identification?
Maybe you don't have any, huh?
Well, now, see here. What's the meaning of
all
all...
right, hold it, you two. Your identification, Mr. Cartwright.
Well, you see, officer,
Oh, save it, Evans. We just talked to Mr. Benson on the phone in the airport office. He never heard of Mr. Cartwright.
You called Benson?
I had to get him to identify me.
Identify you?
Yeah. You know, you almost got away with this. I never would have called Benson, but when the police stopped me at the roadblock back there and asked to see my identification, well, I didn't have any. You see, somebody stole my wallet.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, the USO, which serves as a home away from home for our boys in uniform, is one of the many worthy services you'll be helping this year when you contribute to the current Community Chest campaign. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Gigi Pearson, Bill Boucher, Larry Dobkin, Joe Gilbert, Herbert Litton, and Britt Wood. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled 3 - 1 = Murder, in which an excitingly beautiful young woman turns an accidental meeting into the prelude for a bold murder scheme. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you you do go farther with Signal. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Danger is a beautiful blonde.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Danger is our next-door neighbor through all the days of our lives. And sometimes we meet it in a most casual way. Take, for instance, Van Stevens, young, unmarried, an engineer with a construction company, temporarily employed on a defense job in a small coast city, and bored in his strange surroundings. It started casually that Saturday night after he came out of the movie. It was early, a beautiful night, and he had no desire to go back to the drab hotel room just yet. But there was no place else to go, so he just strolled down the main street of town, slowly, leisurely, pausing on a corner to light a cigarette and puff it slowly. He noticed the car because it was one of those big, slick-looking convertibles, the kind he wanted when the war ended. The second time it went by slowly, he saw her. She was very nice. Young, blonde, lovely. He waited. Back around the block she came, and this time she pulled up to the curb near him and stopped.
Hello?
Hello.
You've opened the door before, no doubt.
Oh. In other words, isn't it a beautiful night for a drive?
Well, isn't it?
Yes. That's what I said.
You weren't going somewhere important?
No, not at the moment. In fact, I was faced with a rather gloomy prospect of going back to a lonely hotel room. And it is a beautiful night for a drive. I suppose it was on the golf course at Biarritz?
What?
Where we met.
That's as good a place as any.
Yeah, only I've never been there. But I have a good imagination. I remember so well those evenings at Monte Carlo when you'd say to me, Van, you must sit beside me at the casino tonight. You'll bring me luck. You called me Van in those days, remember? Never Mr. Stevens. And I used to call you... what was it I used to call you?
Well, it might have been darling, mightn't it?
Yes, might have been at that. Or maybe the mystery woman. Beautiful, fascinating, and unpredictable. Especially unpredictable.
That's not very flattering, Mr. Stevens. You might have said especially beautiful.
Yes, I might have. And meant it. Okay, you win. You're not only beautiful and fascinating and unpredictable, but you're too fast a worker for me. How come?
How come what?
All this.
You're not happy about taking a drive with me, Mr. Stevens?
I'm delirious, but why me?
Well, you're not unattractive, you know.
Yeah, but, baby, didn't your mother ever warn you about picking up strange men on the street?
My mother was rather unusual, Mr. Stevens. And she taught me that when I wanted something, there was only one thing to do. Go out and find it.
Okay. Who's kicking? Drive on, baby. Drive on.
Well, Van, you never know what's going to happen to you on a Saturday night in a strange town, do you? You relax on the upholstered seat of the convertible and watch this blonde young lady as she drives. It's just about too good to be true, especially when she pulls up in front of a beautiful home close to the sea, a regular mansion, and says,
Would you like a drink?
You're driving.
Come on. We'll go in.
This is the swankiest roadhouse I ever saw.
It's not a roadhouse. I live here. Come on.
Inside, it's even more unbelievable. This layout cost $100,000 anyway. There's probably twice that on the walls and art treasures. And as she helps you out of your topcoat van, you say,
Not a bad little place to hang a hat.
We like it.
Probably have 2 or 3 more scattered around the country.
No, just a cabin up at Anderson Lake.
I gather you're not worrying much about any wolves howling at your door.
Not that kind, anyway.
Touche. Hey, isn't that a Picasso?
Oh, you're interested in art, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, at times, yeah.
Well, then perhaps you'd like to take a look around. We have some very nice paintings scattered all over the house.
You think we can find our way without a guide?
There's no one else here, that's what you mean. We have only one servant left, and this is her night off.
Cozy, isn't it? Whole place to ourselves. All 50 rooms.
Oh, it's not that bad. We'll take a look as soon as we have that drink I promised you.
The tour starts. Room after room of rich furnishings. Only you're not thinking so much about the beauty on the walls, but more about the beauty walking beside you. Finally, you're standing in her room and she's saying,
I did this one all by myself. I studied interior decoration.
Very nice.
You're not looking at the room, Mr. Stevens.
I don't have to see a beautiful sight.
Thank you. May I excuse myself for just a minute?
Sure. Take your time.
So you relax on the satin-upholstered chaise longue. If this is a dream, you say to yourself, just let me go on dreaming forever. And then you open your eyes again, and there she is. But she's changed her clothes.
Sorry to take so long.
Okay. I see you changed into something more comfortable, as they say in the movies.
You like it?
What man wouldn't, baby? Nice perfume you're wearing.
You like it?
I like everything about you.
I'm glad.
Come here. I like that, too.
You're not bad yourself, Mr. Stevens.
Don't go away, baby.
Well, you do something for me.
Anything you ask, baby.
Look under the bed over there.
Under the bed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll play games.
Just lift up the cover there.
Okay. Hey! I thought you said we were alone.
We are, Mr. Stevens. Because you see, the gentleman under the bed is quite dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Danger is a Beautiful Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales of the Whistler. Now, before the story continues, a word about a boy who's mighty important to you. A boy in uniform. Maybe he's your kid brother, your son, your husband, or that friendly kid who lived down the street. Today, he's in a hospital in the Philippines, his shattered arm in a cast. But a Red Cross worker is writing the letter he wants to send home. Or he's been wounded on the battlefront and is receiving a life-saving transfusion of blood plasma secured by the Red Cross. Or he's a prisoner of war in a German camp and, oh, so grateful for the boxes of food furnished by the Red Cross. Yes, in 100 ways. Our boys in uniform depend on the services of the Red Cross. And because the calls for those services are greater than ever today, the Red Cross needs your help more than ever. Give all you can now during the remaining Red Cross week. And when you do, remember, you're not giving to the Red Cross. You're giving to the most deserving guy you know, G.I. Joe. And by the way, there's another friendly way you can make life more pleasant for our G.I. Joes right here at home. When you're driving and you see a serviceman on leave waiting for a ride, pick him up. Remember, short lifts make longer leaves. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, you really got yourself into something, didn't you? And not exactly what you expected. A strange girl picks you up on the street, takes you to her swank home, leads you to expect something romantic, and then shows you a dead man hidden under her bed. And now she's saying to you...
All you have to do is help me hide him permanently.
You mean you want...
The place out in the garden with some newly turned earth wouldn't be noticed. But I'm not much good at digging graves.
Oh, baby, you can count me out. I don't know how this guy happens to have a hole in his head, and I'm not asking any questions, but count me out on any part of it.
You said you'd do anything for me.
Yeah, but I don't go off the deep end for any woman. Oh, no, lady, pardon me, but I'll be seeing you.
I think you better wait, Mr. Stevens.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. I didn't think there was enough to that outfit you're wearing to hide a gun.
I warn you, I know how to use it.
How can I doubt it with the evidence staring me in the face?
Good. And if you'll just pick up our late departed friend and come with me, I'll show you the place.
Yes, you really got yourself in for something, Van. And there's not much you can do about it now. Not with that gun in your back. So you pick up the corpse and carry it downstairs and out into the garden. She gives you the shovel and shows you where to start digging. There's just enough light from the deserted street to see her standing over there with a gun on you. You look around. There's no house within shouting distance. Only a gas station down the street, and it's closed. In the back of the garden, there's a drop-off, an arroyo running on down to the sea a few hundred yards away. You're stuck, Van. And then the awful thought comes to you. What will she do with you? She can't let you go to spill the story. There's only one answer, and you remember something she said. Make it plenty big. And you know she meant big enough for two. You'll be in there too, Van, yes. Unless you do something. And so you do it. A shovel full of dirt right in her face. Yes, a shovel full of dirt in her face knocked her off her feet, eh, Van? And at the same time you were rolling down the arroyo, through the brush and cactus, over the rocks until you landed at the bottom. Then you take off for the beach running. There are no shots, no footsteps following you, and you're away, free. Down the beach to town, catch your bus into the hotel and fix up your scratch face and hands. And now, decide what to do. Go to the police? Yes, probably you should. But you're not going to. Not just yet, are you, Van? Because you can't get that blonde face out of your mind. And you want to be sure before you do anything that will send her up to the gas chamber. That kind of thinking has gotten many a man in trouble, Van. But you go to bed and get a fitful night's sleep. Next morning, Sunday, you're up early, but there's nothing in the paper that you get with your breakfast. Nothing at all. You hadn't really expected anything. But when you get down to the desk, you find there's something in your box.
There's nothing written on the envelope. You say a young lady left it here last night?
Late last night. She told me to put it in your box.
Thanks.
That looks awfully green.
Yeah. One crisp $100 bill.
And no note? No nothing?
No.
I wish I knew your secret, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Van. You wish you knew the secret, too, don't you? Now, more than ever. $100 to keep still, and it's pretty obvious there'll be more if you live up to the bargain. But play it smart, Van. Find out more about this girl. You don't even know her name. Catch a bus. Ride out along the beach to the last stop. Walk on from there till you spot the house sitting back from the beach. There's a police car sitting out in front of it. Better stop in at the gas station. Maybe you can find out something there.
Hi. What can I do for you? You run out of gas or something?
No, I was just walking. I saw there was some kind of excitement around here.
Oh, yeah. Lots of it. More than we've had in a long time. They found a body down on the beach this morning.
Oh, somebody drowned?
Maybe so. But he got a bullet hole through his forehead first.
Murder, huh?
Mm-hmm. Looks that way. Yeah, the cops been going through the neighborhood with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, they don't know who he was?
Oh, sure. Everybody knows him. Alfred Hamilton. Snooty young society guy. He lives not far from here.
Over in that house?
Where? Oh, Ridgely's? No. He used to be over there a lot, but he didn't live there.
Well, I noticed there was a police car out in front of that house.
Yeah, that's all part of the excitement. Not only is this friend of Ridgely's bumped off, but Doris is missing.
Doris?
Yeah, Doris Ridgely, old man Ridgely's daughter.
That's Ridgely, the art collector, isn't it?
Sure. You know, he's about the richest guy in town. Nice old duffer.
And Doris, his daughter. I remember I've seen her. Blonde. Isn't she good-looking?
That ain't the word for that kid. Brother, she's a doll. She's beautiful.
Yeah, but rather hard, spoiled.
Doris? Nah, why, there ain't a nicer kid in town. Yeah, she's missing, too. Lord, she might even be in the drink herself. Only her car's gone, too.
They think she murdered this guy, Hamilton?
Oh, how should I know what they think? Only, if you ask me, she couldn't have. She's too regular.
When was this guy murdered?
Oh, last night. And I can tell you exactly when. 10 minutes to 8 on the nose.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Because I heard the shot. 'Cause, you know, I didn't think anything of it at the time. But I did notice what time it was because I was just getting ready to close up.
Did you tell the police that?
Oh, sure.
Where'd the shot come from?
Oh, how should I know? It was just a noise. Maybe from the house over there. Maybe from the beach where they found him.
Tell me something. This is very important.
Yeah?
Was Doris in the house when you heard the shot?
You know, that's funny. The cops asked me that, too. No, she wasn't there early in the evening. But she came by and went in sometime. I can't remember whether it was before or after I heard that shot. Like I said, I didn't pay too much attention. You see, it was about the same time.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey, who are you anyway?
Nobody important. So long.
Now, how do you like that? Who do you suppose he was?
Now you're onto something, Van. You think you've got something figured, don't you? Doris didn't murder Hamilton at all, did she? She was covering for somebody else. And you've got to find her and bring her back. Why you, Van? Why should you get mixed up? Love, maybe? But anyway, where could she be? The police don't know. How should you... But wait. What was it she said about a cabin in the mountains? Yes, at Anderson Lake. Okay, Van. The bus station can probably tell you how to get to Anderson Lake.
Anybody here?
Yes, sir, young fella. What can I do for you? Got everything your body needs here at Anderson Lake. Groceries, notions, drugs, fishing, tackle.
I'm looking for somebody, Pop. I thought you might give me directions.
I'm the person to come to. Can tell you about anybody in Anderson Lake. Who are you looking for?
Doris Ridgely. She's got a cabin up here, hasn't she?
Yep.
How do I get there?
You don't.
Huh? Why not?
Wouldn't do you no good.
Well, why not?
Nobody there.
But I'm sure Doris is up here, and I gotta find her.
Well, if you've got eyes in your head, you wouldn't have to go to no cabin.
What?
If you'll just look across the street over there, you'll see her car in front of Jake's Cafe. She's inside eating.
Okay, Pop. Thanks.
Yes, she's in Jake's Cafe, all right. And you wait and watch until she finishes eating and comes out. And as she gets into the convertible, you slip around the other side and open the door.
Hello, baby. Nice day for a drive, isn't it?
Stevens.
Don't reach for your bag. I'll take it instead. And I'll just take a look inside, too. Just as I thought. The gun, you still got it. Well, I'll just keep it this time if you don't mind.
Look, Mr. Stevens.
Just a minute, baby. I'll do the talking. First, I'll give you this $100 bill back. Even if I had a price for this sort of thing, it wouldn't be 100 fish.
That's all I had last night.
I said even if I had a price. I don't. I'll keep my mouth shut until I'm ready to talk, or you are.
Makes you think I have anything to talk about.
Look, baby, I don't know much about this, but I know a lot more than I did last night, and mostly I know a good kid when I see one. If you're really in trouble, I'm sorry, but I don't think you are. I don't think you killed this heel Hamilton. I think you're covering up for somebody who did.
No. I'm not. I killed him. He was threatening me. He was threatening to tell something about me, and I killed him. That's all there is to it.
I don't believe you. All you did was try to get me to help you cover up somebody else's work.
No, my own.
Okay. So you're not ready to talk yet, so let's go for a drive, like last night. Oh, I notice you got a bandage on the chin. I'm sorry I had to clip you. I didn't like the prospect of sharing that hole in the ground with that stiff.
Oh, you mean you thought I... Oh, no, I never intended to shoot you, no.
Well, how'd you think you'd get away with it then? Just let me walk away to tell the cops?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, keep your chin up. Of course you didn't know. You were mixed up in something you knew nothing about. You couldn't have killed this guy Hamilton any more than you could have killed me. So, come on, come clean.
I can't.
Look, whoever this is you're covering up for, they'll be found out eventually anyway. And probably they had good reason for what they did, from what I hear about Hamilton. And the jury will take that into consideration. But now you got to get yourself off the spot. And me, too. We're accessories to the murder now.
I know. Why are you doing this? Why did you come here?
Come here. Does that answer your question? No talking now. Come on, start driving. We'll be back in town in 2 hours, and we'll settle it all with the police.
Well, Van, feeling pretty proud of yourself, aren't you? The strong man of action coming to the rescue of the lovely lady. And she's grateful, you can see that. The way she smiles at you, weakly, wonderingly. But maybe later when it's all over. Stop dreaming, Van. You're almost there. You're back in town and driving down one of the main streets toward the police station when suddenly Doris puts on the brakes and you wheel up beside a squad car.
Hey, what's wrong, baby? Not a squad car. We want to go to the police station. What are you doing?
Officers!
Yes, ma'am?
Arrest this man. He's wanted for murder. Be careful. He's got a gun.
But that's not all of tonight's story. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, let me ask you a question that's mighty important to drivers today. How many miles per gallon of gas are you getting these days? If you're among the great majority of drivers who don't know the answer to that question, then here's a point well worth remembering. For years, more and more Western drivers who keep close track of their gasoline mileage have been switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And what's more important, the switch to Signal has actually increased since gas rationing. And here's why. Although certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, Signal's standard of quality still guarantees you the very finest gasoline that can be made today. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. Naturally, no company can promise you all the flashing performance you found in pre-war gasoline. And we can only hint at the brilliantly improved Signal gasoline you'll be able to buy after victory is won. But what you're interested in today is getting the most possible miles from every ration coupon. And for that job, you'll find Signal Go Farther gasoline your best buy today. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, that will teach you to trust a woman or to dream about love and such things. You have lovely young Doris figured for an innocent heroine, and now she's turned into a villainess and is trying to pin the murder on you. At the police station, you're both up in front of the chief of the Homicide Bureau, and you can hardly believe your ears.
Yes, they were both at my house last night. They left together. I heard a shot, and when I went looking, I found Mr. Stevens standing over Alfred's body, down on the beach.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. It's all a lie.
I know you didn't kill Hamilton, Mr. Stevens.
But I saw him.
And you are a pretty clumsy one at trying to frame an innocent man, Miss Ridgely.
But... All right. I did it.
No, you didn't either. You might as well stop all this, because you see, we know who killed Alfred Hamilton.
Oh, no. No, he didn't do it. Oh, please, you've got to believe that...
Miss Ridgely, if you think it was your father who killed Hamilton, you're mistaken.
Mistaken?
Yes, because we have pretty conclusive proof that Hamilton's death was a suicide. And if you hadn't messed up the evidence by trying to destroy the body, it would have been much easier.
I don't understand.
I'll explain. When you came home last night, you found Hamilton on the floor of the study, shot through the head, with your father's gun on the floor beside him.
Yes, that's right.
You immediately thought your father had killed him.
But why?
Because Hamilton had been blackmailing Ridgely for years. That's how he lived. We needn't go into why, because the suicide closes the case, and it will never be made public.
Oh, thank heaven. But why did he commit suicide?
Because your father finally had evidence against him and was prepared to expose him. Mr. Ridgely told Hamilton that about 7 o'clock last night, then left him in the study and came down here to police headquarters to turn in the evidence. Hamilton feared exposure more than Ridgely did, and shot himself with your father's gun that he found in the desk. He was a pretty weak sister to try as tough a racket as blackmail.
And I thought...
You shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. We were called when your father got home, found blood on the floor, and you gone. It all began to make sense when we found the body, and the gas station attendant gave us the exact time of the shot. We knew where Mr. Ridgely was at that time. He was here. We checked back and found that you, Miss Ridgely, couldn't have arrived until shortly after the shot was fired. The condition of the wound almost proved suicide. And I have a report here that adds the last word. They've just found Hamilton's fingerprints on the gun that you and Mr. Stevens have been carrying around. So, the case is closed.
I can't believe it.
Technically, I could hold both you and Mr. Stevens on a charge of obstructing justice. But I suppose you've learned your lessons, and not much would be gained. So you're free to go.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You will probably be called in for the coroner's inquest. But until then, Miss Ridgely, I've called your father. He's waiting for you at home.
Thank you very much.
Well, baby, it was nice.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, I owe you an apology. Maybe now we could have that drink together.
Look, baby, you're a nice kid. You're beautiful, fascinating, all those things, especially beautiful. But, baby, if you ever see me walking down the street, just go on by, please.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story of death marks the double cross. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Dunkel and Hazel Lytle, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking, and suggesting you let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. 3 minus 1 equals murder.
It was on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The girl stood in the glare of the oncoming headlights, waving her arms, not knowing for certain if the young man at the wheel could see her through the rain and the 3 a.m. darkness. She wondered if he was going to go on past, and she shouted out to him,
Stop! Please stop!
Hey, what's the matter? I almost ran over you.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't stop. I got a flat.
Look, if you expect me to change a tire in this rain...
No, of course not. I can pick up the car tomorrow. How about a lift, huh?
Okay, get in.
Thanks. Well, something wrong?
No. Nothing's wrong.
Oh, I didn't think I looked that bad.
No. You looked good. You're just a little wet. We better get going.
I thought that was the idea.
Yeah. Well, where to?
It's not far. Turn left down here and then take the road up to the hills. What's so funny?
Well, it sounds like you're taking me to Lover's Lane.
I see you've been there before.
Only to look at the view.
And did you like it?
The view?
Mm-hmm.
Left me breathless. Oh, here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you're wonderful. Oh, sure glad you came along.
You been to a party?
No, I was just coming home from work.
Work? In those clothes?
I'm a singer, Sylvia Starr. My real name is Sylvia Sanford.
Oh, where?
Mario's.
Oh, it's quite a spot.
Now my interview. Name?
Yeah, Matt Blake.
Matt Blake. Nice. Profession?
Airplane mechanic at Glenview Airport.
Sounds very exciting.
As a matter of fact, it's pretty dull, especially the late shift. Just came off duty.
Lucky for me.
Hey, if we don't hurry and get you home, you won't be able to sing.
Oh, just around a couple of more curves. Who was it that said, let's get out of these wet clothes into a dry martini?
Oh, Robert Finchley.
Oh, he knew what he was talking about. Say, wouldn't you like to come in for a drink? Maybe by that time the rain will stop.
Well, that's the best idea I've heard all evening.
Here, turn in this driveway. Watch it, it's pretty sharp.
You mean you live here?
Mm-hmm. Big, isn't it?
Singers must be doing all right these days.
Oh, I'm not that good. I married money.
Oh, you're married. Well, look, I'd better be getting out.
Don't be silly. He's out of town.
Oh.
Well, after all, you've driven me clear up here. The least you deserve is a drink.
Okay. You've twisted my arm.
Oh, here's a light. Oh, it's good to be inside. Give me a coat. Make yourself at home.
Home? I feel more like I was in a hotel.
The den straight down the hall here.
Wow. This is very cozy. Very cozy.
I'm having brandy and soda. What would you like?
Well, that's good. Hold the soda on the side. You're sure your husband isn't here?
Positive. He won't be home for 2 days.
Well, good for him.
Here you are.
Home, sweet home.
I'll open the curtain so we can look at the light. You know, when I'm alone, I like to sit here at night and look at the world down there.
Are you, alone often?
Yes. Dutch, my husband's gone quite a lot. With him, business comes first.
Yeah, well, somehow I find that hard to believe.
Oh, he's not at all like me. We live in 2 different worlds.
What does he do in his world? Rob banks for a living?
No, he's got timberlands. He owns half the trees in Oregon.
Lady, you are in clover.
Am I?
What does that mean?
Lots of girls think diamonds are a girl's best friend till they have 'em. Then they find out they want something more.
Yeah, you women are all alike. You've got to complicate your lives.
You got something against romance?
I'm beginning to think more of it every minute. But with me, it might get in the way. You see, I'm a firm believer in the old school of marrying rich widows. They can't afford to be sentimental. It's either money or love, not both.
No.
By the way, how's your husband's health?
Better than mine.
Lucky fellow. Perfect health, imported brandy, and a beautiful wife.
In that order?
Not if you were mine. I'd put you right at the top of the list. You and your blonde hair.
Here, give me a glass.
I wish I could say let me take you away from all this, but somehow it doesn't fit.
No, it doesn't, does it? You'd better just finish your drink before we change our minds.
Yes, Sylvia, you send him away. And you're a little sorry it has to be this way, aren't you? Matt is handsome, with the charm of frankness you like so much. But you know what you're doing. And you wait just long enough before managing a second meeting out at the airport.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, Joe?
Somebody here to see you.
See me? Who is it?
Standing over there. Tell me how you do it sometime.
Sylvia.
Hello, Matt. I just wanted to thank you for the lift the other night.
Oh, any time, baby. I didn't expect to see you here at the airport.
See that civilian plane that just took off? Dutch is in it. Another trip.
How long's he gone this time?
Oh, a couple of days. Look, if I'm interrupting
Hey,
your work...
hold it, sweetheart. You can't come and go this easy. How's the brandy holding on?
Oh, there's plenty left.
Oh, that's more like it. How about tonight? After I'm through here.
All right, why not? Tonight, Matt.
Things are going fine, aren't they, Sylvia? And after that, you see Matt again and again. And finally, on one of your husband's many trips out of town, you and Matt are together in your cozy den. And you're sure now is the time to get on with your plans. Now that you're finally in his arms.
Oh, baby.
Just hold me, Matt.
Sylvia, what is it with us?
Oh, Matt, don't you know? We're in love, you and me.
But it's impossible. It's crazy.
That's what love is.
Look, doll, use your head. It won't work.
It can work. We can make it work. Listen, darling. This is the chance you've been waiting for. You want a rich widow to take care of you.
Rich widow?
I want the job, Matt.
You're going a little too fast for me.
Do I have to make it any plainer? We could get rid of Dutch.
Wait a minute, Sylvia. You're talking about murder.
We could have his money and each other. Oh, Matt, I'm desperate. Say you'll help me, please.
Wait a minute. You know, Sylvia, you missed your calling. You should be an actress.
What do you mean?
That little speech was very touching.
Matt, I don't...
Do I look that dumb? If you want to get rid of your husband, you'll have to get another sucker. I'm not going to be the fall guy for any dame.
Doesn't my loving you make any difference?
You expect me to believe that? I'm almost wondering if you didn't set this up from the beginning.
Oh, you're a fool, Matt. I love you.
Oh, stop it, Sylvia. When you get right down to it, you're just a woman, and every corner comes equipped with one.
Not like me.
No. Not like you. But an awful lot safer.
Matt, don't leave me.
I'm getting out of here. So long, Sylvia.
All right, go on. But somehow, I think you'll be back.
Go farther. Go farther. Go farther. Just mention those two words, go farther, to motorists anywhere around these Pacific Coast states, and what do they think of? Why, Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, of course. Now, it goes without saying, in order to be known as the Go Farther gasoline, Signal has to give mighty good mileage. But sometimes a product becomes so celebrated for one feature, people forget it has other advantages, too. I'm referring to the satisfying performance, which naturally goes hand in hand with Signal's good mileage. As you've heard me explain before, you get that good Signal mileage because today's Signal gas helps your engine run so efficiently. And when your engine runs efficiently, naturally you also enjoy quicker starting, peppier pickup, smoother power. That's why Signal hopes you'll remember. The best yardstick of a gasoline's performance is its mileage. Which also explains why more and more motorists who insist on the tops in driving pleasure are switching to Signal, the famous gasoline that helps you go farther. Go farther. Go farther.
Well, Sylvia, you finally told Matt what's been on your mind so long. The murder of your husband. And you don't give up when Matt storms angrily out, refusing to have any part of it, do you? No. Because you're certain that here in this house is the answer to all of Matt's dreams. You, Sylvia, and the easy money he'll share with you once Dutch is dead. Matt stays away from you for a whole week. And then...
Matt. Oh, I knew it was you. I knew it.
Why did I come back?
Don't you know?
I want you to tell me.
Because you love me. And I love you.
Say it again. And mean it, Sylvia.
Close the door.
That tells me everything I want to know.
What now, Matt?
I'll do whatever you want, Sylvia. Anything. But it's got to be quick.
But carefully. It takes planning.
I've seen your husband at the airport, Sylvia, and I've been noticing things. He's the kind who takes chances, likes his night flying.
Everyone knows the chances Dutch takes. Part of his nature.
The way he drives his car. Don't you ever pick him up at the airport?
No, he leaves his car there.
When does he come home next, Sylvia?
Friday night. Why?
Well, that long stretch of road below here before it hits the hills, it's deserted late at night. Now, supposing he goes off the road at high speed, crashes. People would say he took one chance too many.
Matt, it's awful risky. Whatever you do, be careful.
I'll see that his car goes off the road. So long, baby.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, Sylvia, it's going to happen even sooner than you had dared hope, isn't it? The days ahead seem like years, but you check your impatience, knowing that it's all up to Matt. And whatever happens is on his shoulders. Friday night, you stay within the safety of your house in the hills. But it's not hard to imagine the scene on that lonely stretch of road when the hour comes. Your husband, driving at his usual breakneck speed. Now another car coming up behind. Then alongside, crowding Dutch over relentlessly. Dutch's angry shout till his tires hit the shoulder. And then the wild crash as his car careens down the embankment.
Hello?
Relax, baby.
Oh, Matt. Matt, are you all right?
I couldn't be better, but I can't say as much for your late husband.
Then it worked. You're sure?
I said relax, Sylvia. It went just like I said it would. He was doing 70 when he went off the road.
Oh, Matt, when will I see you?
I better sit tight tonight. When I see you again, it's for keeps. Right, baby?
Yes, Matt, yes. For keeps.
It looks like the house and everything Dutch has is yours now, Sylvia. And when the doorbell rings an hour later, you're sure it's the police coming to tell you of your husband's untimely death.
Dutch.
So surprised to see your husband, Sylvia?
Why, no.
It's almost as though you didn't expect me. Or did you?
Well, of course I did. It's just that you look so strange. What happened, Dutch?
I'm not quite sure.
Then something did happen.
A car deliberately ran me off the road. I'm wondering why.
Oh, darling, how awful. The driver must have been drunk.
Maybe. Only he drove away safely enough. I'm not a bad driver myself, Sylvia, or I'd have turned over for sure.
Oh, thank heavens you're all right, honey. Look, why don't I get you a drink and then you can get some rest?
Not now. Come into the den, Sylvia. I want to talk with you.
Tonight? Why?
I've been thinking about you these last few weeks, Sylvia. And what happened in the past hour.
Surely you're not accusing me of...
Is there any reason why I should?
No, of course not. Oh, Dutch, you're not yourself.
Sit down, Sylvia. Now listen to me.
Very well.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're still my wife. I've made up my mind about a lot of things. To begin with, you're giving up your crazy idea of being a singer again.
I see. In spite of what you think, other people like my voice. They pay to hear me.
They pay money to see you wiggle in those dresses you wear. You haven't changed, Sylvia. You're still the same girl I took out of the carnival 5 years ago, the snake dancer. Come one, come all, only a dime.
Can't you ever forget you found me in a carnival?
I can't forget, Sylvia, because you won't let me.
Oh, why did you marry me? I don't think you ever loved me.
You're wrong, Sylvia. I did love you. And besides, you're beautiful. And I like beautiful things. You know that. Yes, I still take pride in having you here, Sylvia. It soothes a man's ego to have a beautiful young wife.
But you never let me do anything I like. You're always criticizing, always complaining.
Perhaps it's because I see something in you that should be developed, some innate sense of refinement.
Oh, really? You're supposed to marry people for love, not to develop them.
I'm touched deeply, my dear. This is the first time I knew you ever married me for love.
Oh, what makes you this way? Don't you have any feelings?
Stop it, Sylvia. No, I'm going to say this once more, and this time I want it to sink in. I'm not a man who can live alone with disappointment, nor uncertainty about my wife. If you want to go on accepting the comforts I give you, enjoy my money, inherit it if anything happens to me, you're going to have to live the way I want you to.
It's that or else. Is that what you mean, Dutch?
As of this moment, everything is changing. I intend for us to go abroad this winter, and I expect you to conduct yourself like a lady. Is that clear? Is it?
Yes. It's perfectly clear.
Good. And in the meantime, Sylvia, just to remind you, a lady always remains loyal to her husband.
More days go by, Sylvia. But now that Dutch has delivered his ultimatum, you're more than ever determined to do away with him once and for all. But as long as Dutch is home, you don't dare see Matt. Because you're not quite sure how much Dutch might know, are you? But at last you call Matt from the beach house, and he rushes to meet you.
Matt, he's been watching me like a hawk.
Baby, is it safe here?
Yes, he went to Bakersfield, but just for today. Besides, he hardly ever comes to the beach house. Oh, darling, I can't live with him any longer.
I know, baby. It's got to be us, straight down the line.
Soon. It's got to be soon. Every day I'm away from you,
But you were right. It's got to be planned. The next time we've got to be sure.
It shouldn't be so difficult, should it, Matt?
No, it's still the getting away with it.
We could still make it look like an accident. He could fall in the pool, or his gun could go off while he was cleaning it.
No, that's no good. At least no better than the last try. Oh. Baby, tell me some more about Dutch.
Well, what? What do you want to know?
Everything. Anything you know. Just talk.
Well, I guess Dutch is what you'd call a proud man. He's always telling how he started with nothing and worked his way up. How he had to fight for everything.
You sit there, Sylvia, talking, as the ice in your drink melts down to water, and the sunlight filling the room gradually turns to shadows. You talk on, oblivious to everything else, waiting for the perfect plan.
That's because he was kicked around. Guess that's why he's never trusted anyone. That's why he learned to fly his own plane, so he wouldn't have to depend on
Sylvia.
anyone.
His own plane. Why didn't we think of that?
Oh, Matt, would it be possible?
At the Glenview Airport, where I'm a mechanic. Why not? You say he'll be back tonight, Sylvia?
Late, yes.
All right. I better not do anything to draw suspicion. See, you go out to Glenview and be there at the airport waiting for him when he comes in. Find out exactly where he keeps the plane, who his mechanic is, and when he gets the plane ready for the next flight. Now, you understand?
Yes. You mean something could happen to his plane?
I can fix it. Leave that to me.
But what if somebody suspects? Dutch is a good flyer, Matt. He knows planes.
Not like I do. See, a crash at the airport wouldn't be so good. Let him take off. That's it. He gets in the air. Things will be going fine till something snaps.
You're sure it's possible?
I tell you, I know a way, Sylvia. And once Dutch crashes and the plane burns, no investigation in the world will turn up anything.
At 11 o'clock that night, Sylvia, you're standing inside the terminal gate waiting for Dutch. You watch the planes land and take off, almost forgetting to breathe. They're the symbol of your freedom now, and then suddenly...
Sylvia!
Oh, Dutch.
I thought I saw you standing at the gate, but I couldn't believe my eyes. Why, I thought you weren't interested in planes.
Well, you're looking at a new woman, honey. I decided that since you spend so much time in the air, I want to know everything about it.
Well, come on over with me, and I'll show you the plane, then. Oh, I'm glad you came on, dear. Now, before long, you'll be as crazy about flying as I am.
You're probably right, Dutch. When are you taking your next flight?
Huh? Oh, next Wednesday.
Oh.
Do I detect a note of sadness?
Well, I was just thinking how long away that was. I mean, how long you'll be away.
Sylvia, I've been thinking ever since I got back from my last trip and we quarreled. I've been thinking...
Oh, please, don't start in again, Dutch.
No, let me finish. I've been blaming you for all our difficulties, and I've been very harsh, but it's been my fault, too. Maybe more than yours. After all, you're young, full of life, and it's not much fun being tied to a man who's away so much.
Dutch, you don't hear me complaining?
No, wait, Sylvia. I've tried to change you and mold you to my pattern of thinking. That was stupid. You were right. You can't marry people in hopes of changing them. You marry them because you love them. Well, what I'm trying to say, and I'm afraid I'm saying it very badly, is I do love you, Sylvia. Can't we make a new start?
A new start?
I'm going to give up all the business trips unless we can go together like the trip abroad I've planned. I'm going to stay home with you and spend all of my time making you happy. That would make you happy, wouldn't it?
Why, yes.
And on this next trip, I'm going to get everything in order, wind up the loose ends, and then I promise you, dear, it'll be the last trip I'll take.
Your last trip?
Yes, Sylvia. And we'll make it an occasion you'll never forget.
That night after dinner, you make an excuse to go out, phone Matt. And later, you meet him at an all-night market and start setting the plans for next Wednesday. Lay the groundwork for murder. And then comes the hardest part of all, Sylvia. More waiting. There are 5 days left. 5 days of staring at the clock. 5 days of looking at the calendar. And Dutch never leaves you alone. He's very gay and attentive, trying hard to make you smile. You look up into his face and smile back at him when he kisses you. Every nerve in your body is twisted, but you smile back at him because you know you won't have to smile at him much longer. Of course, you don't go with Dutch to the airport Wednesday morning. When he leaves, you kiss him at the door and wave a fond goodbye. You know that Matt is waiting halfway down the hill, his work done, waiting only long enough to see Dutch drive away. It's only a few minutes until Matt arrives and you're in each other's arms.
Oh, you're sure, Matt? You're sure he'll crash?
I'm positive. He won't be in the air more than a few minutes before he loses control.
Oh, what if he notices something wrong before he takes off?
Oh, look, baby, I've taken enough planes apart and put them back together to know what I'm doing. He'll get off the ground, but not too much further. The worries are over, Sylvia.
Oh, darling. Matt, darling.
Oh, don't cry, baby. We'll have everything now. We can really start to live.
You hear people say, you don't get anything for nothing these days. Well, if I may borrow a phrase from Gershwin, it ain't necessarily so. At least you certainly get a lot of extras without paying extra for them when you buy Lee tires. For instance, like most modern tire makers, Lee uses cold rubber. But Lee gives its cold rubber extra toughness by adding patented high abrasive Phil Black O. All tires have to have some kind of carcass, but Lee gives its carcass extra reinforcement against blowouts and damage with double life rayon cord. And while numerous tires are guaranteed, Lee Super Deluxe passenger tires give you extra protection with a double guarantee. Guaranteed 15 months against all road hazards, guaranteed for life against defective materials and workmanship. Yet you pay nothing extra for all these extras in Lee tires. In fact, right now, signal stations and Lee tire dealers are even giving generous trade-in allowances for old tires. So any way you look at it, for value, for mileage, for safety, your best tire buy is a nationally advertised Lee tire, proudly featured and guaranteed by more than 19,000 dealers throughout America, including all signal service stations.
The blast of the crashing plane was heard all over the valley, sending residents rushing from their homes to see the flames and smoke of the wreckage. Firefighters quickly blocked the area, but the newsmen got through, got the story, and called their papers.
City desk.
Hello, Scotty. This is Clary. Here's the story on that plane crash.
Dutch Stanford, the Lumber King.
That's the one.
What about his house?
Nothing left of it. Looks like an atom bomb hit it. According to neighbors, he flew low and buzzed it a couple of times, apparently signaling goodbye to his wife. On the last dive, he couldn't pull out of it. Piled right into his own house.
How did they identify Sanford?
Dutch Sanford wasn't killed. The crash threw him free of the plane, and they pulled him out of some bushes. He'll be as good as new in a few weeks.
Anybody in the house?
They recovered 2 bodies. Dutch's wife, Sylvia, and some guy who was with her. We don't know who he was. Chances are we never will.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, the USO, which serves as a home away from home for our boys in uniform, is one of the many worthy services you'll be helping this year when you contribute to the current Community Chest campaign. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Doris Singleton, Hy Averback, Bill Conrad, and Bob Bruce. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jolene Hinman, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled Love Match, in which a terrible mistrust between a pair of conspirators leads to grimly exciting mystery and murder. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. A question of murder.
The terrible truth underlying it all didn't come to Carol Randolph as a bolt out of the blue. Rather, it came slowly, like the gathering of a summer storm. In the beginning, there was only a gentle rustling, like the movement of the leaves before a wind, more to be sensed than actually seen. Later, there were other signs more threatening, more violent, and at last the storm broke in all its fury. But that was later. It began that first day after the honeymoon when they came back to the old house that held so many memories for Ted. Carol paused, smiling at the threshold, wondering if he would observe the sentimental custom of carrying her across. And he did.
Oh, darling.
But when he'd set her down again, somehow she realized that it had been a mistake.
Ted, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up memories.
No. Forget it, Carol.
Well, we can't entirely, Ted. But she'll never stand in our way, darling. I promise.
I said forget it. I mean, she's dead and gone. And if anything about this house makes you unhappy, I'll tear it down brick by brick.
Yes, in the beginning it was only something to be sensed. And Carol did try to forget it. But there was no denying that the house seemed to change Ted somehow. The house and the people in it. Even old Mrs. Carter, who had been with Ted's family for so many years, seemed to have a strange reserve about her, a veil something behind the surface of cordiality.
It's a pleasure to welcome you here, Carol. I'm sure Ted will be happier now.
Thank you. He's told me so much about you, Mrs. Carter.
I practically raised him. Then, after his father died and he and Francis came here... Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Mrs. Carter. I don't mind talking about Francis, if you want to.
Oh, but I don't. It would be best if...
Mrs. Carter.
Oh, hello, Ted. We were just getting acquainted.
Hello, darling.
I thought maybe you might want to look around the grounds, Carol.
I'd love to. You'll excuse us, Mrs. Carter?
Of course. I've got my work to do. Oh, did Gillis unpack your things?
Gillis? But I told him...
Oh, I meant to talk to you about that, Ted. Later?
Yes, of course, Carol. Come along, please, Carol. Now, how about the rose garden first, huh?
Fine. Ted.
Yes, darling?
What was that about Gillis?
Oh, why, nothing, Carol. Nothing for you to worry about. Now, let's look at the ground, shall we?
Oh. Yes, darling, of course.
Good evening, madame.
Oh, hello. You must be Gillis.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to thank you for putting everything away for me. I appreciate it, Gillis.
It's what I'm supposed to do, madame. Do you want both windows open, madame?
Just that one is fine. Gillis. That's an unusual name.
My name is really Marie, madame. She always called me Gillis. Said it sounded more continental-like.
The first Mrs. Randolph?
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry, madame. I didn't
Gillis,
mean...
let's understand each other. I'm not sensitive about Ted's having been married before. You don't have to feel strange around me. I'm sure we're going to get along just fine.
Oh, then you've spoken to Mr. Randolph about me?
Spoken to him?
Yes. You see, he said that I should be let go.
Oh?
Mrs. Carter says it's because I talk too much. I don't mean to. Words don't come too easy for me, madame. The right ones, I mean. And when they asked me all those questions at the inquest, Mr. Randolph didn't like...
Inquest? Gillis, you don't mean inquest. They only hold an inquest when there's something strange about a death.
I know, madame. And there certainly was something strange about...
Gillis.
Yes, madame?
You may go now. I won't need anything further.
Yes, madame.
Yes, Carol, it all began slowly. But as you watch Gillis shuffle off down the hall, you're conscious of a chill in the air. And in spite of yourself, you shudder slightly before you're able to push it out of your mind and go downstairs to join Ted. But by the following evening, the whole incident is forgotten as you and Ted entertain Dave Arnold, one of his oldest
I never
friends.
forget that one.
Oh, you two must really have had good times together.
Good and bad, eh, Ted?
Oh, that's right.
So I must say you've always managed to get the things you wanted from life. That's a compliment, Carol, from an envious, dyed-in-the-wool bachelor.
Oh, you shouldn't complain, Dave. There's certainly something you can do about that.
Oh, no. Too busy with my career.
Oh? Well, Ted's in the district attorney's office, and he found time for marriage.
That's just it. Then mine wants to get in. And you know, when these political machines get entrenched, they can get away with murder.
You make it sound horrible. No defense, darling?
Oh, we don't need one. We put our case up to the voters, remember?
I certainly do. What we need is a Ted Randolph to run our campaign. I couldn't swing you over to our side, could I, Ted? We can promise big things, too.
No, I'm afraid not, Dave. Oh, I'll admit your candidate's all right, but I think our man's a little better.
Well, nothing to do then but dig up some dirt in your past and smear you.
Dave.
No, I'm joking, Carol. Deadly business politics. Oh, say, I've got to run. Big day for me tomorrow.
Well, nice to have you again, Dave.
Yes, and make it more often in the future,
You've got a great deal. The dinner was wonderful. Good night, Ted. Carol.
Good night.
Thanks again.
Good night.
Anytime, Dave. Good night. Was everything all right?
Oh, yes, sure. It's perfect.
You know, I like him.
Dave? Oh, he's all right.
All right. I think he's charming. And he likes you. The way he hangs on every word when you're talking.
Oh, yes. Just waiting for me to make a slip.
A slip? Oh, Ted.
Why, does that surprise you?
Surprise? Well, it shocks me. You're not serious.
Look, darling, I love you, but sometimes you're a little naive. Why, Dave's an old friend, yes, but he's in the opposite political camp. Don't forget that. Why, he'd use anything to get us out of office. And he wasn't kidding when he said he'd smear me if he could.
Ted, you must be exaggerating. Besides, what could he possibly find out about you?
Carol, I've got some work to do. Would you excuse me for a while?
Ted, wait.
Yes?
I've been wanting to talk to you. Tell me, how did you and Francis get along?
Why, we quarreled.
Is that all?
No. Once upon a New Year's, there was a girl I met on a trip to St. Louis. A girl I'd known for a long time. After Francis died, I married her. And I love her very much. That's all that's important.
Oh, Ted. Ted, you didn't ever quarrel with Francis about me.
Is that what's worrying you? Why, of course not, darling. Now, forget it, please.
After that, you do try to forget, don't you, Carol? But it isn't that easy. When you go upstairs to your room, Gillis is there. You discover that she's not only talkative, but inquisitive, too. Worst of all, she asks a question that you can't answer. A startling question.
Excuse me, madame. Will Mr. Ben ever come back?
Who's Mr. Ben?
Why, Mr. Randolph's brother. Madame, you've never met him?
Oh, yes, Ted's brother.
I wondered if they had ever patched things up. It was a terrible argument they had, you know, the day Mrs. Randolph died. I'll never forget that shocking way to start a new year.
New Year?
Yeah, it was just a few days after. I remember Mr. Randolph had just come back from a trip from St. Louis. Oh, it was terrible, madame. They had a regular knockdown and drag-out. She came screaming for a divorce.
Divorce?
That's what they quarreled about. Mrs. Randolph said she should rather be dead than go on things being like they were. Poor woman. Little did she know that in less than 12 hours from then, she would be dead.
What did you say, Gillis? When did she die?
The very next morning. Early. Didn't you know, madame? It was an accident. She started to fix her bath and slipped somehow. Tried to grab something to keep from falling and caught a loose wire from the electric heater.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I never have been able to understand how a bare wire could have come loose that way. Oh, it was terrible, madame. She was electrocuted on the spot.
With the prologue of A Question of Murder, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Did you know that contract bridge has become such a popular game it's now played by almost half of the adults in America? Well, that's why Signal Oil Company decided that something should be done for this important group of our listeners. So they had a series of 6 lessons prepared by none other than that famous bridge expert, Robert Lee Johnson, of whom Ely Culbertson says, "No one is better qualified to prepare a course of bridge lessons than Robert Lee Johnson. I recommend these Signal bridge lessons to all who are interested in learning bridge or improving their game." After hearing such praise from Ely Culbertson, you've no doubt like to know where you can get copies of these Signal bridge lessons. The answer is right down at your neighborhood Signal dealers. Each week, a new lesson in this series of 6 is yours for the asking. So be sure to drop by your Signal dealers at least once each week so you won't miss a single one in Signal's series of Contract Bridge in 6 easy lessons. And now back to The Whistler.
The gathering storm is closing in, isn't it, Carol? Like dark, warning clouds before the storm. You're sure now that Ted lied about the argument with Frances, his first wife. He told you it was nothing serious, didn't concern you. But from what Gillis has told you, you're certain the quarrel was over you, and that shortly afterwards, Frances was dead. It's a terrible knowledge you possess, isn't it? Because you don't know what to do about it. The next morning you spend walking around the grounds, going over the whole nightmare in your mind. And then as you start back across the terrace to the house...
Well, hello.
Oh.
You must be the new Mrs. Randolph, huh?
I'm sorry, I don't believe we...
No, my dear, we haven't met. We're going to be real friends. I'm Ben, Ted's brother. Oh, I'm sure he's told you all about Brother Ben.
Oh, yes, certainly. Ted's spoken of you so often, I did wonder when I was going to have the pleasure.
Nice work, Mrs. Randolph. Shall we go in the house? Carol?
Oh, you have talked to Ted about me.
Oh, frankly, no. I simply read in papers. I was going to run down here sooner, but I allowed time for you two to get back from the honeymoon. A few days to get settled. Well, after you, Carol. That's it. My. Place has been all redone, huh? Your ideas?
Why, no. It was like this when I...
Mrs. Carter, I'll bet. Thinks of everything, that woman. Ted's always been a favorite.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm sure you'll want to say hello to Mrs. Carter. She's in the hall. Oh, Mrs.
Don't
Carter.
bother if she's busy. I really don't.
Yes, Carol?
I really wanted a few moments to talk to you. Yes, it's me. The prodigal, the black sheep, the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph. You can't stay.
Mrs. Carter.
I have my orders.
But why? I'm the...
Oh, so you haven't told her about me, Mrs. Carter. What a rascal I am, a stealer.
Please, Mr. Randolph, don't make it unpleasant for me. I'm hired to do exactly...
No, old girl. Don't get the blood temperature up. I'm not staying. I have a perfectly satisfactory place to stay in town, the Marlborough. Nothing but the best. However, Mrs. Carter.
Yes?
Tell Ted I'll be dropping in, huh? Have to see him. Perhaps tomorrow night?
I'll tell him.
I intend to speak to Ted, too, Ben. You may come tonight if you wish.
Oh, no. Always like to forewarn my brother. He's a planner, you know, Carol. He likes to know just what's going on. Exactly where he's going, dates, times, places. You gotta let him think he's in the driver's seat. Haven't you found so?
I'm discovering things that I didn't know.
Oh, and your discoveries will be endless. I got to admire the boy, though. You'd think he was the senior, huh? He's a regular little Napoleon Teddy boy. The way he makes circumstances. Brilliant.
Makes the circumstance?
Yeah, you know. Plans. Fixes things. Even covers things up. Eh, Mrs. Carter?
I'll show you out.
No, wait. Just a minute, Ben. Did Ted cover something up?
Oh. He hasn't told you about the unusual circumstances of Francis's accident, huh? I guess he wouldn't. Well, tomorrow night. Get me in his date book, Mrs. Carter.
I'll show you to the door.
Don't bother. Good afternoon, all.
Oh, the nerve.
Just a minute, Mrs. Carter.
Yes, Carol?
Mrs. Carter, I found you very kind, very considerate since I came here. But I think I have a right to...
I'm sorry, Carol. Really. What about Ben? Well, Ben isn't a nice person. He upsets Ted, all of us. Please, why not forget what happened? Enjoy your husband, Carol, your beautiful home. Just don't puzzle and fret over things that are dead and gone.
I wish it were that simple, Mrs. Carter.
Marlborough Hotel.
Mr. Ben Randolph, please.
Thank you.
Yes?
Ben, this is Carol.
Oh, yes. How sweet of you, Carol, to call me.
Ben, I can't talk very long. I want to see you. Right away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. I have an appointment.
But it's important, Ben. It's terribly important. There's something I have to know about Francis' accident.
Oh. So that's it, huh? All right, Carol. I have a delightful cocktail bar here. I'll meet you in, say, half an hour. That is, if you're sure you want to come.
I am sure, Ben. Thank you.
You are sure, aren't you, Carol? The time has passed when you can push your doubts away in a corner of your mind. You must know all the facts, and Ted's brother Ben seems to be the only one you can turn to. 20 minutes later, you start across the lobby to the cocktail lounge.
Carol, wait.
Ted!
Yes. Mrs. Carter called me. I'm sorry, Carol, but you mustn't meet him.
She told you. She was spying on me. She heard me ask about Francis.
No, you're wrong. She just happened to hear you mention Ben's name, that's all. I guessed the rest. Carol, I don't want you to see him.
And is there some reason why I shouldn't?
No, Carol, only that it won't do you any good. I'll have to ask you to go home. I'll deal with my brother, Ben.
You turn and hurry away from Ted. Driving home, your hands tremble holding the wheel. By the time you reach the house and start inside, a terrible sick feeling sweeps over you. Your brain seems to pound miserably. And as you start up the stairs, your legs grow weaker and weaker until they give way beneath you. When you awake, you find yourself in bed. Mrs. Carter is looking down at you, smiling her quiet, assured smile.
Feeling better, Carol?
Better? Why? Oh, I feel fine. Why did you put me to bed? I want to...
fainted going up the stairs. I told Ted when he came home. He agrees with me that you should stay in bed for a while. Is there anything you want me to bring you?
No. No, nothing. Just leave me alone.
It's a breathless moment now, isn't it, Carol? The quiet before the storm. You fight against the feeling that perhaps you're to be held prisoner. But as you hear Mrs. Carter's footsteps going down the stairs, you know you have to find out. You cross to the door, find it unlocked, and then tiptoe to the head of the stairs. And then you stop, frozen in your tracks, as Ted's voice drifts up from the study.
Dave Arnold, huh? Well, we expected him to do some snooping. Yeah, that's right. He was here to dinner, but I know I didn't let anything slip. Well, Chief, if anything I've done should prevent you from being reelected... Carol? No. All she knows is that Frances's death was an accident. I'm sure of it. I haven't told her anything else, and I don't intend to. And besides, Chief, she won't be leaving the house for some time. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, the storm is broken now, hasn't it, Carol? And the meaning of everything that's happened is clear to you. The man Ted was talking to was the district attorney. He knows the truth about Frances's death and is helping to cover it up. And then you remember what Dave Arnold said about entrenched political machines, that they can get away with murder. And from what Ted said on the phone, you know you're being held prisoner. But it's more than just you now, Carol, more than your happiness or your safety. There's a principle involved, a principle that affects thousands of people. And suddenly you realize only one man you know can do anything about it. Your husband's political enemy, Dave Arnold. You go back to your room, take a piece of paper from the desk and scrawl a hurried note. Then a few minutes later...
You rang for me, madame?
Yes, Gillis, here. I've written a letter. I want you to take it and mail it.
A letter? Yes, madame.
And, Gillis, it must be done right away. Don't let anything stop you.
I won't, madame.
Hide it, Gillis. Hide the letter.
Oh, Gillis, I didn't know you were in here.
She was just leaving, Mrs. Carter. Thanks for looking in, Gillis, but I don't need anything. You may go.
Yes, madame.
Is there anything I can do for you, Carol?
No, Mrs. Carter. There's nothing anyone can do for me. Right now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But first, a message, especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, a new type lubricant especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, scientific new compounds have been added. As a result, tests prove that this new type Signal oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Now get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
You can't fight the storm anymore, Carol. You're weary of it, of thinking about Ted and the way Frances, his first wife, died. It was shortly after he saw you in St. Louis that she refused him a divorce. And it's all too clear to you what happened to her. It's an hour now since you gave Gillis the note for Dave, explaining everything. Suddenly you realize that you can't face Ted when it's over. You want to get away, take a train for another city and try somehow to forget. put this terrible nightmare behind you. You dress quickly, slip out into the hall, and tiptoe down the stairs. You wait until you can hear Mrs. Carter in another part of the house, and then run for the door. You're hurrying down the drive to the garage where your car is parked when...
Well, we meet again, Carol. And just where I ran into you before.
Ben.
Oh, don't let me alarm you. Ted's furious enough with me as it is. I came to apologize.
He talked to you about me?
Oh, he certainly did. Poor old Ted. His women give him a lot of trouble. Frances certainly led him a merry chase, in another direction, of course.
Frances?
Yeah. First she tried spending his money, and when that got boring, she started spending some of it on me. Well, that was pleasant for a while.
You mean Frances was interested in you?
Interested? Well, that's one way of putting it, yes.
Tell me about her, Ben.
All right. Well, she wanted to marry me. It scared me silly when I found out. Oh, we had our laughs together, sure, but marriage? Well, that's a little bit more than stealing your brother's slingshot, huh?
You and Frances. That's why Ted asked her for a divorce. It wasn't me at all.
What? Oh, he didn't ask her for a divorce, Carol. She asked him. Oh, they had a terrible row about it. But you know, Ted, he clings to that for better or worse idea. And then, too, there's his position, the election and all. They decided it wasn't the sort of thing to let that Dave Arnold crowd find out about and twist all out of shape.
Her accident, Ben. What did happen?
Well, don't say you got this from me now. But it's simple enough. Frances tried to kill Ted, Carol. She smeared the bathtub with soap, ran the electric heater wire along in the back of the towel rack.
What?
Yeah. She had it all set up for Ted. She hadn't planned on slipping, and instead of Ted grabbing it, she got it herself. Really an accident, huh?
Oh, and Ted protected her, kept it quiet.
Well, it was as much for his boss as for her. The district attorney couldn't get any place with rumors floating around that one of his boys was...
Carol! Carol!
Ted's voice calling from the house seems to bring your heart up into your throat. You move slowly along the drive, almost stumbling, the tears starting as you realize what you've done. That note you sent to Dave. It will ruin Ted, the district attorney, everything. You reach the terrace, stop, unable to go any farther.
Carol?
Mrs. Carter.
You're feeling better, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Carter, I can't see Ted now.
Yes, you can. Here. Please forgive a meddling old lady, Carol, but I took this letter from Gillis. You didn't really want it mailed, did you?
The letter? Oh, Mrs. Carter.
Carol! Where are you, Carol?
Your husband is calling, Mrs. Randolph. I think you should go to him. I have my work to do.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Philbrandt, Joseph Kearns, and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Beth Barnes and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. End of the road.
It was night on Fountain Avenue in Hollywood, but the darkness was pierced with shafts of light from police car spotlights, and there was a crowd pushing forward, babbling excitedly, turning the usually quiet residential section into a bedlam. A siren wailed as another police car swung around the corner and ground to a stop, and its uniformed occupants leaped out, ready for action. And it was about that time that Doris Chandler pushed her way to the front of the crowd.
Pardon me, please.
Close enough to hear the conversation of the officers, intent on the small white bungalow now bathed in the searchlights.
That's Yeager.
It was then, wasn't it, Doris,
Yeager?
that you heard the name
Sure.
of the criminal they
Yeah.
trapped inside? As an officer explained to one who had just arrived.
It's Yeager, Mac. Steve Yeager.
The cop killer?
Right. We got a telephone tip on him about half an hour ago.
You're sure he's inside, huh?
The boys in the first squad car got a look at him through the window. They put in the alarm when he started throwing slugs.
Armed, huh? This won't be easy.
We'll wait him out and then try tear gas. You got the loudspeaker ready, Dave?
All set. Go ahead.
Attention, Yeager. Steve Yeager. This is a warning. Come out on the front porch. Throw your gun away. You haven't a chance. The house and the entire block are surrounded. Yeager, this is a final warning. Come out and throw your gun away. We'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute, Yeager, to decide.
It's all you need to hear, isn't it, Doris? And you ease back through the crowd, hurry from the scene to your own apartment only a few blocks away. It's all over for Steve Yeager, you're certain. And the money, Steve's money, hidden in your apartment, will belong to you now. Yes, a fitting reward for your cleverness in phoning in that anonymous tip to the police. Safely inside your apartment, you lower the shades and smile to yourself as you think of what's happening to Steve just a few short blocks away. And then...
Yes?
Hi, sis. It's me, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie. Glad you called.
Just wanted to make sure my little sister's okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
Haven't you heard? It's on the radio, Steve Yeager.
Steve? What about him?
Oh, it's all right. Nothing to worry about. Only I didn't even know the guy was in town. They got him trapped in a house someplace, the cops.
Steve Yeager? Trapped?
Uh-huh. Good thing he didn't get in touch with you in any way, Doris. You'd have been implicated. He, didn't contact you when he hit town?
Of course not. You know how I feel about him, Charlie?
Uh-huh. But it was different in Seattle. You were pretty fond of him.
Look, I don't like cop killers.
Or payroll thieves.
Now, look, Charlie, if you called me up to...
Easy, sis. I told you I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Not involved.
Well, I'm not.
And brother Charlie's happy. Nothing to worry about.
No, you can go back to sleep.
Wait a minute.
What?
Sis, listen. Keep your apartment dark. Don't answer the door for anybody.
What is it?
On the radio, they just announced that Steve Yeager gave the police the slip. He's on the loose again.
Your hand trembles as you hang up the phone, Doris. Your brother Charlie's warning seems unreal, doesn't it? Like something from a terrible nightmare. Steve Yeager, the man you double-crossed, told the police about, has escaped. And you know that he'll head straight to you. Yes, Doris. You lied when you told your brother you hadn't seen or heard from Steve Yeager, didn't you? Because every bit of the more than $50,000 he got from that payroll job he pulled in Seattle is in your apartment at this very moment. Because Steve thought it would be safe with you. You look out past the drawn window shades. The street outside appears quiet and empty. Then your heart seems to stop dead still. The kitchen. Someone there. And you recall that you left the back door unlocked.
Doris? Miss Chandler, are you home, dear?
Oh, Mrs. Fabian.
Yes, dear. I just had to come over, see if you'd heard. Goodness, there's been some shooting by the police, right in our neighborhood.
Shooting? They killed someone?
Oh, I don't think so, dear. It's a criminal. They said on the radio he gave the police the slip. A killer. He shot an officer in Seattle a few months ago.
I see.
It's on the radio. Don't you want to turn it on, dear?
No. I've got to go out. My brother called. He isn't well. I've got to go over there.
Oh, you're not going out, dear, alone.
I'm not afraid. I'll take the car. I just won't sleep until I see that Charles is all right.
Oh, of course, but do be careful, child. Goodness, a killer walking the streets.
You get on home, Mrs. Fabian. Keep the house locked.
Oh, don't worry, I will. Good night, dear.
Good night.
You see your neighbor out the back door. Lock it after her, and then quickly hurry to the bedroom and pack a small traveling case. And the last thing before closing the bag, you take the money Steve left, put it in the bag with your clothing. A moment later, you slip quietly out the back door, hurry to the garage, and lift the door.
Hello, Doris. Baby.
Steve.
I've been waiting for you. Didn't think you'd want to go anyplace without me.
One evening recently, while doubling in the role of babysitter, I was telling our neighbor's little son about Santa Claus, how Santa comes all the way down from the North Pole non-stop. Gosh, Marvin, the little fellow exclaimed, Santa Claus must use that famous Go Farther gasoline like Daddy does. Well, reluctantly, I had to admit that Santa uses a sleigh powered by reindeer. But if Santa did use an automobile, you can bet he'd be interested in Signal's good mileage. And since Santa knows quality, he'd certainly appreciate Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's lively pickup, Signal's smooth skating power. That's why you can put Marvin Miller on record as saying if Santa ever trades Prancer and Dancer and Under and Blitzen for a car, I predict Mr. Claus will power it with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It was a terrible moment, wasn't it, Doris? When you opened the garage door and saw Steve Yeager, the killer who'd stolen $50,000 in Seattle, the criminal who turned the money he took over to you for safekeeping, the man you double-crossed by tipping the police off to his presence in the area. And now he stands there smiling coldly. And you're certain that it's all over, that he's going to kill you. And you're certain, too, that he's guessed it was you who called the police. Your mind struggles for an excuse, doesn't it, Doris? Something to say to Steve by way of explanation. But nothing comes from your lips. And then you realize that he's speaking and nodding toward the car.
Come on, I said, in the car. We're getting out of here.
Steve, you don't think that
Save it. Get in the car. You got the keys?
Right here.
Go ahead, start it. The dame next door, she came over. What'd you tell her?
I said I was going to visit my brother. I was, Steve. I heard about you on the radio, thought the police would tie me in with it. I thought if I took the money and hid out until I heard from you.
Sure.
It's the truth, Steve. Here. See, I have the money here in this bag.
Let's have a look. That part adds up, Doris. Nice of you to keep it for me.
Steve, you've got to believe me.
Maybe I will, Doris. Maybe I will. Right now, just keep quiet and drive. Go out Sunset towards Beverly Hills.
Sure, Steve. Don't worry. I'll help you.
I know you will, baby. I know you will.
His manner terrifies you, doesn't it, Doris? And you can't believe for a moment that he's satisfied with your explanation. Driving out Sunset Boulevard, you make up your mind. The police must get Steve Yeager before he gets you. At a stoplight at the corner of Sunset and Doheny, there's a slight grade. Just enough to make your car roll back when you stop for the red light. You notice, too, that parked on the opposite corner is a police car. Perfect. Carefully, you ease your foot off the brake pedal. Let the car roll back toward the one in the rear.
Hey, take it easy.
We've lost bumpers.
Oh, you little fool. I'll see what I can do.
It's a tense few moments, isn't it, Doris? Steve back trying to free the two cars. You wondering if you can reach the police, or if you dare call out to them. And then you notice that one of them has started across the street to see what's wrong.
Hey there!
He calls out suddenly as Steve gets back in your car. Hastily, Steve shoves you aside, slips behind the steering wheel himself.
Steve, an officer, he's yelling at us.
We're not waiting for him. Shut up, will you? We're getting out of here now.
Hey! Stop!
Through the rearview mirror, you can see the police officer running for his car across the street. He's going to make a chase out of it. And a glance at Steve Yeager tells you that he isn't going to quit easily, doesn't it, Doris? The cars race along Sunset at terrifying speeds, their tires screeching. You beg Steve to stop, to give up.
Steve, he's gaining. Stop it. We'll both be killed.
Hang on. We're not beat yet. Let him try that.
Steve, he didn't make it. He went on past.
He'll be back. But it gives us time, baby. Time to swing in. Here.
You sit beside Steve Yeager in frightened silence. You're parked in the dark, winding driveway of a huge mansion, aren't you, Doris? With Steve taking a chance that the police car will miss you and race on past. And then, a moment later...
Yeah, there he goes. I told you, baby. We're not through.
You ride in silence for several miles and realize that Steve has pointed the car out toward the valley. And then you look over at him and notice the blood on his hand.
Steve, your hand.
Huh? Oh, it's from my shoulder. Those cops nicked me as I was going over a fence.
It ought to be attended to, Steve. A bullet wound.
Okay, so we have it taken care of. Lonely enough section out here. Yeah, a little ranch house looks deserted enough. Now we'll see if there's anybody inside. Oh, yeah.
There's a light.
Yeah. Come on, up on the porch. Somebody home, all right. And quite alone.
Steve is pleased, isn't he, Doris? You move up beside him until you can see through the window. There's a young man sitting at a desk inside. He's puffing slowly on a pipe, staring at the typewriter before him.
All right, baby. You know what to say.
He's coming.
Oh, good evening.
Hello. Our car is stalled out front. May we use your telephone?
Oh, why, of course. Come in. Come in.
Thanks.
Now, look here, old man. What do you...
Shut the door, baby.
What do you think of your... Oh, a gun.
Yeah, one that says you're going to be a good boy.
Definitely, a good boy. Look, if it's money you want...
It isn't.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
You alone?
Alone. Yes, quite alone.
That's fine. Do as I say and you won't get hurt. Doris, draw the blinds. Go on.
All right.
Where's the phone?
It's right behind you on the table.
Got an extension?
In a little place like this? That's absurd.
Yeah, I guess it is at that. I'll sit right here where I can keep my eye on that phone. You stay away from it, even if it rings, understand?
Perfectly.
Good. I suppose you get some hot water and something that'll do for bandages.
Bandages? Oh, a third member of the party, huh? Perhaps lying mortally wounded in the car outside. Yes, I see.
You don't see. Get moving.
Later, Doris, as you dress the wound in Steve's shoulder, you glance from time to time at the tall young man standing by quietly, watching you. There's the faint trace of a smile on his lips. He seems calm, unafraid. And you're certain that if he were given the opportunity, he could overpower Steve. He's your one hope, Doris.
What do you do, Junior?
Do? Oh, I write.
What do you write?
The crime doesn't pay sort of thing.
Any good?
Not very.
What's your name? Maybe I read some of your stuff.
Oh, I don't think you have, but my name is Anton Gray.
Sounds like something off a color chart.
It isn't phony, if that's what you mean.
Anton Gray, huh? Hey, you ever hear of him, baby?
No, I never have.
I guess we... Hey, take it easy.
Sorry?
You about through with that?
Yep, just about.
Hey, you got any beer, Anton?
No, but there's some sherry in the decanter there.
Get it.
Yes, of course.
You might see about getting something to eat.
Cold corned beef's all I have.
That'll do.
All right, Steve, how does that feel?
Oh, fine. Just fine, baby.
A glass of sherry, dear lady?
No, thank you.
Oh, here you are, old man.
Thanks. Now, the grub, huh?
Yes, right. Won't be a moment.
I'd better help him, Steve.
Yeah, sure, baby. You do that. But leave the kitchen door open, huh?
Steve, you don't think that
Just leave the door open.
Can I, help?
No, I can manage. It's a rather interesting chap, dear friend.
My friend?
Isn't he?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just naturally assumed...
He jumped into my car, forced me to drive away.
I see. Bread's in the box there. Do you mind?
Anton.
Yeah?
He's badly wounded. Weak.
So?
We could overpower him. It'd be easy if you...
Oh, forget it.
What?
Don't let this cool, calm exterior fool you. I'm not a very brave man, really.
You're afraid of him.
Hey, we haven't got all night, baby. Hurry it up.
Okay, Steve.
And you're not afraid of him, huh?
Neither of us has to be.
He has a gun. That automatically makes me a coward.
Listen to me. If I can draw his attention, you could slip up behind.
I'm sorry, I am not the type.
What are you two yakking about in there? Let's get going with the grub.
Hey, mustard or mayonnaise, old man?
Anton's not going to help you, is he, Doris? And your one last chance of getting away from Steve has vanished. But later in the living room, a surprising thing happens. Anton casually wanders over to a table near the front window, picks up a cigarette, and then slowly starts to edge toward the fireplace. And suddenly you realize what he's going for, the poker lying on the hearth. Quickly, you dig into your purse for a pack of cigarettes and offer one to Steve.
Thanks, baby.
As you extend your cigarette lighter, you see Anton pick up the poker, start to raise it over his head. In 3 short steps, he can reach Steve, can't he, Doris? You hold your breath, but Anton doesn't move. And then Steve leans back in his chair, blows a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling.
Anton?
Yes?
Got any coffee?
Coffee? Yes.
Hop to it.
Yes, of course.
Your heart sinks as you watch Anton replace the poker on the hearth, drag himself slowly back to the kitchen. A moment later, you follow him.
Why didn't you do it? Why?
I couldn't. I couldn't move.
His back was turned. You could have easily...
I know, but I kept thinking, suppose I miss. Suppose I miss. He'd have killed me.
He'll kill us anyway.
But he said...
You believe him? Look, Anton, he's a killer. What good are we to him now? All he wants to do is get away, and he won't leave anyone around to tip off the police, don't you see?
Perhaps he'll just go away.
Anton, listen to me. We've got to get him before he gets us.
No, I can't.
Not even for $50,000?
What?
He's got $50,000 on him, I know. If you were to knock him out, we could have the money. Share it.
$50,000?
Yes.
$50,000.
The two of us. And we'd share it. No one would ever know.
He stares at you for a moment, then throws a quick glance towards Steve sitting in the living room. And you're almost certain he'll do as you say now. Yes, that he'll be willing to take a chance for a share of the $50,000. Back in the other room with Steve, you watch Anton closely. Know he's struggling to make up his mind. Finally, you see him edge toward the fireplace again. You know you've won. To draw Steve's attention away from Anton, you reach over and accidentally upset the sugar bowl.
Oh,
Anton
sorry.
leaps across the room and brings the poker down hard.
You've done it, Anton. You've done it.
He's not...
Dead? No, you'd better hit him again.
What?
Hit him again.
No. I'm going to call the police.
Police? No, you've got to kill him. You tell them about the money.
Money? I don't want any part of it. I'm sorry if you thought I...
So that's it. An honest man.
Disappointed?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Get back. I have the gun now. You'll do as I say.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Tie him up, hands behind his back. Use his belt.
Whatever you say.
First, reach into his inside coat pocket. The money's there.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Give it to me.
$50,000. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Give it to me, I said.
Here you are.
Now tie him up. His feet, too. That lamp cord will do fine.
Yes, of course.
And then I'll trouble you for your car keys.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to trouble the finance company.
What?
Well, you see, my financial status being what it is...
You're lying.
Look, the carport's right alongside the house. Look out of the window. You can see for yourself. Quite empty.
All right.
You drove up here in a car, though, didn't you?
So we did. But unfortunately, we had an accident, and the police have a description of my car. However, now that I think of it, I don't imagine it'll make much difference. It's night, foggy. And if I do get stopped, I can always tell them that Steve kidnapped me, forced me to help him make his getaway.
Oh, well, they're sure to believe it. I did. At first.
Hurry up with that, will you?
Well, his hands are tied securely. How his feet?
Oh, never mind. Where does that door lead to?
Closet.
Good. Drag him in there. Hurry up! All right. Now inside, both of you.
Yes, as you say, dear lady. Oh, there we are.
I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
It'll be the first time I've ever spent an evening in a dark closet, but I imagine I'll manage. Let me see. Yes, I have enough cigarettes.
Good. I should kill you both, but this way I won't face a murder rap. Besides, all I need is a half-hour start. Nobody'll ever think of looking for me where I'm going.
Yes, I'm sure you're very clever. By the way, is there a reward for this chap?
There is. You might claim it.
I shall. Is there a reward for you, too?
No. Not me. So long, sucker. Have fun with the reward they give you for the capture of Yeager.
make a bet, I'll bet that one of your most faithful friends has been completely left off your Christmas list. Your car. Christmas, you know, is really a swell excuse to give the faithful chariot some of those things it's been needing. Things that'll pay you back later in extra driving pleasure. What's more, your signal dealer has just what Santa ordered. For instance, rugged new tires by Lee of Conshohocken to replace your smooth, dangerous old tires. Powerful new Signal Deluxe batteries, guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis. Or how about a set of new Champion or AC spark plugs for quicker cold weather starting and more pep? These are just a few accessories from your signal dealer's complete line, which includes windshield wipers, fan belts, radiator hose, light bulbs, polishes, and many other items. You see, signal service stations are much more than just headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline. In addition, each signal dealer carries a complete line of fine quality automotive accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
The fog that had settled over the Los Angeles area during the night had lifted now, and the morning sun was shining as Lieutenant Avery of the Los Angeles Police stepped out of the hospital room and walked down the quiet corridor. As he reached the elevator, a young man, a member of the local press, came forward to meet him.
Okay, Lieutenant. She must be pretty important for you to come all the way down here. Who is she?
Doris Chandler.
Chandler?
Mm-hmm.
The woman Steve Yeager kidnapped last night? Hey, what goes?
She was involved in a traffic accident, only she wasn't kidnapped.
Was she hurt bad?
She'll be around here for some time, the doc says. But she'll recover in time to stand trial as Yeager's accomplishment. She had the $50,000 he stole with her in the car.
Well, how did you stop her?
We didn't. A truck smashed into the rear end of her car on Rosita Boulevard. It was a bad fog. Truck driver said he didn't see her in time to avoid the crash. No taillight on her car.
No taillight, huh? That's his story.
That checks all right. According to a report turned in by squad car officers, the Chandler woman's car was involved in a minor accident earlier last night. Witnesses said she deliberately backed into another car at Doheny and Sunset. That's when her taillight was smashed.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, during this busy pre-holiday season, it's especially important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations, so that some avoidable accident doesn't mar your Merry Christmas. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Alice Reinhart, Jack Moyles, Ben Wright, Norma Varden, Herbert Litton, and Bob Bruce. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Grave Secret.
From the parlor window, Harriet Eldridge watched the postman wheel his bicycle down the tree-shaded street, saw him turn into the driveway and approach the house. She stepped out into the hallway and stopped for a moment to rearrange a bowl of dahlias on the table, then hurried to the door, a faint smile on her lips. The letters had become very important to Harriet Eldridge. Yes, very important. And she was pleased that they were arriving with such regularity.
Morning, Miss Harriet.
Good morning, Henry.
Here's another one from Australia.
Oh, from Mr. Pettis. How nice.
Sure is having a big vacation for himself, ain't he? I wish I could retire, go gallivanting all over the world. Only I wouldn't go off visiting relatives.
Mr. Pettis has no living relatives, Henry. He's just visiting friends.
I got relatives back in Sioux City. If I never see 'em again, it's okay with me.
Mm-hmm. But, I'm sorry, Henry. What did you say? I was reading Mr. Pettis' letter.
No, nothing. Are those photographs?
Oh, yes. You know Mr. Pettis and his camera. Here, let's see. Something written on the back of this one. View of Queen Street, main thoroughfare of Brisbane. Isn't that nice, Henry?
The old boy sure is getting round, ain't he? Must be having a great time. They say them Australian women are real pretty.
Now, Henry.
Don't see why Mr. Pettis has to go chasing off to Australia when he's got the best-looking housekeeper right here in Santa Rosa, USA.
Oh, thank you, Henry, but...
It looks like you got company. In a taxi, too. Say, that's your brother Melvin, ain't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, I'll be going along now, Miss Harriet. Bye.
But, yes. Goodbye, Henry.
You smile at Henry, watch him for a moment as he turns and walks away. Then your eyes swing back to the man who has just stepped out of the taxi, and a frown crosses your face. Moments later, he steps into the hallway, closes the door, and sets his suitcase on the floor.
Hello, Harriet.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon, Melvin.
I know.
Did everything go well?
Yes, everything went well. I did exactly as you said.
How did you like Australia?
Well, it was all right, Harriet.
Have you had your lunch? There's some cold ham, potato salad from last night. Would you like that, Melvin?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did you get seasick at all?
Oh, no, I didn't. Harriet.
Yes?
Harriet, did everything go all right here? I mean...
Oh, yes.
When did you do it?
The day you left. He was dead before you stepped on the boat in San Francisco.
Harriet.
Yes?
What did you do with Mr. Pettis? I mean, where did you...
Do you want tea or coffee, Melvin?
Tea.
For a moment, he stares at you, then turns and looks out the window. His eyes blink nervously. His fingers fumble at his tie. You know what he's thinking about, don't you, Harriet? He wants to know what you've done with the body of Mr. Pettis. Exactly what happened on the night he left for San Francisco. Yes, he wants all the details. But you decided long ago, the less Melvin knows about the affair, the better it will be. He stays in his room the greater part of the day and evening, And then shortly after 8 o'clock that night, the front doorbell rings.
Good evening. You must be Miss Eldridge.
Why, yes.
Well, I'm Valerie Hinton, a friend of Mr. Pettis. Is he in?
No, Mr. Pettis is away. In Australia.
Oh, I see he hasn't notified you. He's back.
He's back?
Why, yes, his boat docked in San Francisco a week ago. Well, I know. I was on it, too. Strange he didn't let you know. Or is he usually that way about things?
No, he isn't.
Well, I'll be in town for several days. I'm staying at the inn. Would you tell him when he arrives?
Of course, Miss Hinton. I'll tell him.
Good night.
Melvin.
Oh, yes, come in, Harry.
Melvin, why didn't you tell me you'd arrived in San Francisco a week ago?
Oh, well,
And who is this Valerie Hinton?
Valerie. How did you know?
She was here a moment ago asking for you.
Here?
Why did you have to tell her you were Albert Pettis?
Harriet, I was only doing what you said. You told me to use the name to establish his presence in Australia.
You met this woman in Australia?
Yes, I did.
I see. And this week you spent in San Francisco, was that devoted to Miss Hinton?
Well, at first I saw no harm in it, Harriet. She's a wonderful person.
Did you have to tell her you lived in Santa Rosa?
I didn't. Oh, she must have seen the Santa Rosa postmark on the letters you sent me in Australia. Oh, believe me, Harriet, when I ran out on her in San Francisco, I never thought I'd see her again.
You ran out on her?
Yes, I realized it would be dangerous. What with everything that's happened here.
So she followed you. Oh, Melvin, don't tell me she's in love with you.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Melvin. You'll have to get rid of her.
Get rid of her?
First thing in the morning, you're going down to the inn to see her. Tell her this great love of yours is no more. Tell her you're already married, or tell her anything, but I want her to leave town. Do you understand?
Oh, Harriet, there must be some way.
Get rid of her. She's dangerous. She can upset our entire plan.
But Harriet, it's... What was that? Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, it's the shutters downstairs. A wind's come up.
But are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
Well, I don't know.
Did you think it was Mr. Pettis back from the dead? Oh, really now, Melvin?
Harriet?
Yes?
Where is Mr. Pettis? What did you do with his body? Why won't you tell me?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Melvin. I've taken care of everything. Now, good night. And don't forget what I said. I don't want the Hinton woman hanging around town.
The following morning, you're alone in the big house. Melvin has gone down to the inn. He's promised to send Valerie Hinton away. But you wonder if he really has the courage to face her, to go through with it. The hours go by, and Melvin doesn't return. And finally...
Good morning, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, good morning.
Has Mr. Pettis arrived yet?
Why, yes. Yes, I gave him your message. He left hours ago on his way to see you.
Well, that's strange. I just came from the inn. Well, I suppose he stopped somewhere on the way. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Ah, you've kept the place so attractive. It's charming. I suppose you've grown to care for this house as though it were your own.
Yes, Mr. Pettis has always made me feel at home here. Won't you sit down, Miss Hinton?
Thank you. You know, Miss Eldridge, I feel as though I'd known you for a long time. Mr. Pettis has spoken so much of you.
Oh?
Yes. I don't suppose he's told you about the way we met?
No, he hasn't.
It was in Melbourne. I happened to be glancing through the newspaper. I noticed a list in the shipping news, a list of new arrivals, and there it was. Mr. Albert Pettis.
Oh?
Well, of course, I dashed right over to his hotel. And imagine my surprise when I discovered that Mr. Albert Pettis wasn't Mr. Pettis at all.
What do you mean?
Not my Mr. Pettis, that is. My Uncle Albert. It was quite a shock. I suppose I should have realized there'd probably be more than one Albert Pettis in the whole world.
Oh, yes, of course.
So you see, it was just an accident. My meeting your Mr. Pettis. A lucky accident. Wouldn't you say, Miss Eldridge?
With the prologue of Grave Secret, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you like avocados, you'll probably be as surprised as I was to learn that in parts of Mexico, avocados were once used to lubricate the axles of wagons. Does that sound primitive and old-fashioned to you? Well, then just remember this. It's almost as old-fashioned today to lubricate automobile motors with plain motor oil. What I mean is, now scientific compounds have been developed which protect motors in many ways that oil alone cannot do. That's why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, which combines 100% pure paraffin base with these scientific new compounds. And just what do these compounds do? Well, one compound in Signal Premium actually cleans your motor of harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds in Signal Premium help in additional ways to keep wear down and performance up. So if you want a sweeter running motor, make your next oil change a change from old-fashioned regular motor oil. Stop at a Signal station for the improved type motor oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It frightens you, doesn't it, Harriet? The knowledge that Valerie Hinton, the woman your brother Melvin met in Australia while he was posing as Albert Pettis, is actually the niece of the man you murdered. You wonder if their meeting was really accidental. Wonder if she suspects the truth. 1,000 confused thoughts race through your mind. You were so sure Albert Pettis had no living relatives, that there would be no one to spoil your little plan. Yet here she is, sitting in the parlor of the big house, chatting gaily about her meeting with your Mr. Pettis. And then suddenly something she says stirs a flicker of hope within you.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Uncle Albert in years. Lost track of him completely. Not his fault, of course. After all, I'm supposed to be dead.
Dead? I don't understand.
During the war, I was a writer living in Java. There were several bombing raids. In the confusion, I was reported missing and given up as dead. I suppose Uncle Albert was notified.
I see.
When I got out of the hospital a year ago, I tried to find some trace of Uncle Albert, but I wasn't successful. Well, I had to earn a living, you know, so I went on to Australia. Then one day I ran across his name in the shipping list, and, well, you know the rest. I met your Mr. Pettis instead.
And you have no idea where your uncle is?
None at all. Maybe dead, for all I know. I've about given up finding him. I'm devoting all my time to writing now. That's why I've come back to the States. To try my luck here.
Oh, Harriet, Albert.
Hello, Albert. Oh, Albert.
You watch Valerie rush across the room, throw her arms around Melvin. He stares back at you over her shoulder, a bewildered, hopeless look in his eyes. You turn, hurry away. Moments later, you're upstairs in Mr. Pettis' room, searching through the closet. Then you find what you want. You take the photo album, sit on the window seat, and start turning the pages. A half hour later, you hear the front door close, and then Melvin's footsteps approaching your door.
Harriet?
Yes? Is she gone?
Yes. She won't be back.
What'd you tell her?
What difference does it make what I told her? She won't be back. What are you doing?
Just looking through the old album. I found what I wanted.
What?
Never mind. Come along, Melvin. It's almost time for your lunch.
Yes. You found what you were looking for, haven't you, Harry? A faded photograph, a young girl. And you're certain it's Valerie Hinton. She's really his niece, isn't she? At least that much of her story is the truth. But you're still a little afraid. And you know that you'll be afraid until the girl herself has left town. Late that afternoon, you step out on the front porch and wait while Melvin drives the car out of the garage. Then a taxi pulls into the driveway. And then, despite the recent assurances of your weakling brother Melvin that she wouldn't be back, Valerie Hinton steps out. The shopping list drops from your hand and your eyes are fixed on the suitcase she carries.
Hello, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, Miss Hinton, you're leaving. You've come to say goodbye.
On the contrary, Harriet, I'm moving in.
Moving in? Here?
Why not? I've a perfect right to, you know. After all, it's my uncle's house, isn't it?
Harriet,
Yes, Melvin?
what are we going to do about Valerie?
There's only one thing to do. We're not going to stand by and let her ruin everything.
If we
Are we?
send her away, she'll go to the police.
We're not going to send her away.
But, Harriet, we... Harriet, no. You can't do that again.
Have you another solution?
Well, I'll have to think about it, but you must forget what you're thinking, Harriet. I won't have it that way. Do you understand? I won't have it.
Watch the road, Melvin.
You hear me, Harriet? One murder is enough.
Still in love with her, aren't you? Well, perhaps you're right, Melvin. Perhaps the whole matter can be solved some other way.
Oh, yes. Yes, Harriet. We'll find a way.
I'm sure we will.
The whole plan is in danger, isn't it, Harriet? Melvin is still in love with her, and you know that he can be very weak. That you alone must provide the strength to carry things through. Late that evening, after Melvin has gone to bed, you and Valerie are left alone in the library.
I was looking through some things, Valerie. Papers and newspaper clippings that belonged to Mr. Pettis.
Oh?
I found this.
How interesting.
A full account of your death in Java during the war. Your name was Valerie Pettis then.
Yes, it was.
I was wondering if you'd taken any steps to rectify this impression that you're no longer among the living.
Of course not. You've read this article, haven't you?
Yes. Before her death, Valerie Pettis was wanted by the police.
That's right. So you see, we're in very much the same position, aren't we? Neither of us can go to the police, or anyone, about the little secrets we've both discovered.
You're quite confident?
No. Just very observant, Harriet. I know exactly what's going on here.
So?
So? That's sufficient reason why you'll keep your secret as long as I keep mine.
I see.
Now, there's something else, Harriet. Uncle Albert's money.
Money?
Yes, I know about that, too. Uncle Albert received a lot of money in jewels several years ago, an inheritance. And if I know dear Uncle Albert, he's kept it right here in this house. I'm one who believes in sharing the wealth, Harriet. The money, the jewels, and this house.
You intend to remain here?
Yes. I like Santa Rosa. It's charming, quiet, and safe. Besides, I've grown very fond of Melvin. I know he's quite fond of me. So I wouldn't try anything, Harriet, dear. Melvin might not like it. Good night.
Well, Harriet, it's out in the open, isn't it? The contest between you and Valerie. And it's a contest you can't afford to lose. You must get Valerie out of your way. And you know how to begin, don't you? With Melvin. You must turn him against her. And the very next day you start working on him systematically, using his love for Valerie as a wedge. Each day you have something to drop in his ear. If Valerie goes for a long walk or to the public library, you manage to suggest to Melvin that she's keeping a rendezvous somewhere with another man. Slowly but surely he begins to break down
draw away from the girl, sometimes even getting up from the dinner table and leaving her in the middle of a conversation.
What's the matter with him?
Melvin?
Yes, why did he walk out of the room like that?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Perhaps he's tired.
Tired of me, you hope.
I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, Valerie, I've come to grow quite fond of you.
I'm not foolish enough to believe that.
On the contrary, you're foolish not to. Now, where are you going?
Out.
Isn't it rather late?
I don't care. I've got to get outside, walk somewhere, any place. Somewhere I can think.
I understand. I'll tell Melvin that you went for a walk.
And you do tell Melvin, don't you, Harriet? Only in your own way. The way you've told him many times before.
I don't believe you, Harriet. I don't believe you at all.
I'm sorry, Melvin. I know what it must do to your pride, but there isn't any doubt. She's admitted the whole thing to me.
She told you there's someone else?
Yes. There's been another man all along. You know I wouldn't lie to you, dear.
She's made a fool of me. A fool.
Forget it, Melvin. You've got to.
Stop telling me to forget it. That's all you do. You don't want me to know anything. Or think about anything.
Oh, Melvin, where are you going?
Out!
You smile. Congratulate yourself, don't you, Harriet? Because you know you've won. That Melvin will do anything you want him to, like a man who's been hypnotized. You're certain now he won't interfere with your little plan to get rid of Valerie. Yes, you're quite pleased with the way you've handled things, aren't you? Moments later, you turn out the lights in the library and go up to your room to bed. You lie awake for a long time, waiting for Melvin to come home. Finally, you hear the front door close. You hear his footsteps on the stairs. And then, just before you drop off to sleep, you wonder why Valerie hasn't returned home.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Eldridge. This is Sheriff McQuaid. Sorry to be calling at this early hour.
Something wrong?
There's been a young woman staying at your house.
Miss Hinton, yes. Yes, what about her?
We found her in the woods beyond your place half hour ago.
You found her?
She was dead, strangled to death, apparently with a rope.
Oh, no, the poor child. She'd gone out for a walk last night, Sheriff. You haven't any idea who...
Oh, sorry, we haven't. Could you come down to make the identification?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
There isn't any doubt, actually. It will only be routine, just routine.
I understand. We'll be right down, Sheriff. Oh, my slippers. Now, where did I... Oh, Melvin.
Hello. Who was it, Harry?
The sheriff. They found her, Valerie.
You won't be bothering us anymore. You're not angry with me, are you, Harry?
Did anyone see you?
No.
Are you certain? There was a bright moon last night.
No one saw me.
What about the rope or whatever you used?
No one will ever find it. I hid it.
All right.
Harriet,
No. I'm not angry with you. Now, we better get dressed and go downtown with me. And don't worry, Melvin. Everything will be all right.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Have you ever had the experience of coming upon a lot of people who were all staring in the same direction? Well, let's face it, it's only human nature to want to stop and see what's attracting them. Well, by the same token, I should think that most anyone with a car would want to see what it is that has attracted so many drivers to Signal gasoline. In the beginning, you know, Signal gasoline was sold by only a handful of stations in Southern California. Today, however, you'll find Signal dealers throughout 6 western states, from Canada to Mexico. Such growth must mean that more and more drivers are finding they prefer Signal gasoline. And what is it they prefer about Signal? Well, for one thing, mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And for another thing, performance, which puts more pleasure into driving. But for the complete story, you've got to let a full tankfuls of Signal speak for itself. I promise you the performance of your own car will tell you much better than any words of mine.
why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
At the coroner's office is just as the sheriff said. It's simply a matter of routine, isn't it, Harriet? The two of you, Melvin's stony-eyed silence easily mistaken for the shocked grief that he appears to feel, and your own nervousness in answering the questions. It's something the sheriff seems to have witnessed many times before. Finally, the identification is over, and they lead you out to another room.
Sheriff, it's almost too much to believe.
I know. Best thing is try to forget it, Miss Eldridge.
Yes, just forget it. That's what we have to do, Harriet. Forget it.
Come along. I'll drive the two of you back to the house.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. That won't be necessary.
No. I insist. Bring my car around front.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Eldridge, have you heard from Mr. Pettis lately? Still in Australia?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. I get an occasional letter.
Mm-hmm. Fine man, that Mr. Pettis. We all miss him, you know.
Sheriff, you needn't bother driving us home. It's not far.
No trouble at all. I've got to go out there anyway. Something I have to check on. I've already sent some of my boys on ahead.
What?
We got a call from one of your neighbors. Might give us a lead.
I don't understand.
Your neighbor, Mrs. Enfield, tried to call you this morning, but it was while you were on your way down here. When she couldn't get any answers, she thought we'd better investigate.
Investigate what?
It seems late last night she saw someone doing some digging out in back of your house.
Digging?
Yeah. It might not be anything. But then again, it might have been the killer burying the rope on his way back to the highway. Valerie Hinton was strangled, you know.
Burying the rope, but where, Sheriff?
Your neighbor says he was digging in the dahlia bed. We thought we might do a little digging there ourselves, if you don't mind.
The dahlia bed. Oh, no.
What is it, Miss Eldridge?
Harriet, you never told me. Is that where you...
Yes, Melvin. Now you know. Mr. Pettis was always so fond of dahlias, I thought it would be appropriate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed in the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity in names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, To Rent Danger.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. When in the editorial offices of the Cincinnati Gazette, the news was received that Killer Carter, the gang murderer, had escaped from the penitentiary in Columbus, and that he had been at large for 24 hours, it was decided that Danny Pearson, star reporter, was to be sent up to the capital to cover the manhunt that was sure to follow. Danny borrowed a car from Clem Tracy, the rewrite man, and headed north late on Friday afternoon. Car trouble held him up, and at 1 o'clock he was still far from his destination. He was getting too sleepy to drive, so when he saw the tourist sign in front of the lonely farmhouse, he made his decision. He'd stop, get a few hours of sleep, and continue into Columbus in the early hours of morning. He pulled in the lane, parked the car, and went up onto the porch. It took a few moments to rouse anyone, but finally the door opened, and there stood a woman.
What do you want?
Good evening. I was driving along the road looking for a place to stay for the night, and I saw your tourist sign out front, so I thought I'd stop and see if you had any room.
Why don't you drive on to the city?
Well, I'm too tired to drive that distance tonight. I'm afraid I'd fall asleep at the wheel. You do have a room, don't you?
I guess so. Cost you $2 in advance.
Oh, that's all right.
And I don't serve any meals here.
Well, I'm not hungry, and I'll be leaving in the morning before breakfast.
All right, come in.
Is it okay to leave my car in the driveway here?
It'll be safe there. Nobody will steal it. Come in.
She certainly isn't very friendly, Danny, is she? But a room is a room, and it'll be nice and quiet here for the night. The house is large and dingy and eerily quiet. Almost too quiet.
Here it is. You'll find everything neat and clean. There's a bathroom to the right of the bed and plenty of towels and soap.
Oh, thank you. Looks fine.
Did you leave your luggage in the car?
No, I don't have any luggage with me. I'm traveling light.
Well, I guess anyone who drives an expensive car like yours can do anything he likes. I'm going to bed myself right away, so if there's anything else you want, you'd better think of it now.
Well, thanks, but there's nothing else I need. Good night, Mrs.
Good night.
Oh, fine.
Your hostess is hospitable, isn't she? But don't worry about it. People are sometimes like that on the farm, not used to talking much. They prefer action because actions speak louder and longer than words. And the bed is soft and comfortable. That's the main thing. Just made for your night's rest.
Who's there? I said, who's there?
Just me.
Well, hello. Who are you?
My name is Claire Monroe.
Well, Claire, do you make a habit of walking into strange men's rooms in the middle of the night?
I want to talk to you.
Huh? What are you so nervous about?
I'm afraid she'll find me in here.
She?
The lady who showed you the room.
Well, why don't you leave?
Because I have to talk with you.
Okay, go ahead, talk.
I don't know where to start.
Just tell me that you're lonesome. You don't have any excitement on the farm. You're looking for something to do. It's an old routine.
Oh, it's nothing like that. I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've got to ask you. Will you take me away with you when you go?
Me? Why should I?
Because I have to get away from here. I never want to see this house again as long as I live.
Why don't you just run away? You don't need me.
Because I don't have a car and I don't have any money. My mother would have me picked up by the police. She'd tell them I wasn't of age.
Well, are you?
I'm 23 years old, but I can't prove it.
Why not?
Because I'm an adopted child and I don't know where I was born. And my mother... Call that lady my mother. She'd lie about my age just to keep me from going away.
Well, how do I know you're of age?
Look at me. Do I look 17?
No, I'll have to admit you don't.
I know I'm 23 years old, but she won't let me go.
Well, why do you want to run away?
Because that lady, my foster mother, last night, she murdered my foster father.
Whistler fans, we members of the cast certainly owe you a great big thanks tonight. In fact, two of them. 2 weeks ago, you'll recall, we asked a favor of you, asked if you'd be kind enough to drop in on the folks who are bringing you the Whistler, your Signal gasoline dealer, and tell him how you like this program. Well, since then, Signal gasoline dealers all the way from Canada to Mexico have been telling us how many of you stopped at their station and expressed enthusiasm for the Whistler. So, naturally, we of the cast are mighty happy and mighty grateful to you. Oh, but that's only the half of it. You see, during the past month, the popularity of the Whistler has continued to increase so much that now, according to the latest radio popularity survey, more people listen to the Whistler than to any other West Coast program. Yes, the Whistler is now way out in front. So, for your loyalty, thanks again to all of you from all of us. And now, back to the Whistler.
Danny Pearson had driven up from Cincinnati looking for a murderer, but he hadn't expected to find one so soon, nor to find another one than the one he was looking for. But you never know what you'll find when you stop at a lonely farmhouse where they take in tourists, Danny. You lie there in your bed as a good-looking young girl asks your protection from her murdering foster mother. If this is a gag, it's a pretty rugged one.
Look, baby, let's break this up. I don't feel like playing games. I got to get some sleep.
You don't believe me, but I'm telling you the truth. Ever since they adopted me, they've done nothing but fight with one another. You've seen my mother. You can tell how cold and strong she is. Well, my father was just as weak as she is strong. She bullied him for years, mostly because he didn't make a lot of money. All she cares about is money. And because we never had any, she hates everything and everybody, especially my father.
But how do you know she killed him? Did you see her?
No, she threatened more than once to kill him, though. Last night I was in bed and I heard a shot. I wasn't sure whether or not I dreamed it, so I didn't get up to see. But when I came down this morning, she said that he had left and wasn't coming back. That he'd gone out west somewhere. That didn't sound like him because he was born and brought up in this part of the country and he wouldn't leave it for anything.
Well, how in the world do you know he's dead? You know, in law, you have to produce a body.
I haven't seen it, but I think I know where it is.
Oh? Where?
Today I was working out on the farm, and I noticed a patch of grounds up in the edge of the woods that was recently dug up. And when she saw me out there, she got very angry. Ordered me into the house. I'm positive she killed him and buried him there. Oh.
What are you doing in this man's room?
I was just talking to him, that's all.
Up to your father's tricks, weren't you? You're just like
She was just talking to
stealing from the guests, sneaking in to rob them or worse.
No, I only wanted to talk. He was just telling me about the shows and things in the city.
Get back to your room and stay there. Get. If I catch you in here again, you'll wish you had stayed there. And as for you, young man, you'd better watch your step or you'll be in trouble.
Oh, now, look. Wait just a...
Well, Danny, cozy little situation you stepped into, isn't it? A girl, pretty but strange, who accuses her foster mother of being a murderess. Mrs. Monroe, in turn, accuses the daughter of being like her father, who evidently made a habit of robbing his tourist guests in their sleep. And how about that, Danny? She did sneak into your room. Did she come to talk, as she said? Or to rob you? And what's it all about, anyway? Who can you believe? But there is one thing you know. You're going to get up, get dressed, and get out of this place as fast as you can. That drive into town doesn't look half as far now. But just as you're about to leave, you see something slip under your door. A piece of paper, a note. Go on, Danny. Pick it up and read it.
Please, you've got to believe me. I need your help. My room's across the hall. Claire. Oh, no.
That's right. Crumple it up and throw it away, Danny. But wait a minute. Suppose she is telling the truth. Suppose she is in danger. You couldn't go off and leave her like this. Especially not as pretty a girl as Claire.
Claire? Danny Pearson. Don't put on a light. Get dressed and come on with me.
I am dressed.
Oh, come on.
Where are we going?
You're going to show me where you think your father was buried.
So the two of you move cautiously out of the house into the darkness of the outside night. You pick up a shovel at the barn and start up the path through a field of sharp, tough hay. You keep looking over your shoulder, afraid that she might see you and come out of the house after you. Why should you be afraid of her? Well, if she killed a man once, she could do it again. Finally, you reach the woods, and Claire points out the patch of ground she thinks her mother made into a graveyard.
This is it, right here.
I wish we could see a little better.
We'll see too well, I'm afraid.
This ground isn't very hard. The shovel sinks right into it.
Told you it would.
If the boss could see me now. Why I'm doing it, I'll never know.
Maybe it's because you like me.
What? Well, what makes you think that?
Because you'd have run away or gone back to sleep after she took me away.
Back to sleep. Hey, tell me, is what she said about your foster father true?
You mean about him stealing from the guests? Yes. She hounded him about money so that he finally took to that to satisfy her. When tourists came, he'd wait till they were asleep and then slip in and rob them.
Yeah, but didn't anybody ever catch him?
Not that we ever knew of. He only took part of their money, not all of it. So they didn't miss it until they'd left. And then they had no proof.
Sweet little racket. Maybe somebody caught on, and that's why he went out west.
I don't think so, because we didn't have any tourists here last night. At least not that I know of.
It's possible, though, isn't it? Could have taken somebody in after you were asleep.
Yes, it's possible.
Then he might have tried to rob them. And they caught him, and he had to leave hurriedly. That could account for his disappearance.
Yes, but...
Hey, I just hit something.
Oh, Danny.
I got hold of it. Here it comes.
It's his coat. My father's coat.
Yeah? Just when I had it figured out another way.
Danny, don't dig anymore. I'm getting scared. I couldn't stand to look at it. Don't dig anymore. Just fill it in. We found out what we wanted to find out. Please fill it in.
Take it easy, baby. I don't like this any more than you do. I'm just doing it because you wanted me to.
I couldn't bear to look at it. Don't dig anymore.
Okay, I'll fill it in. I guess we've seen enough to know you were right.
So you put the coat back where you found it, Danny, and fill in the hole again. You pat the dirt down again, just as you found it, and start back for the house. On the way back to the house, Claire holds your arm tightly, and you notice for the first time how soft and warm she is. Of course, she's trembling a little bit, but who wouldn't?
Danny, will you promise to take me away tomorrow? I couldn't stand another night here.
Where would I take you? What would I do with you when I got you there? I got enough to do without taking care of somebody else.
Take me to some place far away, some city. I'll get a job and take care of myself. Don't worry about that. Just get me away from here.
Your mother might accuse me of kidnapping.
Once she knew I wasn't ever coming back, I don't think she'd even care. Please, Danny, don't make me stay here. I'm afraid. She might even do something to me if she finds out I know what happened. You've got to help me.
All right, all right. I'm a sucker, but I'll do it. But remember this, once I get you out of here, you're strictly on your own. I got enough things to worry about without trying to take care of you.
Oh, thank you, Danny, thank you. We'll leave the first thing in the morning.
No, we'll leave tonight, right now.
That's awfully sudden.
Well, you wanted to get out of here, didn't you? I'm leaving right now. You can do what you want. Come or stay.
I'll go with you.
We're almost at the house. Don't even bother to go inside and get anything. She might hear you. Here's my car. We'll just jump in and beat it. You game?
Yes.
All right, now be quiet. We'll get in the car and let it roll backwards into the road.
Just a minute. Surprise? You didn't think I'd let you get away, did you?
Hey, put that shotgun down. It might go off.
It might if you start anything.
Now listen here, Mrs. Monroe.
You thought I was asleep, didn't you? I had better sense. I watched you leave the house together, and I had a pretty good idea you weren't coming back.
So what? What do you think you're doing with that gun?
Maybe I'm protecting my daughter from a fast-talking stranger.
I can take care of myself.
That remains to be seen. And as for you, young man, I want you to get back in your car, drive off, and never come around here again.
That's a very good idea. I'll buy that. Should have left here a long time ago.
I'm going with him.
You stay where you are.
I'm old enough to do what I want to do. I'm going to leave, and you can't stop me.
You don't think so?
You wouldn't dare pull that trigger.
Put your foot on that running board and try me.
Hey, now, look, girls.
You
there's
keep out of this. Maybe I'm doing this as much to protect you from her.
I don't need any protection.
Wait. Listen. Somebody's coming. It's a car.
Yeah. Hey, looks like they're turning into your lane.
Both of you get in the car, quick. Keep your lights out. Drive it in the barn. Show him where it is, Claire, and shut the door after you.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Yes?
I'm a police officer.
What can I do for you?
We're chasing a man. We think he came up this way. You seen any strangers around lately?
What did he do?
He escaped from the state penitentiary.
Is he dangerous?
He's a cold-blooded murderer. He escaped yesterday, and we've tracked him down to this vicinity. He's been driving stolen cars. Last we heard, he was driving a big, rich-looking convertible he'd picked up in Columbus. Have you seen him?
No. Nobody stopped here. Didn't even see anybody passing the road.
No. Well, he's in this neighborhood somewhere. But, say, didn't you know about this before? I mean, I thought you did when I saw you with your shotgun here.
Oh, no, I just saw you coming up the lane, and I like to be prepared for strangers this time of night.
Yeah, sure. It is pretty late. You ought to be in bed. I don't let this keep you up. You needn't worry about Carter. We'll get him.
I won't worry.
Oh, that's fine. Say, what are those tire tracks on the ground?
Where?
There, where my flashlight's pointing. They go toward the barn.
Those are tractor tire marks.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry that I bothered you, ma'am, but, well, we've got a job to do.
That's all right, mister. Wish I could have helped you some.
We'll keep looking. Good night, ma'am. Okay, Al, let's go.
Too bad you couldn't hear what was being said, Danny, waiting in the barn. But while the lady and the officer were talking, you had some things to say to Claire.
What are we going to do now?
Nothing. Just wait. You see who that is out there?
A man got out of a car and he's talking to her.
Do you know who he is?
No, but he's got a flashlight. Wait a minute. Something on his coat lapel flashes. I think it's a badge. It must be the police. What are we going to do?
I told you, nothing. Murder is a matter of proof. Until we can prove that your mother murdered your father, we don't have a leg to stand on. Anyway, I told you I don't want to get mixed up in it. I got enough to worry about myself.
It's all right with me. All I want to do is get out of here.
Okay. Well, just figure some way to get that gun away from your mother.
Danny, the men are leaving. They're driving down to the road. She's coming back to the barn.
All right, just sit tight and wait.
They're gone.
Also, they're gone. I suppose you're breathing easier now?
Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not.
Will you stop pointing that gun at us?
I will when I've finished what I'm going to do.
You won't get away with shooting anybody.
You ought to know. I don't intend to stand here talking all night. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want the both of you to get in that car and drive to Kingdom Come if you can. Never want to see either one of you again as long as I live.
You've changed your mind.
That suits me. Come on, Danny, let's get out of here while we've got the chance. Heaven knows what she might do.
Okay, let's go.
Just a minute.
What?
Before you go, Claire, I think there's something you ought to know about your fine new friend.
I know all I want to know about him.
Do you know what he really is? He's a murderer. He escaped from the state prison yesterday, and the police are looking for him. They'll get him sooner or later. They always do. What do you think of that?
I don't believe it. And even if it were true, I don't care.
Where did you pick up this routine about me being a murderer?
Don't listen to her, Danny. I believe you.
What if I was a murderer?
It wouldn't make the slightest difference in the world to me. Because, Danny, I'm in love with you.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, I know what I'm saying. Come on, let's get out of here. She gives me the jitters.
Don't I, though?
Okay, if that's the way everybody wants it, we'll go. I don't know what we'll do, but we'll figure out something.
You better think hard.
Hurry up, Danny.
Yes, hurry up. You'll get caught quicker that way.
All right, everybody stand where you are. Put that gun down, lady. Andy?
Yeah?
You and Al go around the other side of the barn. All three of you stand over there. Dave, see if they have any guns.
No guns on that one. No guns, Sheriff.
No guns, huh? Good. Now, don't misunderstand me. There might not be anything wrong here, but I had to come back and take a look. It's pretty unusual for a woman to be walking around outside at 2 o'clock in the morning with a shotgun. Now, out with it. What's going on? What are you hiding in the barn for? Who's this car belong to? Come on, start talking, somebody.
Here's the murderer you're looking for. There he is, and there's the car.
Why didn't you tell me that when I was here before?
Because I thought there might be a reward for him, and I wanted to collect it myself.
She didn't because she was going to let him get away.
Who are you?
My daughter, Claire Monroe.
All right. Now, who are you?
Danny Pearson. Do you have to use that light?
Keep him covered, Dave. What are you doing here?
Stopped here for the night. They rent rooms to tourists. I don't recommend it.
Where do you live?
Cincinnati.
What do you do for a living?
Newspaper reporter. I was on my way here to cover the Carter break. Here's my press card.
Now, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel J. Pearson, Cincinnati Gazette.
How are you?
All right, take it back. Where'd you get this car?
I borrowed it from another reporter in Cincinnati.
Okay.
I told you he was the man you're looking for. Don't let him fool you with a good story.
He's not fooling us, lady. He's not the man we're looking for. The guy we want is at least 45 years old. This fellow isn't even 30 yet. Well, I guess I made a mistake all around.
Just a minute. Sheriff, you looking for a murderer?
I'm always looking for a murderer.
All right, then. Go ahead, Claire. Tell him.
What? Oh, Danny,
Go ahead. Has to come out sooner or later.
Come on, young lady. If there's anything to tell, let's have it.
Well, that woman, my foster mother, murdered my father.
What? Are you crazy?
No. Last night I heard a shot. And then this morning when I came down, she said he'd gone away. Out west. And he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't.
But he did. I found the note he left on the old typewriter in the hall when I came down this morning.
Did you hear the shot, too?
I don't know. I thought I dreamed it.
She heard it all right. She killed him. Danny and I just found the body buried up in the woods.
What? Oh, no. No.
All right. Keep her covered, Al.
Wait a minute, officer. If this woman had murdered her husband, why did she take the chance of giving me a room tonight, knowing that I might learn something? Why wouldn't she have run away? Or killed the girl, too, to cover up?
But, Danny...
On the other hand, Claire here never once mentioned going to the police about the murder. She was willing to run away with me a few minutes ago, even though she thought I was a murderer. And she knew exactly where the body was buried. She could have written the note to her mother.
Danny, you mean you think I...
Yes, I do. Officer, this is the woman you want. She murdered her foster father.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, because yesterday marked the opening of a 6-week drive to check auto brakes, sponsored by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Signal Oil Company believes you'll want full information on just what this drive means to you. With today's cars averaging 7 years old, faulty brakes are threatening to increase America's already large number of traffic accidents, which kill over 20,000 men, women, and children per year, injure another 800,000, and cost $1.25 billion. What's more, when a car is damaged or wrecked in an accident today, parts are often not available to repair it, and there are no new cars to replace it. So it means an even further strain on the transportation America must have to see us through the war. That's why traffic officers in every state plan to check every car involved in a moving traffic violation or accident. So the time to have the safety of your brakes checked by a competent brake expert is now. Your cooperation in this brake drive may prevent an accident that could cost you your car or your life. And now, back to the Whistler.
Danny turned out to be quite a detective, didn't he? He saw through Claire all the time and figured the whole thing out. But wait, did he? Well, not exactly. Because you see, when they dug up the grave at the edge of the woods, they found Mr. Monroe's clothes, but the body was someone else's. In fact, when the police identified it, it was the body of Killer Carter. Yes, Killer Carter, escaped convict. And when they'd put out a dragnet and caught up with Claire's very much alive foster father, they got the whole story. Danny had figured it exactly right once. Killer Carter had stopped at the tourist home late that night. Neither Claire nor her foster mother knew about it. When the old man started to pull his usual robbery, Carter caught him. In the struggle, Carter was shot and killed in self-defense. But not knowing who his victim was, Mr. Monroe got scared, buried him after changing clothes with him, wrote the note to his wife, and took off in Carter's stolen car. Knowing nothing of Carter's presence in the house, Claire had suspected her mother, and Mrs. Monroe had suspected Claire of murdering a man who wasn't dead and was a fugitive from a crime that wasn't a crime in the police books, the killing of an escaped convict in self-defense.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Hayes, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting you let every traffic signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Walks a Tight Wire.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company has an urgent message from your government. It's really a message from about 11 million friends of yours in uniform. If they could take time out tonight from the smoke and hell of battle, they'd say to you, it takes more than our hands alone to fight Japs and Nazis face to face. It takes guns and tanks and ships and planes, and it takes your bonds to buy them. Yes, we know how expensive war is. A lot of us in uniform are giving what we'll never get back. An arm, a leg, a life. But you'll get back the money you put into bonds with good interest. So back us up. Buy another bond, the biggest one you can. By keeping the weapons flowing to us on the fighting front, you're helping us get the war over the earliest possible minute. And in this bloody business, minutes mean lives. And now, the Whistler.
The corrosive emotion of hatred seeks its effect in strange places. For instance, you'd think there would be no place for it among the spangles, the gaiety of the big top, where heavily painted faces wear perpetual smiles, and the band is raucous in its 4/4 happiness. Here, laughter reigns supreme. But have you ever seen the circus as the late evening breeze whips up the dust of the old county fairground? As the last customers straggle across the track to the waiting cars, and the big top begins to come down. The air is thick with dust churned from the feet of straining men and animals. The air is blue with the shouts of sweating men working feverishly. The circus is moving on.
Come on, you roustabouts. Hey, get those wagons rolling. We got a long jump to Mercersburg in the morning. Come on, get 'em rolling. Check the animals, Lefty. Okay, Mort.
Hello, Michael. Better hurry up. We're pulling out in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. How was the show tonight?
Good audience. If we just keep this up, we got nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, your act was good. Getting better all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Well, wait till you see our new routine. Marie's going to be sensational.
Good. Will you have it ready for Dalton?
Gee, I don't know. Well, that's only 3 days away.
Yeah, I know, but that's our most important show. We always try to do our best there.
Okay, we'll try it. I'll get her up on the wire first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, look at that sky. I hope this weather holds out for another 3 days. Well, hurry up, Michael. Get ready to roll.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
See you later.
Yes, another stand is played and the circus is starting to roll. Everything's going fine. There's a smile of satisfaction on the face of Mr. Morgan as he glances over the night's box office report in his little private wagon. Everything's going well. Maybe too well, Morgan. Maybe right at this moment, a shadow is creeping over the big top. A menacing shadow of hate.
Who's there? Well, who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Hello, Morgan.
Who? Enrico! Enrico, I didn't recognize you. The light. Come in, my friend.
Thank you, Morgan. I am happy that you remember me.
Remember you? My glory, man, how could I forget you? Enrico, the greatest tight wire artist in the business.
That was long ago.
Yes, but, man, where have you been for the last 10 years? Why, I've looked for you. Ask everyone. Advertised in the billboard. Well, you disappeared right off the face of the earth.
Yes, I have been away. I have worked at many things, my friend, with my hands. Worked at any job I could find where I could grip hard with my hands.
Grip? Hard?
A complex, no doubt. A desire to hang on to something. Perhaps to steady myself in a world that has turned upside down for me.
You've had a bad time. Why did you disappear so none of us could find you? We wanted you to
I know, Morgan, I know. But perhaps you do not remember what happened 10 years ago.
You mean... Oh, yes. Tony, your son.
Yes. Tony, my only son. Tony was killed just 10 years ago last month.
Yes, of course. I remember now. He was working on the high trapeze with Savini.
Yes, with Savini. The great Savini.
An unfortunate accident. All at one time, the greatest trapeze artist of them all and the most promising youngster. It was a blow to the circus, and of course to you.
Yes.
But then, those things happen in our business, Enrico. You can't let them get you down. The show must go on, in spite of accidents.
Accidents. Everybody always says accident. But that was no accident.
Enrico, what do you mean?
My son's death was no accident. It was murder.
How can you say that, Enrico? I saw it myself. So did you. They were trying a very difficult trick. It missed. They both fell. How could it have been murder?
Because it was Savini's fault. His egotism. Always trying those impossible tricks. Tony worshipped Savini. Would do anything he asked. If Savini wanted to kill himself, that was all right. But he killed my only son, too.
But, Enrico...
If he hadn't died himself, I would have killed him with my bare hands. That's why I've been gripping these last few years, working with my hands, gripping Savini's throat.
Enrico, get hold of yourself. You can't let such thoughts get you. It was unfortunate, but Tony's dead, and so is Savini. The whole thing is over, done with, closed. You've got to forget and go on.
Yes. I suppose you are right.
And if I can help, you know all you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Morgan. And perhaps I will.
Just name it.
I want a job with the circus.
With the circus?
Oh, no. Not on the high wire, of course. I've lost that long ago. But any job. Just a helper, a roustabout, just to feel the circus in my blood again.
Well, of course, Enrico, if you really want it. You can sleep here in my wagon tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the foreman.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Oh, you do not know what you have done for me.
I wonder if Mr. Morgan caught the look in Enrico's eye when he said that. I wonder if he felt the gnawing hatred in the tortured face. I wonder if he felt that menacing shadow grow larger and spread across the circus. No, I suppose he didn't. Nobody felt it yet, except Enrico. Next day, he took up his new duties, but once the big top was up and he had a chance to look around, he headed for the performer's tent. There was purpose in his walk, and his hands gripped tightly into a fist. Into the tent he went, his eyes darting at the familiar sight. Makeup tables, mirror, grease paint, the heavy chests in which performers kept their belongings, their names painted on the sides. He scanned each one anxiously, intently. There was a frown on his face until, suddenly, off in a corner, he saw it. Just another chest, but it was the one he was looking for. Yes, there it was. The name he'd thought he'd heard yesterday at the show. The name on the chest was Marie Savini.
Hey there. Yeah, what are you doing in here? Don't you know it's against the rules?
I was just looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Marie Savini.
Oh. Well, you'll find her out in the ring. She and her partner are rehearsing a new act.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marie Savini, the child of the great Savini. That's what brought you back to the circus, isn't it, Enrico? The child of the man who killed your son. And now you're standing in the shadow and watching her. A beautiful young girl, graceful and agile, just like her father. And your hands are working convulsively. Marie Savini. Savini, even the name you hate.
All right. Try it again. Steady. Steady. Go. Steady. Careful.
Oh, darn. I don't know what's the matter with me, Michael.
If you just relax.
I can't. I don't know what it is, Michael, but I feel so funny. As if someone was staring at me. It's making me uncomfortable.
Nonsense. There's no one in the tent. That's funny.
What?
There is someone over there, standing in the shadow, watching. I didn't notice him before.
Who is it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, it's that new man, Enrico. The man the manager was telling us about this morning.
Oh.
He used to be a great wire walker himself. Remember?
Oh, yes. No wonder I was nervous with him looking on.
Oh, but he hasn't done anything for years. We don't have to be nervous about him. Come on.
Oh, but Michael, the way he was staring, Let's go for a walk and then come back. Perhaps he'll be gone.
Now, Marie, what's the matter? We have to keep practicing, especially if you expect to get this backward somersault perfected in time to do it in Dalton.
I can't help it, Mike. I don't want him staring at me. It may be my imagination, but there's something about him that scares me.
Yes, Marie, now you feel it too. The hatred reaching out like a shadow to engulf you. But it's only a shadow, and you can shake it off. You've almost forgotten the incident by that night. And now you're sitting in your compartment on the circus train, getting sleep when...
Who's there? Michael? Oh.
I hope I have not frightened you, Miss Salvini. I knew you were busy all day, and I thought it would be better to visit you here tonight.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. And you must not be frightened of me. My name is Enrico. I was a tight wire walker once, and I was very impressed with your ability today.
Oh, thank you.
The backward somersault on the high wire was my specialty.
Oh?
And I was surprised to see such a young girl performing it, and so well.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're practicing so hard because we want to try it in Dalton. And only 2 more days.
I see. That is time enough, I'm sure.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do. With the proper help. Oh, tell me, you have no people with you who could help you?
No, I'm alone.
Oh.
Except for my partner, of course. I have no family. I've had to learn for myself.
I see. Well, would you allow me to help you? It would give me great pleasure to see you perform such a difficult trick on the high wire. It would be a little like doing it myself once again.
Oh, it'd be wonderful to have your help.
Oh, good. Then we will begin tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. It's so funny.
What?
Well, I had the strangest feeling about you, but... Oh, it was nothing. And now you're very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I hope that I shall be a good pupil.
Oh, I am sure you will, Marie. I'm sure that I will accomplish what I wish. Good night.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, it would seem that Marie Savini should choose her teachers more carefully, especially since the trick she's trying to learn is one of the most difficult of all on the high wire. The next morning, with everything ready, Enrico starts Marie on her lessons.
Good morning, Enrico.
Oh, there you are, Marie. I was afraid this would prove too early for you.
Oh, no.
I had the men rig up the high wire. I was hoping we could get started before anybody else was around.
But the high wire... Do you really think I'm ready for it, Enrico? Don't you think I should practice on the low one for a while
You
yet?
have only 2 days to perfect it. I'm sure you can do it now. You are not afraid, are you, Marie?
Oh, of course not, Enrico. If you think I'm ready, I'll try it. I'll probably fall into the net the first few times.
That is the only way you will learn.
Yes.
Now, come, let's hurry. I will give you a boost to the ladder.
But, I feel nervous, Enrico. Perhaps I shouldn't go up right now.
Nonsense. By the time you reach the wire, you will be over it, Marie. I will watch you from down here.
Oh, all right.
There she goes, Enrico. Up to that dizzy height from which your son fell. Marie Savini. As you watch her, the tent spins in your eyes. She's there now, limbering up, walking out on the wire, unsteadily, nervously.
You had better walk the wire a few times just to limber up. Hold yourself steady. That is fine. Now, come back once more, and we will try the somersault. Good, good. Are you ready now?
I guess so.
All right. Go to the middle of the wire. Relax yourself. All right? Now.
I can't, Enrico. I can't do it. I never realized how it'd be to do it from up here.
Go ahead, Marie. You cannot stop now. You want to be a great star, do you not? You must try it now. Jump.
Enrico,
Hello there. What are you doing, Marie?
Hello, Michael. I'm sorry, Enrico. I'll try it again.
That is quite all right.
What's the matter, Marie?
Enrico's helping me with my backward somersault, but I'm afraid I'm not such a good pupil.
Marie, you've got to come down now.
What?
The manager wants to talk to you right away. He's at the ticket wagon.
All right.
Come on down. I will hold the rope.
Thank you. Here I come.
I've heard a lot about you, Enrico. Marie is fortunate to have you to help her.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Enrico. I'll be right back. I promise not to fail again.
Do not worry about it. I will wait for you here.
Will you wait too, Michael?
Sure, Marie. Hurry.
Marie is going to be a great star someday, son.
I hope so, Enrico.
You are very fond of her, are you not, Michael?
Yes, I am. She and I grew up together in the circus. One of these days, we're going to be married.
Oh, I did not know that. Congratulations. I'm...
Enrico! Look!
What is it?
The net. Look at it. Every rope on that end is untied and hanging loosely. Good heavens! If Marie had fallen, she would have been killed instantly.
Oh, I should have checked it. Those stupid riggers. Oh, Michael, do not tell Marie about this. She might lose her nerve and never want to go up again.
Yes, you're right, Enrico. Hurry, we've got to fix it before she comes back. Oh, thank heaven she didn't try the somersault.
Yes. It is fortunate, is it not?
Yes, it is fortunate, is it not? There might have been a very regrettable accident, mightn't there, Enrico? Did I say accident? Well, who knows? Those things do happen in a circus, but it was avoided, thank goodness. And the next morning, Michael is there to see that it doesn't happen again. And so now Marie is ready for her debut as a star.
Enrico, I want to apologize for the way I almost failed you yesterday. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, of course I do, Marie. I understand just how you felt up there. The important thing is the fact that you came back again and did it perfectly.
Oh.
And this morning, you performed like a veteran. I admire your courage.
It was all because of you, Enrico. This means so much to me. I've always looked forward to the day when I'd be a featured star in the circus.
Oh, you will be the star of the show tomorrow, Marie. I can just see you on the high wire. The ringmaster will introduce you, and then you will climb to the platform, confidently knowing that you will be doing one of the greatest tricks on the high wire. I remember saying all this to my son.
Your son, Enrico?
Yes, my son, Tony. He was killed while working on the trapeze 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the trapeze, but I thought you said he worked the high wire.
Someone else persuaded him to give it up and become a trapeze performer. That's when he was killed.
How terrible, Enrico. Didn't he use a net?
A great artist does not use a net, Marie. It is a sign of utmost confidence in oneself to think that makes people admire a performer even more. Someday, you will work without a net, Marie. And then you will be truly a great performer.
After today, Enrico, I could never be afraid of anything. I know I could perform without a net tomorrow if you wanted me to.
No, my dear. You could not do that. It is extremely dangerous. But of course, It would give you great prestige if you performed without Annette in Dalton. You would indeed be acclaimed as a great tight-wire artist.
I'm going to do it, Enrico.
No, but Marie, you cannot.
Enrico,
no,
I know you want to help me, but I can't help feeling that you still think I'm a coward.
Oh, no, Maria, do not.
Tomorrow, when I perform the backward somersault without Annette, I'll prove to you that I'm not afraid.
You are very wrong, Marie. But I admire your spirit. If you are determined to do this, I know I cannot stop you. I shall be at your side when you go up. I know you will be successful.
And now the shadow of hatred engulfs the circus. The day has come, and if you'd watched closely, you'd see Enrico's hands working convulsively, gripping hard on a dead throat. Marie Savini is going onto the high wire today to do a backward somersault without a net.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a performance of great daring. Marie Savini is going to attempt a backward somersault down the high wire above. This will be the first time that this feat has ever been attempted by a woman. To add to the already present danger, Miss Savini is going to perform right before your eyes without the aid of a life-saving net. Presenting Marie Savini.
Now, Enrico. Now watch, Enrico. Stand there in the shadow you brought and watch.
Miss Savini is approaching the center of the wire. She's ready now. Her body is poised for the spring that will spell success or doom. She's about to jump. She does.
Good Lord, the wire broke!
Can't believe it. I can't. Marie, dead. Buck up, son. These accidents happen sometime.
I'm afraid this was no accident, Mr. Morgan.
What do you mean?
I just examined the wire. It didn't just break, it was filed halfway through.
No. You sure, Johnson?
Yeah, you can see for yourself.
Oh, no. Who would want to kill Marie Savini? Good heavens, I never thought of that.
What's the matter, Mr. Morgan?
Who checked this wire before Marie went up?
Well, I usually do, but Enrico said he'd do it.
That's what I thought.
Enrico! He's the one who persuaded her to go up without a net.
Yes, he is. And he checked the wire.
You mean... Wait. Yes. Something else happened, too. The other day, I discovered the net was untied while Marie was practicing. Enrico blamed it on the hands who put it up.
That's not true. I supervised that myself. It was all tied perfectly. But Enrico ordered us out. He said he'd check everything himself.
And then he untied the net. Mr. Morgan!
Come on. Let's find Enrico. Enrico, we want to... Enrico, what's the matter?
Nothing, my friend. Everything is all right now.
Enrico, you killed her.
When I was a little boy, Morgan, a priest once told me that revenge brought no satisfaction. But it does, Morgan. It does. That's why you find me smiling, laughing, yes. Yes, Morgan. I killed Marie Savini as I could not kill her father. And now my son's death is avenged.
The Whistler will be back with a strange ending of tonight's tale in just a moment. Meantime, here's a timely reminder about two important parts on your car: your transmission, and differential. Because these gears need their lubricant changed only once every 5,000 miles, they're often forgotten. And then here's what happens. Tiny bits of metal are pulverized by the tremendous pressure of the gears, and the lubricant gradually becomes a gritty, grinding abrasive that can cause costly damage. That's why now, when you take your car to your Signal gasoline dealer to have him lubricated for winter protection, it's a good time to also have him change the transmission and differential lubricant. His famous safety signal chart shows the exact type of Signal lubricant the maker of your car prescribed to give your expensive gears maximum protection. Incidentally, if your old windshield wiper is leaving blurring streaks on your windshield, your Signal gasoline dealer has just received a fresh stock of the famous Rainmaster blades that will keep your vision clear through the rainy season. Helping you to go safely is just another way your Signal gasoline dealer is prepared to help you go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Enrico had his revenge. He killed Marie Savini. At last, the hated name was wiped from the pages of the living. But wait, Enrico. What does this mean? The expression on the face of your friend Morgan.
Good Lord, Enrico, you don't know what you've done.
I've done what I had to do.
But you don't understand, Enrico. Savini never had a daughter.
What? What do you mean?
His child was a son. There never was a Marie Savini. I gave Marie that name.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hal Wexler and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Last Message.
Only a few days before, Dave Leonard had told himself that there was no place quite like San Francisco. It was thrilling to be a part of it. The hills, the bay, the clanging cable cars. Only a few days before, Dave had been happy with his job, his surroundings, his home, and his wife. And now suddenly that was all changed, wiped away somehow. The city was a frightening place. His job, something that was threatened. His home, his wife, and things that he must give up, be put behind him as rapidly as possible, lest they be threatened too. And that was why Dave walked down Geary Street and across Powell to the airline's office. Inside, he approached the ticket window and asked for space on the very next plane for Los Angeles.
Here you are. 1346.
Thank you.
Is the flight on schedule? Will I be able to get away soon?
The limousine for the airport will be loading in 20 minutes, Mr. Leonard.
Oh.
You'll be on your way by, 4:30.
4:30. Good.
Hello, Dave. You going somewhere?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's such a good idea, do you? Would you mind refunding Mr. Leonard's money, please?
What?
He isn't going anywhere. He's changed his mind.
But...
right, Dave? Aren't you staying around so we can talk some more?
Yes. Yes, he's right. Forget the whole thing.
Whatever you say, sir.
You scoop up your ticket money, Dave. Hurry outside. It's even more foreboding now, the city. The walls of its tall buildings seem to close in around you, don't they? Because he's back again. Apparently not letting you out of his sight for the past 3 days since he first found you. And now he's falling into step behind you, isn't he? No chance to run away.
That's better, Dave. Much better. No use being in a hurry. I've been right with you for the last 3 days. Why don't we stop in here and have a drink, huh? Chat some more.
All right. You're calling it.
It's good bourbon, huh, Dave? Oh, you haven't touched yours.
Get to it, will you, Tommy? What do you want from me? Why have you chased me all the way across the country? Who sent you?
Easy, Dave, easy. None of the old bunch even knows you're alive. Honest, I ran onto you quite by accident.
I don't believe
It's true. Except for an accident, I'd have gone on like everybody else, believing exactly what it says on those New York police records. What the paper said at the time. Let's see, how did it go? Man leaps to death from River Bridge.
Stop it.
You didn't do it at all, did you? Just made it look that way. The note you left, pinned to your coat, a fake.
I couldn't get any place as Marvin Knowles, Tommy. A man with a record isn't always welcome.
You served your time.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Okay, so you got away with it. Working out pretty nice here, I understand, huh? Good job, pretty wife.
It's all over.
Why?
Because of you. No matter how you found me, Tommy, you have. That's all that's important.
Nah, you don't have to change anything. I'll play ball.
I'm trying to live decently, Tommy. Can't you understand? I've managed to these past 6 years.
Almost 7, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Marvin Knowles will be legally dead soon. Nearly 7 years since you staged the big jump.
Tommy, I'm not going to take this. I don't have to.
Easy. Sit down. You know, you better think it over, Dave. The gang, they can play pretty rough. Maybe they think you talk too much.
I didn't, you know that.
Maybe not, but you know too much. Maybe they'd think you've already talked to your wife, that she knows too much. Or if they could find Marv Knowles, they might like to silence him. Maybe his wife, too.
Stop it.
Yeah, of course you could go to the police, Dave. Cut your throat and mine and your wife's. I'm afraid it would cost you a lot more than your job. You see what I mean?
Yes. I see what you mean.
Then I think we understand one another. Well, I'll keep in touch, Dave. Let you know how and when you can help me, huh? Oh, and meanwhile, don't try to skip town anymore. You just might make me sore. And I wouldn't want to have to take care of you, Ma. Dave.
Yes, Dave, it's all changed. In the surprising arrival of one man, your old associate, Tommy Prentice. One man who can ruin your life, strike terror in your heart, cause the old familiar warmth and friendliness of the city you've come to love to turn into a chilled atmosphere of menace and despair. Back at home, you can't even bring yourself to talk about it to the one person who's brought you more comfort and understanding than you'd ever dream possible.
Sue, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk anymore.
Dave, there's something bothering you. I know it. Something's on your mind.
No, there isn't. I'm just tired, that's all.
Today, this afternoon, you left the office early, didn't you?
You called the office?
At 3 o'clock. You hadn't come back from lunch, the girl said.
You shouldn't have called.
Where were you, Dave?
I was detained, a customer.
Talked to a customer from noon until after 3?
Maybe. What of it?
Dave, is that all you're going to say?
Please, Sue, I was out on business. Isn't that enough? You have to cross-examine me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it, Sue. I didn't mean to... Look, I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you say we go out tonight, huh? For a walk or to a movie. Get our minds off it.
Off what, Dave?
Okay, so I'll go out alone. There must be some way to stop these questions. I'll be back when you see me.
Even as you hurl the words at Sue and rush from the house, you're sorry, aren't you, Dave? But your mind is spinning with confusion, question marks. The hours of walking the streets alone fail to provide an answer. Then as you start toward home again and the dismal sound of the foghorn moans in at you from the waters near Golden Gate Bridge, a thought does occur. A dread final thought, but something that could provide an answer. Another bridge gave you an answer almost 7 years ago, didn't it, Dave? And now with everything you've ever wanted and worked for being threatened, you find yourself thinking of staging another such act. Only this time it would be for Tommy Prentice. And what would appear to everyone as a simple suicide would actually be murder. You're still thinking about it as you slip the key in the latch and let yourself into the house and cross to the bedroom.
Dave?
Sue, I thought you were asleep.
I couldn't. Not with you away.
No, don't turn on the light. Sue, I'm sorry about this evening. I didn't mean any of those things I said.
I know.
Anyway, I'm not mixed up anymore. Everything's clear in my mind. I've been worrying unnecessarily. Everything's going to be all right again. And soon.
Summertime is vacation time, and long trips naturally make motorists think about gasoline mileage. That's why every year, particularly at this time, Signal gains lots of new customers, drivers who've heard about the Go Farther gasoline and decide to try Signal themselves. Naturally, they expect to get good mileage, but what sometimes comes as a pleasant surprise to them is the improved performance they enjoy with Signal. And that, my friends, is the point of my story tonight. You see, the reason Signal gives you such good mileage is because it helps your engine run so efficiently you save gasoline. You save gasoline with quick starting, save gasoline with smooth, thrilling pickup, save gasoline with full, responsive power. The kind of performance, in short, that makes driving more fun on vacations or any time. So if you haven't yet acquired the Signal habit, just try a tankful or two. You'll find there's more pleasure, too, when you go farther with Signal.
Signal, Signal, Signal gasoline. Your car will go for the gasoline.
It changed everything, didn't it, Dave? Your plans with your wife, Sue, hopes for the future. Everything was changed when Tommy Prentice walked into your life from the past and recognized you as Marvin Knowles, a man he'd known in the East, a man who once served time in prison and was trying his best to live it down with a new life in San Francisco as David Leonard. Yes, it was all changed. Tommy is a threat, but you think you found the answer, the one way out. And while you hate the thought of murder, you find yourself trying to figure it out and plan a way to talk Tommy into the trap. And finally you're rewarded with a remarkable bit of luck as Tommy admits his reasons for coming to the West Coast in the first place.
I gotta tell you, Dave, there's no use hiding it. They're after me.
The police?
Yeah, them too, sure, but I'm not afraid of the police. It's the old gang. They think I double-crossed them.
Of course you didn't.
That's beside the point. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson are here in town. I gotta get away from them, Dave. And you're gonna help me, see?
Sure. I figured there'd be something I'd have to do. I haven't much money, Tommy.
You have some and you have a car. I want you to drive me up north someplace. Seattle, maybe on into Canada.
But I can't do that.
You've got to. Or else I'll get word to Duke and Frankie that you and your wife are here. It's got to be this way. If you don't, it's my neck. I can't just drop out of sight like you did. And if I was to travel with a man and his wife, they'd have a rougher time tracing me.
Wait a minute, Tommy.
What?
You just said something about dropping out of sight. Tommy.
Yeah?
Tommy, I faded out of the picture almost 7 years ago, remember? I made everybody think I jumped off a bridge, committed suicide.
So you fooled everybody but me, so what?
So why can't you do the same thing? I'd help you, Tommy, tell you what to do. You could write a note, say you were tired of running from Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson, who were trying to get you.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. You really think
Didn't I make it, Tommy, didn't I?
Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, but you had a different reason. You wanted to go straight and couldn't get a break.
What do reasons matter, Tommy? The main thing is you'll throw them off your track.
Yeah.
You can travel alone. Go anywhere as somebody else.
Yeah, sure I could. Hey, I think you've hit it, Dave. You've saved my life. All I gotta do is write a suicide note, leave it on a bridge with my coat, and disappear. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson will think I killed myself on account of the gang, huh?
That's right, Tommy.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. Leave a suicide note.
Yeah. You'll drive me north?
Yeah. I'll drive you.
He's fallen into your trap, hasn't he, Dave? Yes, and you're relieved. Yet far from pleased at the thought of what you've decided to do. You don't like to think about it, do you? What you plan to do out there in the fog. The way you'll silence Tommy Prentice. But you can't see any other way. You don't want to kill, but you decide you have to. That evening, you sit in the den, pretending to read the newspaper, struggling to conceal the panic and the terror mounting within you.
Dave,
Yes, Sue?
I've been thinking, why don't we run down to Carmel for a few days? It would do us good to get away.
I suppose so.
We could stay at the inn again. Remember? When was it? 3 years ago? Dave, you're not listening. What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing.
Something's been on your mind. Something rather serious, I'm afraid. Won't you tell me what it is?
Really, Sue, it's nothing at all.
We used to be able to talk over our little problems. Sort of iron things out together.
Yeah.
Dave, I suppose I'm going to sound awfully silly, but... Well, is there someone else?
Someone else?
A woman.
Oh, no, Sue, nothing like that. Darling, how could you ever think that?
I didn't really.
Sue, there'll never be anyone in my life but you. Never.
Dave, darling.
But you're right. There is something on my mind. And it is serious. I'm in trouble, Sue.
Dave, you haven't done anything again?
No, nothing like that. It's just... Well, it's the old routine again. The old gang won't leave me alone.
Someone's found out, the old crowd?
Yes, Tommy Prentice. I ran into him on the street one day. He found out I changed my name. He found out everything.
I see. What's he going to do?
He wants money.
Well, then give it to him. Give him all we have, and it'll be finished.
No, it's not as simple as that. He wouldn't stop there.
But if we didn't have any more money
He says he just wants me to help him get away, but he'll probably force me to work on a job with him before he gets through.
No, Dave, you can't do that.
I haven't any choice, Sue.
Yes, you have. We'll go away, Dave, far away. They'll never find us.
Tommy would find us. So might somebody else from the old gang. Then we'd have to run again. No, Sue, I can't run anymore. I started to the other day. I was going to take a plane and send for you later. That's where I was when you called the office. But it's no use.
Please, Dave, we'll leave tonight, right now.
I tell you, it's no use.
You know what'll happen if we don't, Dave. One job with Tommy, then there'll be another and another. Some night I'll be called down to the morgue to identify.
Sue, darling.
You mustn't ever go back, Dave. You can't go back.
But running away, it's just no good. It wouldn't work.
It's our best chance, darling. Going somewhere else. What else can we do?
What else?
Yes. How else can you be rid of this man?
There is a way. I've thought it all out. A very simple way.
What? Oh, no. No, Dave, you couldn't do anything like that. You couldn't.
No, I guess not. I guess I couldn't kill him. Even if I could get away with it. All right, sure. We'll run again.
She's right, isn't she, Dave? There is a chance, a slim chance, you can slip away from Tommy Prentice. Start life all over again in some small town. While you finish packing, Sue hurries down to the garage and drives your car around to the alley back of your apartment house. When she returns, you're ready. You pick up the suitcases and start for the door.
Oh, hiya, Sue, Dave. I was just going to knock. Come on over. We're having a little party.
Brad, hello.
Yeah.
We were just leaving. We're driving to Carmel.
Yeah.
We want to make it before midnight.
Well, Dave, oh, boy, you got lots of time. Now, come on, just one drink for the road.
Please, Brad, a rain check. It's terribly important that we leave right now.
We can't explain now, Brad. We'll be back in a few days. Come on, Sue. Get in the car, Sue. I'll put the suitcase in the...
Hello, Dave.
Tommy.
Evening, Mrs. Leonard. I'm sure you are, Mrs. Leonard. You folks going someplace?
Yes, we,
Running out on an old pal?
Oh, no. You see, my boss called up, and he wants me to go upstate, business.
Is that so?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you're going on a little trip, huh?
Well, only for a few days. I'll be back in the middle of the week.
You'll get in touch with me?
That's right. As soon as I get back.
I'm going with you, pal.
Well, but Tommy...
I said I'm going with you. Now get in, both of you. We'll drive by my place and pick up my stuff. Then we'll head north over the Gate Bridge, huh? That bridge stunt you thought of was a great idea.
It's no use, Dave. You'll never be able to run away from Tommy Prentice. You're certain of that now. As you drive across town, you glance over at Sue from time to time, sitting next to you, staring straight ahead, her face tense, and you know she's struggling to hold back a flood of tears. The anger, the hatred within you grows. Hatred for the man in the back seat of your car, and hatred toward yourself for what you've done to Sue. Finally, you bring the car to a stop in front of Tommy's boarding house.
Okay, folks, I'll get my stuff. Be right out. You'll wait, huh?
Yeah. We'll wait.
Just make sure you do. Hand over the car keys.
I said we'd wait.
I said the keys.
All right. Here.
Thanks, pal. Be right back, folks.
Look, Sue, why don't you go back to the apartment? I'll handle this alone.
No. No, Dave, I'm not going to leave you.
Sue, I don't want you to get mixed up in this. Now, forget it. Forget me. Go back to the apartment.
I won't, Dave. I can't leave you. Come on, darling, let's get away from here.
Sue.
I mean it, Dave. Right now. We can walk, talk it out, and decide what to do. Let him have the car, please, darling.
All right, Sue. Maybe a walk will help.
You wander along the streets. Sue clings tightly to your arm. And somehow the two of you talk it out, don't you, Dave? Yes, you walk for hours trying to make up your mind. And finally, quite late, you begin to come to a decision.
We'll go to the police, Dave. Have Tommy Prentice arrested. Let your past come out. It's the only right way out of this.
There's more to it than that, dear. Even if I went to the police and they got Tommy, he'd find a way to let Duke and Frankie know who I am, where I live, that I'm here. They think I know too much, and what's more important, they figured I told you too much. You realize what that means, don't you?
Yes. But I'd prefer to take a chance on anything than have you on the wrong side of the law.
You'd risk being killed?
Yes. Rather than have you risk everything we've built together.
You're wonderful, Sue.
Not wonderful. I just believe in you. Come on, darling. We'll go to the police. Tell them everything.
All right, Sue. All right, let's find a police station.
Before starting on any trip this summer, you'll want to have a new map. And naturally, you'll want one that's accurate, complete, and handy to use, which describes a signal map prepared expressly for signal by Rand McNally. It's a big map, jumbo size, for quick, easy reading, and it has the latest accordion fold, so it's easy to handle. In addition to Rand McNally accuracy, signal maps include a list of interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart, plus enlarged sections of metropolitan areas, plus a traveler's radio guide showing where to tune in for your favorite programs as you travel. This highway map is yours free at any signal station. And if you need a street map, when you're in any of the larger Pacific Coast cities, signal dealers have them too, free, of course. Start planning your vacation driving now with a good map. Stop in and get a free signal map at your signal service station. Better do it tomorrow.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far, will go for the gasoline.
You've made your decision, haven't you, Dave? Yes, you can't run from the past, from Tommy Prentice. And you can't kill him either. So you're going to the police. You're going to tell them everything. Tell them about your fake suicide in New York 7 years ago, that you're not David Leonard, but an ex-convict named Marvin Knowles. You're certain it will mean the end of everything for you and your wife, Sue. But you've made up your mind there's nothing else you can do. And now, after hours of walking along the city streets and talking things out, the two of you step into a police station and approach the officer at the desk.
Sergeant?
Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
My name is David Leonard. Well, that is, since I arrived in San Francisco...
Leonard. Oh, yes, David Leonard. Yeah. Got the report right here. Stolen car. I hope you had that insured, Mr. Leonard.
What?
It's pretty badly smashed up, I'm afraid.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, it happens there was quite a gun battle over in the Mission District. A couple of strong-arm boys tried to kill a man by the name of Tommy Prentice, who was driving your car.
Dave.
I guess he must have stolen it. Anyway, he wrecked the car trying to get away from those strong-arm boys.
Did they get away?
No, we caught him. Block away from the shooting. A couple of hoods from back east. Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson.
What about the man that stole my car? Prentice.
Prentice? Died on the way to the emergency hospital.
Prentice is dead?
Yes, ma'am. And your husband's car is a wreck. I'm awful sorry.
Oh, it's all right. We don't mind the car.
No. No, we can always get another car.
The funny thing about those guys trying to kill Prentice, they didn't know he was going to commit suicide anyway. They'd have avoided a murder rap if they had.
Suicide?
Yeah. Had a note in his pocket. Figured on jumping off the bridge. Said he was tired of running from those hoods.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, David Ellis, Virginia Gregg, Bill Conrad, and Larry Dobkin. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. All damage covered.
As usual, the swank orchid room was crowded. And the reason for the popularity of this small nightclub in downtown Los Angeles was obvious. At the moment, the tall, slender girl with the honey-colored hair stood before the microphone on the dance floor, swaying with the rhythm of her song.
Just who can solve its mystery? Why should it make a fool of me? I saw
Maxine had sung those words over and over, night after night. But suddenly she seemed to be singing them for the first time. Suddenly she was the woman the words were written for. The thought of killing him had occurred to her before, but never in the middle of a song had she known this cold-blooded, this passionate desire to kill the man she'd married.
What is this thing called love?
Later, in her dressing room, Maxine had changed into her street clothes when she heard a knock on the door. And she didn't have to guess who it was. This wasn't just her boss. This was Jim McCoy, a guy as real as his name.
Hiya, Songbird.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, you were great tonight. Real great. Sounded like you meant every word of it, baby.
Maybe I did.
Well, keep it up. I can always add a few more chairs for the customers. Well, I got to get back to the lounge.
What's your hurry?
Hurry. And we usually say goodnight about this time?
That's what I mean. Do we have to?
Now, look, baby. We've been through all this before.
Observation. The tone of your voice goes well with the cold of your shoulder.
Maxine, things were different when you were a cute trick on the loose. You may be Miss Maxine to the customers, but to me, you're Mrs. Charlie Kendall.
I know. But after all, what's in a name?
Look, baby, maybe they don't show, but I still have a couple of old scruples lying around.
Don't kid yourself. They show something awful.
Charlie needs you, now more than ever. No fun not being able to walk, cooped up day in and day out. You're all he's got.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jim. Forget it.
Yeah, I think we'd better. Well, good night, Songbird.
And so, Maxine, a half hour later, you're driving over the freeway, going home to Charlie, your husband. You can't help but admire Jim for turning you down, can you? Because of the way things stand. Because you're married to Charlie. You drive on through the night thinking about it. And by the time you reach the outskirts of Ellenville, you've decided that there must be a showdown with Charlie. As you start to plan the things you'll say.
Sorry, lady, roadblock.
Oh, but I live in Carpencita. I've got to get home.
There's been a landslide. Won't be able to get through for a couple of hours yet.
Oh, I see.
Train coming through in about 10 minutes from L.A. Or if you'd rather, you can go back to the main road, take a 10-mile detour.
No, thanks. I'll take the train.
You turn your car around, and minutes later park it on a quiet side street near the depot and hurry to catch the train. Shortly before 4 in the morning, you unlock the front door of your house in Carpencita. As you step into the living room, you see Charlie, stretched out on the couch, an empty bottle on the floor, the cane propped up against the end table, cigarette smoke curling up around the hand that dangles over the edge of the couch. It's a familiar sight to you, isn't it, Maxine? Charlie's been an invalid for 2 years now. His leg, injured again when he fell while getting off the suburban train a month ago, still hasn't mended. You hurry to Charlie's side. From his hand, you take the cigarette that's ready to fall to the floor.
Charlie. Come on, sweetheart. Come to the party. Charlie. Charlie, wake up.
Oh, Maxie. Hey, baby.
Yeah, baby's home.
Must have dropped off. What time is it?
Oh, a few minutes to 4.
4? Well, what took you so long, Maxine?
There was a roadblock at Ellenville.
Oh, that's too bad.
I had to leave the car there and take the train.
Sure.
I had to wait 10 minutes for the train. It took 15 minutes to get to Carpencita, 20 minutes to get a cab to take me here, and I'm...
Okay, honey. I believe you.
Well, why shouldn't you? It's the truth.
Sure it is, baby. Sure.
You don't believe a word of it. You never do. And you want to know something? I don't care, Charlie. I don't care what you believe anymore.
Don't you think I know that, Maxie? Honey, don't rub it in, huh? I know you go out on dates when you're finished at the club.
I even know about the guy you work for, McCoy.
I was not on a date tonight with Jim or anybody else.
Sure, baby, anything you say. I'll never ask any more questions. Just as long as you come home to me.
Maybe I'm sick of coming home. Maybe I'll never come home again.
Don't say that, Maxie.
Why shouldn't I? I mean it.
I've told you before, you'll never get rid of me. We're married and you can't change that.
Don't tempt me, Charlie.
You struggle to control the rage that's sweeping over you. Turn away from Charlie and hurry into the bedroom. You stand there in the darkness by the open window, while the frost of night bites the anger in your cheeks. The train, Maxine. Yes. Why couldn't it have been late tonight? 10 minutes late. 10 minutes. The cigarette would have slipped out of Charlie's hand. The straw rug would have caught on fire. It would have solved all your problems. Suddenly an idea flickers through your mind. It could happen again. Charlie could fall asleep with a cigarette in his hand. There'd be a fire. But you'd be somewhere else when that happened, Maxine. An alibi. All you need is an alibi. And in an instant it becomes crystal clear to you how you can get one.
Maxie. Maxie.
Huh? Oh, what is it, Charlie?
Oh. All by yourself in the dark, baby? What's on your mind?
The train, Charlie. I was just thinking about the train.
With the prologue of All Damage Covered, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You've heard me talk about the more thorough, more conscientious service that cars get at signal stations because signal dealers are in business for themselves and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this are the extras you enjoy when you have your car lubricated at a signal service station. Instead of taking the chance of remembering the many vital points on each make of car, signal dealers follow a factory-recommended lubrication chart, which plainly shows every lubrication point on your car. Also, signal dealers use 9 specialized signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want if your car is to give you the long, trouble-free service that was built into it. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from friendly, independent signal dealers. And now, back to the Whistler.
You've reached a decision, haven't you, Maxine? You're going to rid yourself of your husband, Charlie, once and for all. And you know exactly how you're going to do it. You can see it all now, the way it's going to happen. The official version of the accident. Charlie asleep on the couch. The empty bottle of liquor on the floor. A lighted cigarette dropping from his hand to the straw rug, and then the fire. And you weren't around to prevent it. It's late afternoon of the following day when you awaken. And as you recall your plan, your heart throbs with a sick, dizzy excitement. After a reassuring cup of coffee, you call the train depot. Check the schedule of the evening train to Los Angeles. Then you take your time dressing. Fight to remain calm. Shortly before 5:30.
Maxie. Hey, Maxie, your cab's here.
Coming.
Whoa, what's in the suitcase, honey?
Oh, it's just a dress I'll need at the club. Bye now.
Bye. Maxie,
Yes?
try to make it home early tonight, will you? Gets kind of lonesome around here.
Don't worry, Charlie. I'll be back before you know it.
Quarter of an hour later, you reach the depot, buy your ticket, and start for the train. You're about to put your plan into operation, aren't you, Maxine? And you smile to yourself as you think of the first move. Charlie's accident on this very line put the idea into your head. As you reach the train, you start up the steps. One step and then another. And as you near the platform, you deliberately place your foot between the two steps and throw yourself forward.
Miss, are you hurt?
I don't know.
Here, wait. Here, let me help you. There. You'd better sit down. The train's moving.
Thank you. I'll be all right. It's terribly clumsy of me.
Well, accidents do happen.
They seem to run in the family. A month ago, my husband had a similar fall. Oh,
Your ankle?
yes. It'll be all right now, I'm sure.
Well, is there anything I can do, Miss?
No, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll have to have your name, Miss. My report, you know. It's just routine.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Charles Kendall.
Mrs. Charles Kendall. Address, please.
752 Mapleton Drive.
You smile, lean forward, continue to rub your ankle as you watch the conductor fill in the report. Everything's there, isn't it, Maxine? Your name, the date, time of accident. Yes, everything working according to plan. You've established your presence on the train to Los Angeles. As soon as the conductor is out of sight, you pick up your suitcase, hurry into the ladies' room. A few minutes later, you emerge wearing a dull, faded coat, a drab hat pulled down over your eyes. All traces of your original makeup have been removed. And in your new makeup, you've suddenly become a different woman. A plain, older-looking, unattractive woman.
Ellenville. Next stop, Ellenville.
As the train stops, you get off without delay and hurry away from the depot. You find your car where you'd parked it the night before, on the quiet side street, and minutes later you're racing a good 70 miles an hour along the road back to Carpencita. Luckily, your train is a slow train, because you must make up a good 35 minutes before it arrives in Los Angeles. It's dark now, and no one sees you as you arrive in Carpencita. You quietly park in an alley and then walk quickly to the rear entrance at your home and slip inside. And then you're standing in the living room looking down on Charlie, sprawled out on the couch. The sleeping powder you slipped into his drink before you left has taken effect, hasn't it, Maxine?
Charlie? Charlie?
He doesn't stir. Quickly, you light a cigarette. Drop it on the straw rug. In a few seconds, it begins to smolder. In strange fascination, you watch the flames begin to creep along the floor. And then you turn and run from the house. It's over, isn't it, Maxine? The worst part of all. As you hurry back to the car, you know there's only one more thing that you have to do. You must overtake the train at one of the many stops it makes and somehow get back on board unnoticed. To be in the clear, perfectly safe, that conductor must see you get off at Union Station. Those are tense moments, aren't they, Maxine? Moments that seem like a lifetime. You take this short, straight highway into Los Angeles, hitting better than 70 miles an hour most of the way. Finally, you catch your train at one of its last stops and get back on just in time. Disappear quickly into the lounge room, where you can change back into your original outfit.
Oh, Mrs. Kendall. Ankle better, Mrs. Kendall?
Yes, thank you, conductor.
Oh, that's fine. Union Station.
Your plan has worked perfectly, hasn't it, Maxine? You keep telling yourself that over and over again. And then, as the train stops and you walk back to step off, you freeze suddenly and stare in terror at a man standing on the crowded station platform.
Oh, no.
You recognize him, don't you, Maxine? This man in the pinstriped suit. Instantly, your mind goes back to that night a few weeks ago when you came home late, just as this same man was leaving, and you heard him say to Charlie,
"Now, don't worry, Kendall. I'll take care of everything."
It's all clear to you now, isn't it, Maxine? Now you know why this man in the pinstriped suit was talking to Charlie a couple of weeks ago. Charlie was hiring him to follow you. Perhaps he was following you tonight. You step back into the train, hurry through the cars, and get off further down the platform. It isn't until you climb into a taxi and try to settle back that you realize you're trembling all over, shaking uncontrollably. Somehow you manage to compose yourself, regain your confidence by the time you reach the club and go inside to greet Jim at the bar.
Hiya, Songbird.
Hello, Jim.
Say, your feathers look a little ruffled. You're limping.
Oh, I fell and scraped my knee while I was getting on the train tonight.
Train? How come you took the train?
I was too tired to drive all the way home last night, so I left the car in town.
Well, you better take it easy. Sure you want to go tonight?
Oh, don't worry. I'll make it.
Okay. How's Charlie?
Charlie?
Don't tell me you've forgotten our little conversation last night.
Oh, no, Jim. I haven't forgotten. As a matter of fact, I'm very grateful to you. You made me see what my duty was.
Yeah. Glad to hear it, baby.
That night, you deliver the songs mechanically, don't you, Maxine? Because your mind is on something else. It's been 4 hours since the fire started, and you still haven't had any word. But as you approach your dressing room...
Maxine?
Oh, I didn't see you, Jim.
There's a call for you, baby. You can take it in my office.
Call?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
Long
you know?
distance, yeah. Cop and Cedar. Probably Charlie.
Your mind is blank for the next few moments until you find yourself alone in Jim's office, your fingers tightly gripping the telephone receiver as you slowly raise it to your lips.
Hello?
Mrs. Kendall?
Yes, this is Mrs. Kendall.
This is Captain Craig, Carpenter Cedar Fire Department.
Oh?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kendall. I have some bad news about your husband.
It won't take long, Maxine. Coroner just wants to ask some questions.
I'll be as brief as possible, Mrs. Kendall.
Thank you.
Your husband was an invalid, was he not?
That's right.
Smoked quite a bit, is that correct?
Yes, he smoked quite a bit.
And he was a heavy drinker as well.
Well, drinking helped relieve his pain.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mrs. Kendall. I'm not trying to establish that your husband was a chronic alcoholic, just that he did drink at times to a point of...
Yes, he did.
Oh, then I think the conclusion we drew from the evidence is correct. Your husband fell asleep with a lighted cigarette while in a state of intoxication. The cigarette fell, and that was it.
I was afraid that would happen someday. I warned him so many times.
Easy, Maxine.
Mrs. Kendall, if you'll please sign this.
What? Yes.
Honey, you're trembling. Here, I'll hold it.
What is it, Mrs. Kendall?
Oh, nothing. I'm just upset, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Kendall. Thank you for your cooperation.
And finally, it's over, Maxine. Really over. Without even the necessity for the alibi which you went to so much trouble establishing. The man from the coroner's office is gone, and you're alone with Jim, with no more barriers between you. It's all you can do to keep from blurting out how good you feel inside, how little you need the rest that Jim is trying to insist upon.
I still think you should take it easy, honey. Stay in bed for a while.
Oh, no, Jim. I'm not going to let myself brood about this. I want to work. It'll help, I know.
Okay, Songbird, you win.
Oh, thanks, Jim. I appreciate everything you've done, and I hope I sound sentimental.
You do. I can take it.
I'll see you later. What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just
That night, your song is different. The nervousness is gone, isn't it, Maxine? Suddenly, you're gripped with terror, and the song dies in your throat.
a fool of...
Through the amber haze, sitting motionless at the bar, you see the man in the pinstripe suit. In that instant, you're certain he was hired by your husband to follow you. You don't know how long he's been following you, but in that moment of desperation, you suddenly turn, flee from your surprised audience toward the dressing rooms.
It's me. Now, look, Maxine, what's this all about?
What did that man say to you, Jim?
Oh, it's got you worried, hasn't it?
No, I'm not worried. It's just a nervous reaction.
Now, listen to me,
all.
baby. This isn't a relapse. This is something else. How about you kicking in with a few more details?
I'm unstrung. that's
Answer me
all.
one question.
What question?
What do you know about that fire?
Nothing, Jim. How could I know?
Answer me.
There's nothing to answer, Jim. What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me that way?
Look, Maxine, I thought something was phony last night when you got that call from the fire department. When I told you I thought it was Charlie, you almost keeled over. And I think I know why, baby. You already knew about that fire.
No, Jim,
And if
no.
you knew about it, you started it.
I swear I didn't. Oh, Jim, please don't tell that to him. He knows too much already, Jim. And
I thought so. And to think I was in love with you.
Oh, please, Jim. Please, you're all I've got.
Take your hands off me.
Jim.
Go on and cry to that guy out front. He wants to see you.
Oh, don't go, Jim. Don't leave me alone. Not now. You gotta help me. You gotta help me figure this out. Jim, you mustn't leave me. Not now. Jim!
Frantically, you slip into your coat, hurry out the side door after him. But Jim's nowhere in sight, and you leap into a waiting cab.
Yeah, where to, lady?
Would you mind cruising around a bit? I'm looking for someone. A man.
Sure, lady. See me, lady?
No, I don't. But let's not stop.
Okay. You sure the guy you're looking for ain't looking for you?
What?
There's a black car been following us ever since we started.
No, that's not the man I want. Driver, turn the corner. Do anything but lose that car.
As you speed along the street, it suddenly occurs to you exactly what's happening. Yes, you ran out to find Jim, and now you're trying to escape the man in the pinstripe suit. Fear sweeps over you and crowds Jim from your mind. And you know you've got to get away from this man. The black car is only a block behind you as your cab races into the dark, deserted manufacturing district. Screeches around one corner, then another, and another, turning, twisting, and then suddenly...
Driver?
Yeah?
That station up ahead. Is that the electric train?
Yeah.
Here, this'll take care of the fare. Let me off. Quickly.
The black car is nowhere in sight as you leave the cab and hurry to the dimly lit, deserted station. You're praying wildly for a train when suddenly you're relieved to see the lights approaching in the distance. And then as you step out on the platform...
Hey there.
You see the man in the pinstripe suit hurrying toward you. Quickly, you run down the platform, dart behind a stack of packing cases.
Mrs. Kendall, wait a minute.
You hear his footsteps approaching along the platform. Your hands move up in front of you. You wait. And then as he steps into view, you lunge.
I'll kill you, dude!
Hey.
I'll kill you!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about these chilly nights and mornings we've been having. To be sure your car will start pronto the instant you touch the starter, you naturally want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that's tops in quality. But how can the average driver measure gasoline quality? Well, by mileage, of course, which explains why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made it known throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, as the Go Farther gasoline. You see, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, as well as faster pickup and smoother power. The kind of performance that makes driving more pleasure in cold weather or any weather. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
The small group of passengers had gathered on the station platform. Standing around in shocked silence, they'd waited until the ambulance arrived and the police.
Okay. Now, let's keep back a little here. Okay, here, get back.
I saw the whole thing, officer. I was sitting up front by the window. I could see just as plain as...
All right, lady, all right. You'll get your turn. I want to know what the motorman has to say first.
But I tell you...
If you don't mind. Go ahead, you.
Well, officer, when we got close to the station platform, I see this woman, and she tries to push this fella onto the tracks. Huh? And then the fella steps out of her way, and she goes over herself. I couldn't stop in time to keep from hitting her.
Oh, I see. Well, now, here. Where's the fella she was trying to push over? Where?
Right here, sir.
Oh, will you come up here? What's your name?
Henry Cooper.
Did you know that woman?
No, I never got a chance to meet her. I've just been trying to. Her name's Mrs. Kendall.
Well, how come she tried to push you in front of a train?
I don't know. You see, I work for the railroad, claims investigator.
Yeah?
Well, a month ago, her husband was in an accident.
Uh-huh.
Funny thing, a couple of days ago, she was in a similar accident. I only wanted her to sign a voucher so I could give her a check to cover all damages.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton, Gerald Moore, and Wilms Herbert. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Sterling Tracy, with story by Robert Stephen Brody and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity of name or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.